Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It is 8 a.m.
Yeah.
This is the special County Board of Commissioners meeting, April 23rd, 2012. We are here to do our second round of interviews for the county administrator position that is currently open. We will call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Fleece,
Present.
Gilman,
Here.
Henschel,
Yes.
Lemko,
Here.
Maxbauer, here. Richardson,
Here.
Thomas,
Here.
Wheelock,
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman Inman.
Here. Okay. We would like to add something to it and just go with the Pledge of Allegiance, if we could stand. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, if you have a cell phone, please put it on vibrate. The moderator for the questions will be our Human Resource Manager, Jen Seaman, and then I will call upon county commissioners for any follow-up questions or additional questions they would like to ask the applicant. You have the schedule in front of you for today. We have an 8 a.m. interview, a 10, a 12:30, and a 2:30. Next item is public comment. Does any member of the public wish to speak? Seeing no public comment, we will close public comment and we will move on to the actual round of interview questions. Our first,
Can I ask a question?
yes,
So just to be clear, Jen's going to ask the questions?
yes,
But after responses, we're able to ask follow-ups?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, we thought it would be a good format if everyone was focused more on the candidate and his questions rather than trying to focus on what was the next question. So Jen's going to handle the questions, and then I'll call on the county commission to do any follow-up questions or any additional questions they would like to ask the applicant. Welcome, Rob Hiller, to Grand Traverse County. We appreciate you coming in.
You're very
Being
welcome.
a finalist. And Jen, by the way, we asked the same questions of all the candidates. We are televised and being webcast. So I think
We're not televised.
It's not live, it's being recorded.
it's being recorded.
It'll be posted to the website after the interviews
Okay.
are all done.
Thank you for that clarification. All right. So with that, Jen, if you could start. Does anybody have any questions on the process? Okay, good. Jen, if you could start with the questions of the applicant.
Sure. Rob, Grand Traverse County has 500 employees, a population of approximately 87,000, an SEV of $5.2 billion. Tell us how your past and/or current experiences have prepared you to take the role as administrator for Grand Traverse County.
Well, with my 24 years of service in a variety of settings, I've worked in 3 municipalities in 2 different states. It's allowed me to be flexible. It's allowed me to understand the nuances of every organization, because size is absolutely important, but how you handle the tasks at hand are much more key. So from my perspective, being involved with public works, being involved with police, sheriff, being involved with all aspects of government, whether it be public services, social services, that in itself gives me the base. Being a personnel manager, being a budget analyst for a number of years helps me understand budgets in and out. I'm the type of manager that digs in. I'm not just a manager who accepts a report and says, this will be fine. I'm the one who needs to understand it, but also I'm patient enough to understand that it takes time. Really pleased to be able to interview with the Grand Traverse, because I know you have an outstanding staff, a lot of support. But from there, it takes time and will over a period of time to understand. The other reasons I think I'm the candidate for this position is my interaction with county government. It's clear that my application doesn't say that I've worked for county government, but my interactions with county government is clear. I've worked over 24 years in municipalities, mostly in a county seat. I have regular conversations and regular communications and regular activity with whether it be the sheriff, the undersheriff, prosecutors, courts, a variety of departments, health department. I could go on and on and on. So my experience is working in a county seat to understand the interactions of a county with the municipalities. I work for a city. I work for a smaller city, but our interaction as a city put us in a position to be very forward-thinking, just as us, Grand Traverse is. So I have a lot of interactions with the city. We do a lot of things, including brownfield zoning, planning, all the types of things that I've seen that Grand Traverse has put forward. But it's even more than that. I work directly with county commissioners. I work directly with township supervisors. To me, the key to this position is to have competency in finance, budget, risk management, insurance, all those things that you would expect of a manager, yes. But the key, I believe, is to have interactions with township supervisors, obviously Board of Commissioners. You guys are the key, but we have to have a great relationship. Part of that relationship, though, is to make sure that your constituents directly are taken care of. To take care of constituencies, you have to understand their dynamic that they're working out of. Yes, a city manager I can interact very clearly with the Traverse City Manager, with the City Council. I'm no doubt about that. But my experiences bring me more. My experiences bring me more to talk with township supervisors on their day-to-day activities, their day-to-day challenges. So from a standpoint of the basics, I have it. From a standpoint of interaction with the county, I have it. But the one thing to look for is my interaction with the county as from a very unique perspective, and I hope that would be the valuable aspect. In terms of size of employees, I'm fully versed in how to deal and evaluate and coach employees. The one thing I'm going to say off the top, I come off as a really nice guy, and I am. But I also know how to do the job, and I'm real clear on what I need to do. And I really love to work with competent people. But I also understand that in any organization, you have to sort through it. And sometimes competency is not, competency is something that you have to find out and then deal with if you don't have it. But I'm very pleased to be able to work with a successful group of people, and that's over periods of time working with in this case it would be the Board of Commissioners, but in my case the City Council, working clear with department heads, knowing that clear expectations, and looking for excellence.
Okay, any follow-up questions on that one?
Yeah, what's the population of Allegan?
Allegan is 5,000 people.
Okay.
The general area, if you will, in terms of interaction with the township is add another 5, plus add another 2 or 3 with the variety of their townships. So anywhere between 5 and 15 is what we interact with in our service districts.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, Jen?
In many states, counties do not deal with budgets or administration of the courts. In Grand Traverse County, our court system involves 6 elected judges, 1 for probate, 2 for circuit, 3 for district, 3 court administrators, and 2 other counties, being Antrim and Leelanau. Please describe your experience with judges and the courts.
Well, again, as a city manager, I don't have the direct experiences that you may expect from other candidates, I'm sure. But again, it really comes down to relationship and really valuing the services that are provided. In terms of the prosecutors and the judges, we work very closely to make sure that our law enforcement agencies are staffed and are communicating with the courts. The specific example would be the drug court. The City of Allegan had an opportunity to receive a grant through the stimulus program. What we did, knowing that the importance of the courts and its systems, we actually gave that grant. It's around a $30,000 grant to the court system to develop a drug court for very systematic and individualized cases, so that jail is not the only answer. If there's a way to do it through drug rehab requirements, through probation, through in-house tethering, through other treatment programs, that was the key for us. We know that in the jail population, a vast majority of the population is on some type of medication to truly help through their situation. So from our perspective, incarceration surely is one key and an absolute key. But there are other reasons too to treat and to deal with individuals that are in the institution. So by utilizing the drug court, we have better opportunity. We interact all the time just as being a function of a city manager in a county seat. I know their role, I know the importance. Our police department works interactively with the prosecutors and in turn with the judge. Obviously, youth infractions are critical in a small community too, and the vast majority of what we deal with do tend to be more youth-oriented or family court-oriented, so I have a very interactive role with the judges in that regard.
Okay, any follow-up questions on that? Commissioner Wheelock?
Well, you know, you speak of drug courts. Grand Traverse County was one of the first drug courts in the nation. You know, we're way out front. We also have a domestic violence court, a mental health court, and a veterans court. Our rapport with our judges is much better than 99% of the county officials I speak to throughout the state, throughout the Midwest. I'm just concerned with making sure that that continues, because, or if anything, it gets enhanced, because we certainly don't want to step backwards. You know, some of us that have sat here a while know what it was like even here 15 or 20 years ago when we first came here. To the relationship between the judges and the county board was almost non-existent, and we've worked very hard to improve that, and we provide an awful lot of services to the court. You know, there's times we wonder about the price tag of some of those services, but it's still a very important goal of ours to maintain that relationship.
If I may, from my perspective, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's fine.
So, obviously, there's statutory control, there's budgetary control, that is, if you will, from the black and white world, that's the controlling aspects of the court, is financial. But that's not how I rely on my relationship building or my interactions. Truth be told, they have a very unique function. They're elected officials. From there, the county board then interacts with them from a financial and relationship standpoint. You're not going to rely on your county administrator to be the hard hand all the time in terms of finances. To me, that's not the way I would manage. I would definitely work with the elected officials hand in hand to accomplish those relationships. So from a standpoint of style, I think I would be the perfect candidate, because that's how I rely on folks. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for their day-to-day activities and the support systems that it takes to do that job. So I wouldn't be concerned from my perspective, but I also understand that there is a process. And from there, we'd want to build that and make it stronger. And I'm very interested to hear more about the Veterans Court, because that is one that I have not experienced. That's very interesting.
Any other follow-up? Commissioner Lemkohl?
Yeah, our courts are going through a process and doing document imaging. Have you had any experience in that? And how do you figure out what's the best way to put a budget together to increase the capacity of being able to do that?
Well, again, first of all, our experiences in digital imaging is really more through the county, and we did have some interaction with them. It didn't quite work out in terms of the city and then the county interaction, at least in Allegan County, and I applaud the forward thinking of the county. But from a standpoint of funding, that's going to be tough. Everything's going to be tough. I'm sure you're dealing with personal property tax and its alleged demise. I'm working on Lansing every week, or contacting a legislator about every other week, just to make sure we're ahead of it. But in terms of the ability to fund such a program, obviously it would be related to its supplies and its opportunity to reduce that. Also, a more routine of staff. If you're like any organization, you have individuals that have been doing the same thing for a period of time. It really is a matter of changing routine. And part of changing that routine is allowing them to see a better way, make it more efficient. I deal with that at my staff as well. There is a way. There's the paper way. I've already copied some papers for you here today. I don't have my laptop here. But there is a different way and a better way. And hopefully the supply costs can be reduced so that can make it more efficient. But the other is the retention. That's another way to justify the cost. You have to store all the paper. There is a record retention system that you calculate in terms of space management. Again, I haven't done a space analysis, obviously, of Grand Traverse County, but if there's a struggle in terms of space, actually allocating those funds towards the operational piece could be a way to maybe offset those costs as well.
Okay, any other follow-up questions? All right.
In addition to the judges, Grand Traverse County has 7 other elected officials, some of which you've already mentioned: clerk, treasurer, register of deeds, drain commissioner, surveyor, prosecuting attorney, and the sheriff. Tell us about your experience working with similar elected officials.
Well, as I mentioned, probably the one off the top would be working with the undersheriff and the sheriff on a regular basis. With the reduction in budgets, we're always looking for ways to collaborate. And I mentioned earlier in my first interview that my signature is collaboration. We meet on a regular basis to see how there are better ways to patrol, if you will, what I'll call the Central Allegan area. We're a leader, the city of Allegan's a leader in police enforcement, but we're becoming more and more in demand for areas outside the city. We take the position that's a good thing, because individuals around the Allegan area are our neighbors, and we do not want to leave them hanging. I know other communities take a more strict approach, which, again, it's a choice. Our choice has been, let's get out, let's protect our neighbors. The city of Allegan, even though it has a population of 5,000, is very dynamic. A lot of committees, a lot of city interaction, but we also have 4 state highways that come right through the city. Our position is that if there's one of our neighbors on the highway outside the city, and that might be 2 or 3 miles out, we're there because we want to save lives. We want to make a difference. So from a law enforcement standpoint, we're working directly with the county to see how we can maximize those resources. Obviously, there's a lot of interaction with the townships as well. So that's one example. Another example would be the Emergency Preparedness Coordinator. In Allegan County, we have a nuclear power plant that actually is in Van Buren County, just south, but because we're in a median or a range, we as a county are actively involved in emergency management. It makes us better because there's more than one emergency, as you all know, with the recent electrical outages that you've experienced up here. There's more than one emergency, so by participating in the Palisades nuclear exercise, it just really helps the community sharpen up its skills for emergency management. So I've been involved in that in the past. I've been involved with the 911 Advisory Board in the interactions with 911 throughout the county. We as a city, I know, is one of your goals in the past, and I think you've implemented the surcharge for the 911. If not, that's something Allegan's been doing for a while. From there, I've been involved with the 911 Advisory Board Committee. That's 2 or 3. Solid waste. I've been involved in the recycling board in the past to really understand the statutory requirements not requirements, options we have for solid waste. And then the city's made choices from there. So that was actually handled within the health department. Those are 2 or 3. Road Commission. We work interactive with the Road Commission. That's an area where I think the cities and the townships and the county can really collaborate in. In Allegan, we tend to be, we work well together, but it does tend to be a separate situation. We as the city, for the first time, will be doing joint seal coating and joint striping contracts with them, because they being the county, have the base, but we have the intensity in terms of additional work. So hopefully that'll make a difference in terms of cost analysis. That's the Road Commission. And then from there, we work with MDOT all the time, with Michigan Department of Transportation, in terms of how that interacts with the county. We have an M8940 corridor study group that involves the county as well. We've done a number of studies around our area to help in terms of transportation issues. Again, I could keep going on and on, but I'll stop right there.
Okay. Any follow-up questions on that item? Commissioner?
Yeah, excuse me. You commented that in law enforcement, the city works directly with the county to maximize resources. Can you be a little more specific on that?
Well, we have a mutual aid agreement at a minimum. We interact formally and informally, so it's mutual aid. 911 dispatch will actually call us out to the township. First car, that's the system we work under. So that's the kind of the basics of it all. In terms of technology, we work through the county to obtain all of our computer enhancements in our vehicle. And so from a technological standpoint, they're our primary. However, we do have secondary to make sure that the city is interacting in a proper way. Informally, and this is really quite unique, and I credit this completely to our chief of police. He's a wonderful man, very progressive in many respects. We have our city police department, and then there's the county sheriff's department. A lot of the first line of defense for a police officer is its physical presence, and it's in terms of we do lots of training with guns and with stun and with all those types of things. But the first is the physical presence. So we literally have the weight room that allows them to have a physical appearance that can be physically strong in cases where they have to fight or have to be involved. Our chief of police invites individuals to our weight room from the county because the county doesn't have that facility. So we interact on a day-to-day basis with that. Obviously, there's a technical reason that's good, but also an informal reason where we can have the interaction with the police officers, and then they can then strategize together. So that's it in a nutshell. But again, I also talked about the undersheriff and some of the more administrative parts. And part of those administrative individualized processes is they being the county have so many resources to provide to the generalized area. They've laid out a precinct area. So it's about choices, and primarily choices for the townships. But that's a misnomer simply because the city provides much more law enforcement in our area than a 4-area township. So from there, we have to sort through resources. There's a Chiefs Association in Allegan County that our chief interacts with to make choices on who can go where and when. Our concern as a city and the county is with the reduction in personal property taxes that's being floated out there, and I understand that they're talking about replacing it dollar for dollar, and we're really, really excited about seeing that. Because, anyways, I think you all get it. But with that said, if that happens, that's going to really curtail our ability to reach into the townships as well. So we're very concerned, not just because of the city, but because of the area, because we truly take a responsibility. And I'll admit that, and I say that, some folks think that I'm being a bit foolish, because we take more of a broad-based, but that's just the way the city of Allegan works. We really believe in a community-wide approach. So that's why I look at my candidacy as your county administrator and say, yeah, you can look at the singular experiences with Allegan City, but really we do look at it broad-based, and I reflect that.
Okay, follow-up questions, Commissioner?
How many sworn officers do you have in the city of Allegan?
We have 9 sworn officers in the city of Allegan.
And do you know how many sworn officers there are in Allegan County Sheriff's Department?
Not specifically. Not specifically. I know. I would say not specifically. No. I mean, it's in the range of 50, I believe. So.
Doesn't Grand Valley also have their own department?
Well, Grand Valley's in Ottawa County.
Oh, isn't it?
Yeah, but unlike Grand Traverse, you have Traverse City, and then you have the county. I'm not sure if you have any other. I don't know if in Allegan County you have Plainwell, Otsego, Allegan, Douglas. Well, actually Douglas, Saugatuck as a joint fire or police district. Some of the villages have one officer just to kind of have a presence, but there's 4 or 5 municipalities and then Wayland, have 4 or 5 municipalities in the county that then supplement with the county sheriff's department. And then we also have the Gun Lake Casino has also just allocated a couple of officers to patrol that particular area. So it's probably more that dynamic in terms of its structure, and there's a lot of interaction. And with that comes conflict and also great relationships too, because again, we all are trying to do the best thing we can for the community at large. But with that said, the county does allocate individual officers for township. The townships that want to pay specifically for them, that's not a requirement but an option. And that's part of the debate we're in right now, is the townships that do not want to contribute extra, but how do you approach law enforcement? There's a variety of debates, but to deal with that, and I applaud the county on this, specifically where there is an interactive process going on. We're meeting about every quarter as a county. And then what they also have done is they've broken these down into smaller sections to talk about individualized resources. So, so my specifics on the county are probably a little vague in terms of its the actual sworn officers, but the interaction actually has been quite helpful. But it is getting stretched because of the limitation in funding. We're in our 4th or 5th year of reduced property taxes. We've interacted very clearly to reduce our obligations, but it's a continual issue. And then again, I think I've said it now 3 times, and I apologize, it's on my head, personal property tax. From there, it's going to be even more of an issue if they continue to work on that particular issue. So,
Any other follow-up?
Thank you.
Commissioner Max Bauer?
You have mentioned personal property taxes many times. Quite honestly, when the state says they're going to replace things dollar for dollar, I wouldn't trust them. But how will personal property taxes affect you?
In the city of Allegan, it'll be dramatic.
How dramatic?
Before the proposals came out, it was actually about a 30% reduction.
Ooh,
By working out some of the proposals and some of the details, it's probably more like 20%, which is still significant. We do have some bonding that's coming due. I'm going to be reacting that way, but there's no way getting around it. It's a significant issue for a community, any organization. I'd say in terms of the percentages are really interesting to talk about. But truth is, any organization is going to be affected significantly. So we happen to be the example of how bad it's going to be. At the same point, we have some debt that we can work off. We're obviously going to have to reduce services. But again, we're going to continue to collaborate. We're actually one of the most successful collaborators in the region in terms of whether it be law enforcement, road interaction, a variety of things that we do interactively. So it's a significant challenge, but you know, like anything, we'll get through it because that's what we do.
Okay, any other questions? All right, Jen.
Grand Traverse County has 13 separate bargaining units, all with different contracts, 10 of which expire December 31st, 2014. Please tell us about your experience negotiating labor contracts, including negotiating multiple labor contracts at one time.
We have three labor contracts. We've set them up to actually expire 1 year at a time. So we've had that option. So what we can do is then we have our first one is generally our non-binding Department of Public Works, SEIU. So from there we actually go pretty hard and really negotiate that. From there we work with our from there we do work with our non-union employees to actually modify benefits from there. From there, we work directly with our 2 police unions, a command as well as patrol. So from there, we work diligently after we kind of have an understanding of where the generalized organization is going. So I don't have specific to 1 year multiple negotiations, but it wouldn't be any different. It'd just be accelerating it in a 3-year period than we usually do in 1 year. I know that sounds like it's not in keeping, but we link our contracts really clearly. We have a very specific intentional strategy. Also, I work very closely with our finance committee, which is the city and the city council, to make sure that we're all on the same page. We understand though as well, we can't link all of our contracts with the same terms. That's called negotiating, that's called bargaining, but we come pretty doggone close. And again, we're very proud of our relationships with our unions. You can't always have that, especially in the future. If we're going to be reducing our, I won't say the P word again, personal property tax, but I just did, there you go. But again, things are going to get a little dicier, I'm sure. But again, we believe that building off of those relationships are the key to making these things successful. We're not looking to be friends, even though we are. We're looking to do the best thing for the citizens of Allegan and the employees as well, and we've been pretty successful.
Okay, any follow-up questions? Commissioner Gilman.
So just to clarify, so you mean that the 3 contracts that you carry right now are staggered 3-year contracts, so each one comes up each year?
Let me restate, I actually misspoke. The first one is 1 year DPW contract, and it actually gets resolved pretty quickly. Actually, police are in the same year. The command and patrol are in the same year, so I misspoke. What I was referencing is the second year, generally, we react to our non-union employees in a way that we adjust our policy manuals at the same time. So for clarity's sake, we have one DPW contract we work with in the year, and then an additional year we work with the command and then the patrol officers contract out of the police department.
One other question. Do you have you had any issues or how, with what we call Me Too? Does that seem to, do the different units, the different bargaining units use that there to bump up each other, perhaps? Or?
Yes, but we're aware of that. So what we try to do is when we negotiate first, we actually negotiate really hard so we know exactly where we are. This is the difference between binding and non-binding contracts. From there, we'll go to arbitration. We've been fortunate not to have to go too far. We usually are in a mediation process with our first contracts. So absolutely, there's a Me Too scenario, but you just deal with it based on what you have. That's why it's called negotiations, and they are a bargaining unit, and I respect that. But yeah, you're always going to get that, well, they did that, well, why don't you get that? We've done our best to try to align them, though. That's actually our strategy, and we've been pretty successful in doing that and used that as a rationale in terms of future mediation or even arbitration if we needed to go there.
Commissioner Wheelock.
Two questions. One, you talk about your police contracts. Have you ever experienced 312 arbitration?
No, we've been fortunate not to have to do that because we work so hard not to.
We all work there. Second thing is, one of the problems that we have is because our contracts are so diverse and so long, we have a real problem with people forgetting the history piece. You know, well, back in 1986, we gave up a free day we got a free day in exchange for a pay increase. Have you had any experience with dealing with those issues?
Absolutely. We are continually reminded in 1990, actually it was 1989, when the city manager, back in 1989, by the way, I was a building official in Allegan at the time, so I know the personality, I know the issue. Well, they changed from a defined, actually it was defined contribution to a defined benefit, and from there all the extra contributions went into the union contract. And then the following city manager didn't use all those contributions to supplement the MERS, so that when we look at our unfunded and funded ratio, that's the reason. It's not the fact that we added some extra benefits in the mid-90s when things were good and all this good stuff. So, I mean, we're continually reminded about that. That's why I think it's really important as from your perspective that you have someone who's going to plan to be here a while to try to offset that, to have interactions, to trust the staff around that knows these stories. Obviously, as a Grand Traverse County administrator, I would start on day one. I don't have those types of history, but I would surely be tapping in everyone around to know what's going on. But I do understand the importance of history. I don't discount it. I just say, well, that's interesting, and let's work towards resolution, but we really are in a different day. I would even argue that I've been with Allegan again, and you've seen my resume, you know my history. Very successful in Allegan. I've tried some other places and came back. It's been a successful run. I love my career. But truth is, even the last 6 years have been extremely dynamic. Part of that being dynamic is the fact that even as early as the Obama administration, when they first came in place, that just changed the whole world in terms of granting and opportunities. But prior to that, it wasn't nearly as dynamic. And now, it's actually much more challenging. Now, good, bad, or indifferent, you just react to the environment we're in. So I would suggest to you, history is important. It's critical. You got to understand it. But from there, you also need to know every day is a new day. And to remind folks that as we start our next union level of negotiations, you know, it's like, I get that, but we're moving on because we've done some things internally to really adjust on those things. And you got to let that go or embrace it, but you know that we got some other situations we have to deal with.
Any other follow-up questions? I'm going to steal one from Commissioner Wheelock. Commissioner Wheelock has continued to strive for what he would define as a master contract for all bargaining units. I mean, is that something that you're looking to have or trying to achieve?
Well, just by its nature, you can't do that because they're individualized union. But you can work off of the premise that this is what we're providing this bargaining unit. From there to try to align it as closely as possible. I mean, you can align the format, but unless they're willing to be as a group, a singularized union, that would just be difficult. But yeah, I have to admit, that is actually the concept that we work off of in the city of Allegan. We negotiate, we adapt, we understand binding arbitration. From there, we align as closely as we can. But in a dynamic situation like Grand Traverse, that would be extremely difficult. But the concept is valid, and that's what I tried to work for.
Okay, any other questions on that topic? Okay, Jen?
All right, we're going to transition into some questions on the budget now, okay? Currently, Grand Traverse County has an annual operating budget of approximately $138 million and budgets one fiscal year at a time. Please tell us about your past experience managing budgets, including managing budgets covering multiple fiscal years.
Well, Actually, it was in, when I was in Ohio, we actually went to a 5-year fiscal budget routine.
Okay.
Again, the value itself is in that 1 year because, especially in these uncertain financial times, that's what you can count on, as much as you can count on. But in Yellow Springs, we went to a 5-year system. I thought that was interesting, but frankly, I thought because of the uncertainties, a 3-year system was probably much more reliable. For a number of reasons. In our case, we generally have negotiated 3-year contracts, so that just seemed to make sense. So I will just start with my years in 2005 with the City of Allegan. We budget off of a 3-year system. Again, multiple budgets. You mentioned the number, and I appreciate the fact that the City of Allegan doesn't have that same type of budget number as Grand Traverse. However, I would tell you that it's complex in terms of its general funds, special revenue funds, enterprise funds, water, sewer, internal service funds, trust and agency, and the like that I know you all know. But what drove us particularly in terms of the multiple budget, one, it's just good business sense. And again, I don't believe government is business and business is government, but there's some serious business practices that government should continue to look at, and I know in Allegan we do that really well, and I tell you based on all my readings with Grand Traverse, I know you do a lot of those types of practices as well. And I can talk about my concepts on business and government later, but it really comes down to a 3-year budget cycle because of capital particularly. We found ourselves in past, again, when I was there before, we did work off of a 1-year budget cycle, but it's hard to project, I got to say it again, the personal property tax. If you look at what's going on in that particular area, they're talking about phasing it out. So you better be sharp on what that's going to mean the following year and the following year after that, and it's going to change. If the proposal that's being presented right now by Lieutenant Governor Calley, if you look at that, I should say in the Senate group, if you look at that, it's going to be more critical to understand how that's going to phase itself out, assuming the proposal passes. But the other is when you have capital expenditures, how then can you make commitments for grant cycles that, in my experience, has been 2 or 3 years, whether it's a road commission project or any of our grants. It takes time for it to come forward. So if you're budgeting 1 year at a time, how do you really know you can basically support the match levels 3 years down the line if you're not putting in multiple budgets? Secondly, it also is a great technique when it comes to department heads and requests, because I don't know about you, but usually we get more than we can fund. So from there, then you can sort through it a little more clearly. You can say, okay, I get the fact that you need to do this. I usually work off of safety, maintenance, and ways to reduce budgets as kind of my top 3 criteria. From there, though, you work in and again, it's a floating criteria. Safety is usually number 1. If I see a safety issue, I'm usually pretty excited about getting that resolved from a risk management standpoint. But if you identify a maintenance issue that involves a grant, then how do you know in year 3 you're going to be able to fund it? You can only do that through a multiple capital program through multiple year budgets. So that's just how we roll right now, and it's been really successful.
Okay. Questions? Commissioner Wheelock.
Well, as a businessman, I'll be very excited when personal property tax goes away. I've always felt it was a terribly unfair tax in the first place. But in Grand Traverse County, it's not just the potential of losing personal property tax. It's the fact that assessments are being overturned by the Michigan Tax Tribunal. Yeah. And we lost, what, $750,000 in this year. That's huge. So, as, we adopted a budget based on numbers, and then we lose $750,000 worth of revenue. Tell me how you deal with that.
Well, one, you always attempt to budget conservatively. And I understand dropping property values. I understand tax tribunal and those impacts on the budget. Maybe not to that extent, but again, those numbers are bigger, so you can react. How do I react to falling budgets? I think the key to budget, and we say this to our department heads all the time, just because we put it in the budget and we say we're going to do it doesn't mean we're going to do it. Well, that sounds a little off-putting, but truth is, a budget is a plan. And until you have the money, or until you're sure the monies are coming in, how then can we spend the money? So in this case, one, I know it's a bit of a challenge, but you got to work as closely as you can with the equalization department and then your assessing groups throughout the county to make sure that they're doing everything they can to be conservative in their estimates. But I guess the bottom line is things happen. You know, personal property, I agree, and I'm not arguing for personal property. I'm arguing against the impacts and then the lack of replacement, or the promise is we will have replacement. So we'll go from that. So I'm not arguing personal property tax, that's for sure. I think there are ways to approach it that might be a little more effective. But long story short, look at budget as a plan, and then a multiple budget, look at it as a multiple plan. And from there, if you're going to make a financial commitment, stick to it, but know that those things do change over time. And those trend lines, I'm sure that you do, show that you may be able to count on, or might think you're going to get certain amounts of money, but you better count on it being less. Now, you don't do it out of paranoia. If you do that, you're not going to be able to accomplish. And I noticed in a lot of your planning documents, you talk about some level of risk-taking. You talk about being forward-thinking. We'll continue to do that. But for instance, in this particular year, we said, well, we're just going to not plan as much next year. And then, by the way, until it becomes a combination not only of budget, but it's also of cash management too. That's where the state of Michigan got in really serious trouble, is they were working off their budgets as much as their cash flow. So from our perspective, cash flow is also an integral part of budgeting. So you don't spend it unless you think you have it for sure. Now, I'm not saying 100%, but in the high 90s would be a good thing. And that's if you can. If you can't, you just make qualified decisions. And you communicate with the Board of Commissioners on those risks that are being taken, if in fact it's considered a risk. So a budget is a plan. That's what a budget is.
Any other questions of the candidate on that one? All right, Jen.
What would you anticipate your involvement to be throughout the year in managing and evaluating our budget to actual performance?
One, the key is to set the outcome base that you're setting and understanding. I work off of, and I've noticed a lot of your documents are very similar. You create broader-based goals, and then from there you do individualized tasks. The question becomes how much measurement can you put within those tasks, and even the tasks can be vague in itself. So it really depends on working closely with the department heads. And that's my tool, is to work directly with the department heads to understand if we can measure certain things out or not. Everything's different. Maybe in a more financial environment, you can maybe measure that a little more closely. How do you measure working with the social service department on cases that are successful? Well, maybe you can find those numbers. But I think it depends on the department. But I'm definitely into output-based budgeting. But again, everyone has to agree to it. It might be too theoretical. And frankly, every time you do an event like that, it does take staff time and effort. So you really got to evaluate whether it's worth it. What I know is worth is, one, mission, goals, and tasks. That, to me, has covered about 90+% of the activity to be successful in our city. And I think it's reflective in your documents as well. To go farther in terms of measurement outcomes, I'm all about it. I really am. The question is, do we have the staff to support it? And then from there, is it worth the time and energy, especially in these reduced environments? It's a call you have to make. I would argue, though, that it depends on the department, because certain ones are easier to format. Other ones are more theoretical. So is it worth it? Depends.
Follow-up questions.
I would suggest, though, that with my training with ICMA, I've been in the ICMA for over 20 years. I've been a certified city manager since 2008. So in what we haven't done in Allegan, I surely have read and learned a lot. And I'm just really impressed, by the way, with the work that you guys have done in terms of your strategic planning. It's similar to what we've done, and you guys gone even beyond that. And so I congratulate you on that. But with that said, it's not a foreign concept to me regarding output-based budgeting.
Commissioner Lemko.
So have you had any experience or read any information about budgeting for outcomes, and would you recommend that an organization might look to that direction to build in a budgeting declining to be able to work in that direction?
As a lot of my answers, it depends, right? But sure, yeah, I mean, that's how business works when you have the time and energy, but it does cost money, so you got to evaluate that. Again, I'll say it again, I think it really depends on the department, and I like to be consistent, I like master contracts, I like treating everyone the same, that's my objective. At the same point, sometimes it's not always possible or always reasonable. So I think this is how I would approach it. If you hired me as your Grand Traverse County Administrator, I'd look at what you're already doing, then I'd look at the individuals as well, running the departments, to see how adept they are to that type of concept. From there, I would look for some pretty basic measurables. If they're already not being done, is there a way we can do it? And kind of build a culture of that. The key to that type of approach is that it's culturally acceptable. If at the end of the year, people are, oh man, I got to do that report. Well, maybe they do that anyways, but I'd rather them say, oh, I got to do that report because it'll help my department either secure funding or show the accomplishments or be more successful. We all got to do things we don't want to do, but if we can get to that point, it's better. Versus, well, the county administrator says I have to. There's a reason why we're doing it, and that would be my job to help articulate that. Now, by the way, we have to have support of the County Board of Commissioners on that, and frankly, you may or may not agree with that concept, and that's fine too, as long as we work together to understand it. Would that be my number one objective, to make it an outcome-based budget? Probably not my number one, because I'd want to understand the organization first, but it's surely something I strive for, because it's a very successful technique, because it does allow for more of a aligning of budgets to outcomes, which is really, I think, what the taxpayers are trying to have us do. So.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Wheelock.
It's interesting that you talk about organization. This organization will change significantly in November of this year, well, January 1st of this year. The county board goes from 9 members to 7. We'll have a new county prosecutor, a new county clerk, and a new county treasurer. So our organization, as we have all come to know it, is going to change significantly. Have you ever had an experience in dealing with those issues?
Yes. Yeah, I understand transition.
Probably not well.
Well, it's what it is, and maybe that's why, in terms of you're looking at evaluating a new administrator, you want someone who's going to be here a while, so that we can not only understand that change, but also take that change in a positive direction for a period of time. Institutional knowledge and memory is so important, and you're about ready to lose a lot of it, so you need to have someone who understands that change. Allegan's been pretty stable. We think it's because we try really hard to create a stable environment. But in other organizations I've worked, we've unfortunately had to either, we just had significant amounts of change for a variety of reasons. And again, every change is an opportunity. It just depends how much opportunity you want to embrace at the same time. It's also, from an administrator's perspective, I believe in history. I value employees who've been here for a long time. That's really important. At the same point, when those opportunities come forward, they have to leave for whatever reason, it does give you another chance to really recreate that whole environment that maybe we've counted on. Like I said, things are changing significantly on a day-to-day basis. Over the last 3 years, it's changed significantly. So you want to have someone who understands change. You want to have someone maybe who's not rooted into the old way of doing business. Because if you do that, then I think you can move forward. So my experience is Yellow Springs was a particular area where there's a lot of change, a lot of turnover. But even Allegan. Here, for instance, I'm fortunate, and by the way, I'm just going to say that about my community I work in. They're a tremendous community, just a very supportive community. In a very positive manner. I cannot say anything negative about it. It's just a great place to be. So I'm grateful for that. Part of that gratitude, though, is the fact that, I don't think there are any existing council members on the board that hired me 6 years ago.
Wow.
You might think, oh my gosh, Rob, that's why you're interviewing, right? No, not at all. Actually, I got just as positive or more positive relationships with our existing council. Now, understand, that's just not a way that Allegan does business. Prior to that, when I was hired 6 years ago back, I had worked with those same city council members for the 10 years, 12 years prior. So there's a moment, I think, in maybe public service of change and transition. I also know that with new hires, benefit packages aren't going to look the same as they did before. So it's going to be more difficult probably to hire the best and the brightest. But again, that's where I think the environment that you've created with strategic planning, I believe that if you hire the right administrator, that'll be a real positive aspect of getting the right people. I've dealt with change. I value history. You know, hopefully, and again, I don't know the organization well enough, but hopefully there's some internal candidates sitting out there in certain departments that can help that transition in a positive way. I'm not against that at all. Actually, that's usually the best way, if they're there. If they're not there, then you go through a process like you're going through here, right? And Mr. Bott chose not to be the county administrator, so there you go. So I know you're doing a good job, but long story short, hopefully there's some internal candidates that can help, but if not, it's a great opportunity.
Commissioner Max Bauer.
We have a director of BETA, our Bay Area Transportation Alliance Association, who, when he came in, asked all department heads to reapply for their jobs. Promised them that they would be in the top 3, but did not promise them employment. I know the former county administrator of Sarasota County, huge county in Florida, did exactly the same thing. What is your opinion of that?
Well, first of all, what's the BETA? Help me with that.
Oh, it's a
The Bay Area Transportation
it's a public bus
Authority.
system. But I mean, I've known a number of I just gave those 2 examples, but I've known a number of, or I do know a number of administrators who have done that. What is your opinion of that?
Like I said, it depends, but I've never used that technique. It's just not something I would prescribe to. If you walk into an organization and you know it's a really bad place to work and interact, I wouldn't do it just carte blanche. That would be, in my opinion, and again, every city manager has their style, and every city manager is successful and not successful. So I'm not putting a complete blanket on that technique, but if you're asking me what I would do, no, I wouldn't do that, because I know that, well, I can just tell, there's an organization here that's really successful. From there might be stylistic changes. Again, I'm the new guy, and I do have demands. I do seek excellence. I'm a nice guy, but I seek excellence. And part of that excellence, I'm sure, will involve conflict at a point. I don't anticipate that. I'm not looking for it. I think it takes time to transition into an organization. I'm not a quick, I like change. I can deal with change, but I'd rather just deal with what's here for now, understand what's successful and not. So I think it depends, but no, I am definitely not that type of manager.
Okay. I have one quick question. You indicated that you had a 4-year declining base of revenue, and that's pretty much what we've seen. Have you and your city commission engaged in any prioritization process or model in trying to determine what to cut?
Well, the short answer is yes. But again, they do, frankly, they do rely on me to, I think I've heard this phrase from a lot of my colleagues, pull a rabbit out of the hat. They do look towards the city manager. I'm sure, Mr. Bott, you understand that. You do rely on your manager to help. Well, of course, we don't want to, of course, the initial is we don't want to lay anyone off, and oh, by the way, we want the same services, and oh, by the way, at a, 15% reduction over 5 years or something, And that's generally the saying. And then from there, to me, the key is, and I know you have strategic planning and a process for budgeting, but the key is to keep communicating. I do communicate directly with our finance department director, our finance director, but our finance committee as well. So we work as a team. So in terms of strategy, it usually comes out of the finance department, the finance committee, and we implement it with the finance director. But the budget process we undertake, and again, I can appreciate maybe a smaller community and maybe not seeing some application, but truth is we start our budget process, well, actually it goes 12 months a year. But officially it starts 6 months in advance of the new budget. And then from there, we have strategic planning out of the gate. And from the, it is strategic planning, but I've kind of used it as well as an indicator of what's important and what's not. I use it as an opportunity to educate on the issues throughout the year. From there, we then sort. We've talked quite a bit through institutional knowledge about how do we approach employment contracts. That's just not kind of magically appears at a negotiation session. That's done with a finance committee and the council, actually a year in advance. Actually, in terms of with EVIP, we actually know where we're going in terms of trying to get it down to the 20%. I'm not sure, actually, I didn't do that research. I'm not sure what that is here. But to get to a 20% level, we've had to work from a 10% down to a 20%, and we've had that strategy already laid out for the next 3 years. So I would say we primarily do it through our finance committee. We do it as well through our strategic planning, and then a lot of the information that comes from there, and then it gets sorted out over the budget period in a multiple year fashion.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Commissioner Henschel.
Throughout your economic or property value drops in the last 4 years, have you taken any leadership roles in any economic development initiatives in your area?
Well, that's actually one of my strengths. First of all, we're very fortunate to have the Perigo Company, and it's a company in town. They employ 3,500 people. Obviously, they're, well, references the elephant in the room. And they're extremely important, a great community to be a part of, so I can't say anything more positive than having that opportunity. But with that said, we've also been told it's a double-edged sword because you have a reliance on that type of company in your community, not only from an employment base, but also tax base. So from there, just the fact you have a company like that, that is growing, by the way, so really excited about that. I'm always interacting with the state of Michigan, whether through MEDC, whether it be through the CAT team. I'm always interacting with the state and how we can move. So just having the Perigo Company there itself really has allowed me to understand and be very proactive in state incentives, if you will, through tax credits. Now, as you all may know, Governor Schneider has really kind of retooled that to call it a grant program, kind of flipped it on the other side of the ledger sheet. So we have that interaction. But again, Perigo's grown, they continue to be successful, and we're pleased. But that's just one part of economic development strategy. You might have noticed in my resume that I talked about being in the MSU certification. It's called the BSP, Business Solutions Professional. I'm sure some of the folks in your community have involved themselves in that. That was sponsored by Michigan Works Group as well as Michigan State University. It involves workforce development, economic development, and education, and how all three of those types of issues interact to really help business in the community. I don't believe government creates jobs. I believe we create the environment to help job creation. It's a big difference. With that said, I work closely with Michigan Works on workforce development on a regular basis. Actually, the directors on the chamber and economic development group that I work with. From a standpoint of I'm just interacting with the state. I'm on a first name basis, have their cell phones to when we need something. I also deal with small business because again, the key to our economic engine is small business as well. I have the opportunity to work with a large employer, and we're very grateful, but I also have the opportunity to work with a lot of metal manufacturers. How can we help? And sometimes the answer is by not visiting me. That's cool. I got it. Wrote that one down, you know. But from there, it's like, but I need qualified work, and I don't know how qualified workers, and I don't know how to access that. Great. Let me work with you on that. What grants can you give me to help me with this renovation? Or I'm having a hard time with loans. Well, then from there, I try to evaluate and establish relationships with banks and financial institutions to understand the SBA in terms of how it and translate that. Because when folks are making things, when folks are doing business, they're not really interested in claim to be the expert in those types of programs. Well, that's what they pay me to do, is to understand that. So I have a very broad base of economic development experiences that I'm very, very proud of. It's not only the Perigos and the small businesses. We have an industrial park. I understand certified industrial park. I understand how to evaluate prospects and such. But we also have a downtown. So when it translates to Traverse City and its interaction, I think I can be very helpful in that. If nothing else, I understand. At a minimum, I understand. At a maximum, maybe I can help in somehow, some way. I know brownfield redevelopment as well has been big. Whether that's a positive or negative, that's where I say it depends. It just simply depends on the project, the expense. You know, brownfields as well as DDAs and other tax increment finances, they take away money from the county. I hear from the other side on that. And so it's like, well, how do we articulate that into a positive versus a negative? Or when do we say, no, we're not accepting that, because that's just not what we want to do? Or frankly, in this declining environment, you know, that's not an option we want to pursue. But again, I'm obviously a city guy. I really enjoy downtowns and its development, and I believe in the core. I think my economic development experience is one of my signatures as well as being very positive. And again, it doesn't happen alone. I just want to say this. This is hard for me because I don't want to make it all about me, but it happens to be about me, right, in terms of this process. But truth is, you work with people. I hear you have an outstanding planning agency, and that's wonderful because planning is the key. So I congratulate you on all your efforts and energies.
Okay, any follow-up questions on that? All right, moving on, Jen?
Rob, you kind of indirectly answered this question. I'll just see if you have anything else to add. How would you evaluate economic and other trends in the market relative to their impact on our overall financial position? I know you've already talked about your involvement with brownfields and everything. Is there anything else you want to add to that?
Again, reliance on property taxes is the key. With the elimination of that particular thing I'm not going to mention again, it's going to make it even more dynamic. Again, I guess I would just reiterate my experiences with the Downtown Development Authority. I'd reiterate my experiences with workforce development and Michigan Works. I would reiterate my experiences with the Michigan Economic Development Corporation in my day-to-day and understanding. You know, it was amazing. The other day I got a call from the CAT team, which is a community action team from the state, asking if we had projects that we could, you know, work with them on specifically. And again, we've been really successful. But with some of these strategies, we've been pulling back a little bit on our extra assistance. So I was really pleased to get a call from the CAT team. So I guess just my ability and and they know they can call me. And they know I'll take them seriously. So I guess I would just say that from an economic development perspective, we want to help small businesses the best we can. But I'll go back to the fact that we don't create jobs, we create an environment for job creation. So that would be my key, is to make sure that we continue to do that.
Okay, any follow-up on that? All right, moving on.
What do you believe is the purpose of a fund balance, and when do you consider it appropriate to use your fund balance?
The purpose of a fund balance is, well, it depends, sorry. It depends. It depends on how you use it. If you have a rainy day fund or an additional fund, that's one thing. In Allegan, we've used our fund balance as more of a kind of a rainy day fund, but we also enhance that fund balance. You use it when, I think I mentioned earlier, when you, in our case, when you have an opportunity to create a safer work environment. And again, it depends. We work off of a 17 to 20% fund balance. Again, in the good old days, this was at 10%. Now we've bumped it up to 17 to 20. Frankly, I think now some of the auditors would rather have it up to 25% just because of some of the uncertainties. I'm more of a believer in about 17%. But basically, if there's opportunities to create a safer work environment by investing, if you don't have those funds, I think that's important. In the budget environment, I think it's important if you can find ways to reduce your operational expenses, because that's the key right now, in my opinion. People are efficient in their spending habits. You just keep monitoring it and do the best you can. But truth is, when you balance a budget, you have to have an operational balanced budget. That's just the way it rolls. That's the way I roll. I've never produced a budget that hasn't been operationally balanced. When I use fund balance, it's so that if there's a way to offset that operational budget so that the next year or the year after, it'll be less of an impact, I'm in, depending on how it affects the overall fund balance. And then third, of course, is capital investment and quality of life issues. If it makes sense, let's look at it. But again, in this environment, I would say the number 1 and 2 are the primary. If spending the fund balance can help us operationally balance our budget the next year, let's look at that hard. And there has to be a return, though. Energy efficiency is a whole area that I've looked at and I could talk lots about. But the other, of course, is safety of our workplace. I mean, and that, there's a cost associated with that, but to me, the human cost is probably more important.
Commissioner Gilman.
You just said the auditors would like 25%, and I find that to be a little high, too. What is it that they see, that you think they saw that made them come up with that kind of percentage?
Well, no disrespect to Mr. Bott, as a former finance director, interim manager. Finance directors want more money in the bank. That helps in terms of the, the Standard & Poor's rating system. They're looking at the outcome over, again, we tend to, where it's a one-year process, they do audit in a one-year budget. They're looking at overall outcomes. And the more money you have in the bank, the more financially secure you can be, and the more decisions you can make as a board to be financially conservative, which is the key. I think uncertainty, maybe more sophistication, probably experiences they've seen over the years where municipalities haven't been as prudent. So they say, well, have 25 is better than 10. In my long history, 10. Well, 25 is better. To me, I think, though, you got to look at it. So that's the finance perspective. Mr. Bott can talk more candidly about those types of things, I'm sure. And I do respect that. At the same point, you really do got to balance out those other things I mentioned. If you can invest in worker safety, if you can offset your operation budget by investing, do it. But not at the risk of your organizational fund balance. Again, like I said, 17% is kind of our trade. It makes sense for us. It's good. Still $1 million in the bank from our perspective, and that's a pretty good emergency. So we're good. Obviously at Grand County level, 17, 18, I'm not sure what the exact fund balance is, something to that effect. That seems pretty comfortable, I would imagine. But again, I look to the advice of the finance director, and I look for the advice of the auditors. I'm not scared of auditors. I love auditors. I say, tell us what you want, because see, I want to accomplish that. It's not a confrontational setting. I've heard managers talk about other experienced managers. There's this old saying, the manager's job is to spend the money, and the finance director or the treasurer's job is to keep it. And there's this kind of inherent conflict with that. Well, I guess that's a healthy conflict, but truth is I don't see it that way. I see it as a combination of working together for the betterment of the community. The county administrator's role as the controller is ultimately to make sure that you're financially healthy. But you also got to manage within that context. Work with your good people. From there, understand what the ultimate outcomes of the board are, and the finance director and the treasurer, and we can get there. We always have. I have for 24 years, let's put it that way. In smaller budgets where the opportunity for error is much more crisp, I guarantee you that. But there's also bigger impacts with larger budgets. That's cool. I can deal with that either way.
Okay. Any other follow-up questions? Okay, Jen.
I just want to do a time check here because our next candidate arrives in a little over 50 minutes, and we got 20 more questions on the list, and we want to give Rob a time. Yep. So just a little time check. Rob, we are currently 50% funded with our defined benefit pension plan. Tell us about your experience with an unfunded pension liability and its impact on annual contribution requirements, in discussing the budget consequences with that as well.
Well, I don't think we were at 50, I think we were at 60, and that created some concern in our council. So what we did 3 or 4 years ago when we had some additional fund balances, we actually provided MERS more fund contribution. With the tighter budgets and such, we stopped doing that. But again, I mentioned that story earlier about how the contribution earlier should have gone, or was allegedly should have gone to MERS, and it didn't. Long story short, and I'll make it quick. We looked at future fund contributions, but MERS, in this case, MERS actually does adjustments anyway. So you're building up that fund balance. Our objectives would be 100%, but we're at about 70, 75% right now.
Oh, you're in good shape.
So, but again, it's a choice. It's a choice. That's a liability, yeah, but it's also not going to come to you in that moment. If it is, or you got that sense it's going to be more, well, maybe that becomes the higher priority.
Okay, any other follow-up on that? All right, Jen?
Grand Traverse County has financial oversight over a few entities in the county with which we share a tax ID, such as the Grand Traverse Pavilions, Road Commission, Department of Public Works, and the airport. Tell us about your experience with providing financial oversight to multiple entities.
Well, primarily, again, it's a city, so maybe it's a little different, but again, I oversee the Public Works Department, so a road commission perspective. We're very interactive to understand that in terms of grants and allocations. The airport is a fund, it's actually a general fund opportunity. We're actually using Prine and Newhoff, which is I think actually the plan that, or the group that was selected for the airport. So again, it's you wear multiple hats through these things, so I interact directly with that, and then the Airport Advisory Board. Let's see, probably to finish, I would say the water and sewer departments. We have water and sewer, we've done major plan improvements, major grants. I've made it my goal and an opportunity to educate our department heads in a way that they run those operations, but I'm the city manager, so they have to interact, I have to interact with them, but not in a way that's negative, it's really positive. So it's just part of what we do. I understand the autonomy of the DDA is another situation where it's more autonomous. It's more politic, I guess, but it's also levels of control. But again, to me, the success isn't about you have to. The answer is you'll want to because of all these reasons. And by the way, we're doing this in a strategic way. And if that's not consistent, then let's talk about the strategy.
Okay, any questions? All right, Jen?
Rising healthcare costs have a significant budget impact. Tell us about your experience managing rising healthcare costs.
Every year you evaluate it. And now with contracts, it makes it more difficult. But every year you evaluate it, at least to know what the environment you're in. We've changed from a variety of services. Now we're in a health savings account. But with the healthcare laws that are coming forward, it's a very dynamic area. We're looking forward to June and the Supreme Court rulings to see how that affects. We've changed our health care. We've had a successful union negotiations that allowed us to quickly pivot to save us hundreds of thousands of dollars in health insurance. And again, that wasn't done because they had to. That was done because it was to their benefit for job creation. So it's a dynamic area. My experience is every year we evaluate it. We work closely with folks who know the industry much better than our staff, because truth is every day there's changes coming out of Washington. So.
Questions, Commissioner Lemkohl?
Yeah, have you had any experience in wellness programs and health, and do you support them as part of the health care of your organization?
Well, the fact that the police department have a weight room and a fitness area is evidence, and that was done actually very early on in our career. Now, it was done for the right reasons, but it was also done because it basically is a positive impact on our health insurance. I absolutely support it. I haven't found the exact, thank you very much, I haven't found the exact tool to implement that. I support it. It's just how then do you do it to then make direct impacts on your financial bottom line. And also there's a political component to who's getting who, you know, well, they have that great weight room at the county building, you know. Well, I wish I had that in my business. Well, if you connect it to the financial bottom line and then the fact that it's important to employees, I absolutely support it. I just, in my mind, other than the police and then encouraging it, I'm not sure quite how to make that connection, but I'm sure there's other folks that have. And part of the strength of a city manager or county manager is to do the research, to look what's going on out there, to connect with your associations, to ask the right questions. Because again, Grand Traverse is a very forward-thinking group, and I know there are other communities that find other areas to be more forward-thinking.
Okay, anything else on that? All right, Jen?
Tell us about your experience recommending and executing public policy. How do you find balance with property owner rights and the desire for central planning?
Well, I firmly believe in strategic planning. If it comes down to land use planning, I mean, that's, again, another area that I work with on a regular basis. I know you're dealing with a lot of, excuse my language, dam issues. We used to call it the dam in Allegan because there was no wind on any of this, because you're dealing with water and property rights, but you're also dealing with environmental issues, and then in our case, we actually own the dam, so we had to deal with a liability issue as well as capital costs. Public support was the key in our situation. From there, you had to evaluate, property takeaways that resulted, and so you go through a public process, a regulatory process. In our case, we ended up keeping the dam and the water rights that were associated with it for a number of reasons, and I won't go into it because of time, but EPA, DEQ, there's a lot of reasons there. But the other is, and I know in Yellow Springs, farm preservation was big, and the village really took a proactive stance on that. It has a lot of value, however, it had a lot of impact. The one thing that my resume may not shine as much is my interaction in rural townships as well, and I understand very clearly when it comes to agriculture. By the way, Allegan's one of the largest agricultural counties, well, clearly in the state, maybe even the Midwest. So I understand the impacts of public policy related to agriculture. Like I said, I see the value in land preservation, restricting activity, but in this case, and for the farmers that I know, that land relates to their retirement. Mm-hmm. And if you limit that, that's a big deal. It's not just about a view. No disrespect, you got the best view in the world, Grand Traverse. But you also have so many beautiful farms and just areas. But you have to balance that out, and you have to have a full public discourse on this to really help. So in terms of public policy, I truly believe in the input of the board. The board is my boss. I react to that. My perspective as well is have interaction with the public as much as you can that makes productive sense, knowing that you're never going to win at 100%, that's for sure. So I'm conscious that a decision made in this room will absolutely affect folks and sometimes affect them in a negative way. So in terms of land preservation, I have mixed feelings about it, but I do know that as it relates to your question, Jen, it has impact, and you have to be thorough about it, research, and then also look to your colleagues out there. What are they doing? Because chances are what we're dealing here is, I like to say it this way, we like to think we're special as communities. We're special in our own same ways, or we're the same in our own unique ways. And so you have to really just know that others are dealing with this. So do the research, and you can really get a lot of answers.
Okay, any follow-up on that? Commissioner Wheelock?
You spoke about your dam issues. We have one of our own, as you obviously are aware. We underwent probably the most public process that this community's ever seen, and the decision was made to decommission 3 dams and breach them. But obviously, there are property owners who will be adversely affected by that decision. How do you weigh when single property owners or groups of property owners are adversely affected compared to a benefit to the community as a whole?
How do I weigh it? Well, I listen.
How do you relate to it?
Well, like again, the dam or in Yellow Springs, the fact that, and I could talk those specific, I think you're talking more individually. You listen, you understand. There is the compelling planning process, though, land use. You have all put a lot of effort and energy into the grand vision. I'm not sure, I have some questions about that, but obviously you value the grand vision, you value strategic planning as a group. So I would look at how it reacts to that. By the way, I also know that when you have public sessions, usually advocacy groups come to those, so maybe it's a little one-sided one way or the other, and it just simply depends. Depends on the event, it depends on how it's done. There's no easy answer to that question, but I would suggest to you it really comes down to listening and then looking at the overall perspective of the community, because someone may own part of the bay, if you will, but it's such a treasure that to have something impactful happen there may not be in the best community interest. So listening, creating lots of public forums to talk and listen. But there is a point where you just say, okay, we get it. And now it's time for a vote. So I wish I had a better answer for you, because it really depends on the situation. But I think
it's not an easy question.
Yeah, but I think you really do, and I think you're doing it. You create an environment that you can relate back to the grand vision, strategic planning. You've had plenty of public input. In the harder ones, it does take time. It just takes time, and that's where patience comes in. Nothing happens overnight sometimes in those really tough decisions.
Okay, follow-up questions on that? All right, moving on.
Aside from budget issues, name one or two of the most critical issues you see facing counties today.
Besides budget issues. Okay. Again, I think you're doing a great job. I'm a city manager, so you're going to get a city manager type of answer. Here you go. I think counties can, at least in my county, and I have a really good county to work in, I think public service, providing a really high level of consciousness on what the day-to-day impacts the county board and the departments are doing, and finding a way to get that message out in a much more clear way. Again, we do so much that it's hard to articulate a stream of clear information. So I think outreach to the public, really identifying, that's a problem because of the nature of it. I would say that would be one problem. Again, working directly with townships and cities in a uniformed way the best we can. By the way, I'm not looking for the county is the overall entity. I don't believe that. I believe we're partners with townships. I believe we're partners with cities. I believe we're partners in the other jurisdictions, regional planning and these types of things. So I think coming to the table with that type of perspective is really valuable. So public service, I would say supportive to other groups is two. And we're not talking about money, so I'm not going there. So that's obviously the big one on the table that we all have to look at. But I just repeat it. I'll just repeat. Really letting the people know that this is valuable. This is valuable what happens in this chamber. This is valuable what's happening on a day-to-day basis, whether it be the health department or the courts. It's making a difference. And sometimes I think that gets washed because because people don't see it. And so let's communicate that.
Okay, anything from the board? All right, we're going to move on to leadership, management, and supervision questions. Jen?
Define leadership in one sentence.
Define leadership. Listening and listening and being patient and getting stuff done.
Any questions on that? Jen, go ahead.
What is the most difficult management problem with employees that you've had to face, and how did you deal with it?
Dealing with personnel issues are always a tricky issue. I've had to dismiss high-profile individuals. That's probably the hardest because their departments and those individuals do good works. That's why they're there generally. And again, I'm not talking the short-term moments. From there, they build individual constituencies and support systems. But the overall vision or the overall mission does require a change. Maybe they've created the moment for their change. Those are tough because I do value and I love working with folks. So I guess that would be the biggest one. Just dismissing high-profile individuals. Is there one best way? No. You want to respect the individual, but yet you have a job to do. So, and I've done a number of them, very high-profile, with media attention and all that good stuff that goes with it. And it's and in those cases, in terms of media, I think you just be as clear as you can, even though sometimes it doesn't. It's just one of those things where you do it and know that the media has a role, and a positive role, and you just got to understand the role you're in, and hopefully it goes well for the individual as well as the organization.
Okay. Anything from the commission?
I'm not sure the media in our area has a positive role.
Well, let's acknowledge they have a role.
Yes.
And from there, we work with that.
All right. Jen?
How do you provide feedback to department heads?
All the time. I have scheduled monthly meetings with the department heads. I have, before in our case, every city council meeting, I have twice a month meeting to talk about the issues on the agenda, answer any questions. From there, then I insert, topical issues, whether it be energy or communication issues, safety issues, those types of things. They know to call me. I know to call them. It's just very interactive. But again, the larger organization you get, maybe you have to kind of retool that. But I just create standard routines, and from there, then interact as needed. And it's worked out really well.
Okay. Any questions? All right, Jen?
How would you characterize your leadership style?
Collaborative. I'm a listener. But I know what I want. And I'm persistent in what I need and what the board needs. Loyal to the board. Loyal to the citizens, and I'm also loyal to the department heads because they're the ones getting it done, and I really do value that, and I really honor the work that's being done.
Okay. Any questions on that? Okay, next.
What do you believe the county administrator can do to motivate employees or improve employee morale?
Create a great place to work. Especially in the funding challenges we have. Obviously, it'd be nice to be able to provide additional funding and those kinds of things, but that's not what I rely on. I rely on creating a great place to work, giving them the freedoms to do their job well, being kind and approachable, try to answer their questions when conflict happens in a way that's, well, I don't understand, or we should be doing it this way. Give folks the time of day to understand what's going on, and also give them the respect to disagree and know that we still got to move forward in this way for a variety of reasons, and maybe we don't completely understand, or maybe I haven't articulated it well enough, but I'm open and available.
Okay. Anybody? Next question.
How would you view your role as a public figure in this community, and what obligations do you feel that brings?
Living in the community is important. Interacting in events, I think, is important. Again, not to step on the role of the county commissioners. You have your own unique roles in your own unique areas. So the county administrator represents the county at a different level. So to be public in those is important in a respectful way. Supporting the county commissioners and the goal. I talked about communication as one of the key challenges. Well, communicate when it comes to being a public official in a positive way. Or be available to hear. I mean, when you're in a small town and you go to the grocery store, that's an event. When my wife says, well, I'll see you in about an hour or two, she already knows, because that's just the role you play. If you don't like it, you might get out of the business, because the truth is, that's just the way it is. So I think just being available, being open, and making yourself available. Boy, it's a tough job, you're doing this all the time, you're on call all the time, but you know what, sometimes you just go and do the other piece, because it makes sense. Because it's good for your job, it's good for your community. So I feel very fortunate to be able to have done that over my career.
Okay. Commissioner Henschel, and then Thomas.
Are you involved in any civic groups or clubs or any community involvement that you've outside of work that you feel helps you inside work and either communication or better understanding the needs of the public?
Like Rotary is the big one. I have not joined Rotary. I do participate now and again in public talks. It's kind of hard to select the one or the best one because there's a lot of those demands. So I've kind of taken more of I'll be involved as much as I can. It's a small event, but one I enjoy very much is we have our annual motorcycle show. I'm the cleanliness judge. They love that. I usually shave my head completely for that. So they want me to bring them one of those little mirrors underneath to do some things. So my point is just being involved and talking with folks. That's something that I've done. It's a small thing, but it's something I know the community organizers really enjoy. And I enjoy it, and it also gets me out there. I'm the guy driving the truck in the parades. Again, it's a small town Allegan. We have a number of parades, parade capital of the world. they don't say that, but it feels like it sometimes. So I drive around on our July 3rd parade in our trolley. I drive it, and it's just, even on the Friday after Thanksgiving, when most folks are probably doing things, I'm driving the trolley in the parade. That's just the type of guy I am. I get the fact that when in a small town you're able to do that in a county, maybe you don't get as much of a chance to do that. But finding your way to the Cherry Festival, just do it. Just find a way. Be there. Be involved. I don't know. I've never been to the Cherry Festival, but if you have a pie eating contest or be involved in that.
How are you at spitting pits?
Spitting pits? I've never done that, but I bet you
Well, been there, have we?
But speaking of festivals and such, I know we're tight on time, but we have the Allegan County Fair in Allegan. It's not
I've been
involved with the county directly, but it's the Agricultural Society, so involving yourself in that, very interactive. We're in the county fair parade, the largest fair parade in the nation. At least that's what we keep saying. So, it's just those kinds of things. And actually encourage, in this case, the county board and the city council to be a part of that. I love it. Nothing like it, and from there you just say, hey, why don't you come on and try it? You don't have to. You know what? I've never regretted going into a parade. Never.
Okay. Commissioner Thomas.
This last question pretty much answered mine. So.
Okay. Anyone else? Commissioner Lemko.
Yeah. When you're not doing city or county business, what really excites you?
Well, being with my family. I love my family. So in a job like this, you really got to maximize your time. Just being involved with my family, watching my boys grow up, being with my wife. I go to movies,
Do you have any hobbies?
Boy, that's a tough question, being in this business. I read, I read a lot.
All right, I think we should move on.
Yep.
Just, I don't want to get into anything too personal here.
All right, we're going into
Sorry.
communication and teamwork.
Huh?
Communication and teamwork.
Yep. As county administrator, you would be called upon to provide verbal and written reports to the board. Explain your previous experience dealing with boards and commissions, which you've elaborated on a little bit for us already, but what kind of information would you say is important to provide regularly?
Well, again, I acknowledge these meetings that we're in today and in others is a key moment. So I do weekly reports to my city council. It takes time. Sometimes I'm into a later Friday doing it, but it's so important to communicate. So, and usually those items are wrapped around the items and the agendas that are coming forward. I don't like to surprise the county, in this case the county board or the city council and my other boards. So I spend a lot of time communicating more or less on the agenda items. Again, everything we do is a public document, so I'm very conscious of that. If there's an issue that comes forward that I think, mentioned the media in the past, again, I say it to my department heads, if it's important for the newspaper, it's surely important to me, so I better be getting a call. So if I get those calls and I evaluate those as important to the county, in this case the county board or the city council, I think it's important to let them know as best I can to minimize surprises. So if it's defined as a surprise, that's important to me to communicate, but on a regular basis, and I'm not sure the exact protocols that the former administrator provided, but I usually do weekly reports just because I thought it was really helpful for the day-to-day operations.
Okay. Questions on that? All right, next.
This position will be called upon to provide information to all forms of media, including print, television, and radio. Tell us about your experience within public relations and how you respond to criticism.
Well, in terms of the newspapers are kind of is mostly how I interact with the media. We have two papers. We have a weekly and we have a daily in the Kalamazoo Gazette. They're affiliated with the MLive program for the Kalamazoo Gazette, so whatever you say really go statewide if it's interesting enough. I respond as quickly as I can because I really do want them to know that I'm not against them and I understand their role. I mean, I like everything they say, but it's just the way it is. When you're in a county seat and you have like major job layoffs, that was the part where I was in front of the camera. quite a bit to talk about when the Hayworth Company ended up leaving Allegan, about 500 jobs in their greater years, they're at 500. By the time they left, they were around 150. A great company, and left relatively quickly. So that's when the media really focuses in on you and like talks about its impacts. So I've done enough TV. Glad to say I haven't done a lot of it. They don't come usually to say how great you're doing. Usually it's the other way around. So in terms of the TV, I've done a lot of that. Radio, I've done that as well. And for a number of reasons. And when you've done this as long as I've done it, there's a variety of things. Other job closings are the bigger one. So what was the last part of that question, though, Jen?
How you respond to criticism.
Oh, I love criticism. So I'm just kidding. I mean, you take it in. I mean, I'm not saying I'm perfect. I strive for a high level of excellence. I respond to criticism. I think I fall back to the role and purpose that what I provide as a county, in this case would be the county administrator, the city manager, knowing that I'm not here to make everyone happy. I expect that every decision I make isn't going to be 100% or 90 or 80 or 70. And I think I just accept it. And I think that comes with experience, doing this as long as I've done it, knowing that any expectations of folks liking what you're doing all the time has been gone a long time. So, but I do respect it.
Okay, anything on that? Next question?
How do you perceive county commissioner involvement in the day-to-day operation of the county, including interaction with employees?
Every organization's different. Board procedures and rules apply, so we'd want to make sure we look at that. But in my interactions, the more information the county commission or the city council has, the better. Now, we also have individualized roles. A city manager is different than a county administrator in terms of its statutory role. So you have individualized roles to play. I get that. I like to have the department heads indicate if there's lots of questions. But again, I don't even say, hey, every time someone comes to you, tell me. That's not as important. I try to create an environment where county commissioners can ask me, or they know the rules of engagement as we go into this in a positive way. So it's not something I'm off-put by. I think there is, when conflict happens and time is being dominated, I think that's a moment we need to have in terms of our discussions, but I'd also suggest that that's why some of the rules are in place, so that we all know what we're following and why we're doing it. So I don't object to it, I just think it just needs to be evaluated now and again when it becomes a problem.
Any questions on that item? Just a note that, the basis of our relationship has been generally, departments come in and do reports and we engage in the community system and that kind of a thing. But for the most part, the administrators in charge of all personnel matters and those kinds of things. So.
Well, if I might briefly, for budget processes, we actually have budget workshops and then the departments interact right in this kind of setting. And I truly tend not to be I try not to over-dominate the moment. And I try to facilitate, I guess I facilitate a lot in those special moments. I want Board of Commissioners, I want department heads to know each other and how they interact. It makes my job easier, and it's actually quite thrilling when I see things come together as a team, as a partnership. So I appreciate the clarification, because that's how I prefer, but again, I'm open.
Okay. Commissioner?
So you mentioned the department heads in the budget process. So you're talking about like the start of the budget process when they first propose what they're interested in, or is this after you've already reviewed things and presented a budget?
In the past, we've done it more, well, one, they're interactive throughout the whole process in terms of its direct link to the board. Usually it's near the end because we sort it out. But the key is this, though, and I mentioned that multiple year budget, and oh, by the way, there's that fourth year that says additional items. I try not to censor too much because I really want an interactive moment when they're at the, so it's generally at the end, that's the direct question, but it's also pretty thorough, and I don't try to do a lot of sorting out in terms of their idea generation. My hope is that we have a budget that everyone accepts by the time we're there. From there, it's like, well, then why come to a meeting? Why come and talk with the Board of Commissioners? Because because it's important that you talk about your department, interact within your department, talk about what's important. So even if I can't even fund it in the first 3 years, I still try to list it so that they can see it. And there's other formats through capital budgeting. So generally it's at the end, but I'm not adverse to an upfront. It just depends on the organization and what's most helpful for the board, in this case, the Board of Commissioners.
Okay. Next question.
If it's okay with the board, do you want to skip down to commitment and culture?
That's fine.
Please. Sure. Yeah, we got that enough.
Okay.
Answering that.
Pretty well covered the other ones.
Yeah, that's right. Rob, what do you believe is the purpose of county government?
Well, to provide services to the community, to the county, to interact with the state on mandatory and statutory programs and projects. That's it in a nutshell. And again, of course, just as a signature, to collaborate with other units of government to see where we can all work together in a much more positive way, especially in these financial times.
Okay. Comments? All right. Next.
If you were offered and accepted this position, what would your first 30 days look like as administrator for Grand Traverse County?
Interacting with the department heads to understand. I don't know if I can do it in the first 30 days, because that would probably be too ambitious, but I'd want to have lunch with the individual county board of commissioners in their home districts, and to really understand how you view, as individuals, your areas, so that I can have hopefully have some insight and unique opportunity to serve you better as individual commissioners, bring in the raft of experience that I bring. So communicating with departments immediately, setting up appointments with Board of Commissioners. From there, studying the budgets, obviously dealing with the critical issues that come forward. If we have changeover in personnel right away, obviously we want to get right to that and get some advertising and get some process going so that we can fill key positions. So that would be my immediate, and of course react to what's necessary at the time.
Okay. Anything from the board? Next question.
Tell us 1 to 2 achievements which you contributed to your employer's success in the past few years.
Gosh, 1 or 2 achievements in my employer's success? Oh my gosh. Let's see, grants. We've obtained a lot of state and federal grants over the last 3-4 years, specifically our water treatment plant. A $9 million grant that involved the Economic Development Administration, the MEDQ, working through a variety, the Drinking Water Revolving Fund. That was a long-term goal. And again, when you work in a community where you have a major employer who relies on water and services, that's key. We did the same thing on our wastewater treatment plant. Again, a $9 million revolving fund. Those are 2 major impact items. But frankly, in a career of 24 years, I hope to think that everything I do has a really positive, major impact on what happens, and I could keep going on and on. Library districts, fire districts, ambulance agreements, township agreements, working on joint planning efforts through our M89. By the way, I noticed Leah is here in Traverse City, so we've worked with Leah as well on a joint corridor study that I think will be the next real positive thing in the future. So.
Okay. Next question.
Rob, what would you say has been the biggest challenge in your career, and how did you manage it?
Again, that's kind of like a 24-year challenges, lots of challenges. That's why we do the job we do. In 2007, we actually implemented a budget reduction strategy. I chose to do that more as the manager versus a collaboration. I tried that because I've been involved with budget reductions before, and I wanted to create more of a less political environment, at least initially, so that when we looked at reductions, it could be done more as an individualized, more of a professional, this is what I would do. And in that, it created some ruffles, you can only imagine. But I've learned lots of lessons with that, good, bad, and indifferent. I think the technique was fine at the time. I think from there, maybe a little more collaboration might have been helpful. But I can tell you this, even though it was difficult, we got to the end goal. And it's interesting that now we're talking about how that was a good moment, when Rob set the tone, said what we needed to do, and we pretty much initiated all of it, even though at the beginning it was pretty rough. And department heads were not pleased that I took that tact. Because again, I looked at it, and actually I was given a directive by the city council, we want your ideas. I said, okay, we're going to give it to you. And we did that, and it became a bit of a public moment, but we got through it. It did land to a media interview, you know, but we took it more as an opportunity to explain to the region that this is the beginning. And, you know, we were doing it more for capital. We wanted more capital investment in our community. We wanted to reduce our budget so we could do that. It ended up being a forecast for the next 5 years of reductions in personal property taxes. So those challenges turned into a great opportunity, I think, for the community, and I was very grateful.
Okay. All right, next question.
All right, I'm going to kind of wrap this all up into one. Tell us, why are you interested in this position? What prompts you to, leave your present job? And are you satisfied with, the progress that you've made in your present job? And then we'll give you a chance to ask any questions of us with the last 15 minutes here.
Sure. I've always approached my role as the city manager in a collaborative and much broader way. First of all, Allegan is great. It really is. If I happen to get this job, I'll be very grateful. If I don't, we'll be very satisfied continuing to work with the city of Allegan. And frankly, if I do get this job, there'll be another great city manager coming behind me, because we've got a lot of great people and great organization. But the way I view my role and my job is much broader than probably most in terms of being a city manager. I believe that we need to work in a broad-based way with township supervisors. We need to work in a broad-based way with county in a more effective way, and part of that effectiveness is to understand the roles that we play. So I'm just the kind of guy that loves what he does. I'm the kind of guy that sees a broader vision for what I do, and so that's what's spurring me. It's not because I don't want to be in Allegan. It's not because I don't think we've made tremendous impact. But, I've been in Allegan most of my career. I've been back for the last 6 years. By the way, I've been back 3 times. It's kind of one of those things. It's actually pretty unique in this business to be able to have that opportunity to come back and be successful every time. That's my opinion, obviously. I'm talking my references. But so from there, why Grand Traverse, though? Well, why not? What a great community, truly. Obviously, your reputation is statewide. When the media, I didn't initially put it out that I was looking for a position, because again, there's a time and a place to do that. But when the media did contact me, Jen, I know you've got a couple, 2 or 3 calls so far. So thank you for that. But long story short, it worked out great, because I actually had an evaluation that evening. So I did have a chance to talk with my council about that, and they're just tremendously supportive. They said, well, yeah, that's a great opportunity for you, Rob. I've had a couple of folks say, I hope it snows on the way up so we don't make it. I've had a couple, my department heads were going to come and heckle me while I was here at this meeting here today. And it's just fun, but it's also bittersweet for me. But Grand Traverse, what a great opportunity. Then from there, I get a chance to dig in deeper. I'm not a resident. I don't know your community like you do. So then I did evaluate what you have forward, looking at the job description, looking at the strategic plan that you've put together over the years, looking at the financial background, budget, and some other issues, the administrative goals, looking at the grand vision, talking to people about what you're able to do and accomplish up here. And I'm sold. I think you really got a great basis. Are you perfect? I suspect not, but you guys could tell me that. But truth is, you got a great basis. I've always aspired to be in a larger level of government. I love rural Michigan. I love interacting with township supervisors and their unique roles. I love interacting with county boards, but I also know how politics can play at this level, and that's the realization that I've needed to make and decide. It's like, okay, there's more politics in itself. Am I ready? Well, 24 years being a successful city manager in a variety of settings, working with a lot of county interaction, I'm there. So I'm not concerned about that. So that's why I want to be your next county administrator for Grand Traverse. And if you do hire me, you will not regret it. You'll not have a harder worker, I guarantee you that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Just real quick. I'm just curious, how many hours did you spend preparing for this interview? Seem to have really done your homework.
Probably about the same many as you and I did.
You know, I believe, because of my basic style is collaboration, and again, I think it's important to know, I've been in every one of your townships. I think I'll mess up, so I shouldn't do it. So I think I can name every one of your townships right now. Its interaction and its uniqueness to Traverse, because I think a lot of folks think of Traverse City and the beauty that's there. Well, I love the rural aspects as well as the city. So how many hours and hours and hours and hours. Now my wife would say, and more than that, Rob, because you think a lot about it and try to be strategic. And I've talked to a lot of folks to really basically do my due diligence to understand what I would be getting myself into if I was so fortunate to be selected. So that's part of the process you go through. So I couldn't even put a number on it, I think, at this point. So.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, Jen, we have a wrap-up question. Do you have any questions for us?
Again, I was just curious on the grand vision. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of the strategic planning that was done maybe 2 or 3 years ago, so I'm just wondering if that's still an important part. And part of that important part is how then the grand vision works in.
Let me respond to that. So Commissioner Gilman doesn't have a stroke.
Yeah, it depends on the commissioner.
Yeah, boy.
And that's what I wanted to say, really, is that it depends on the commissioner, it depends on who you ask.
We only have 10 minutes.
There are different.
Let me just say, it was a community-based effort.
Yeah, really, we've only got 10 minutes.
And it was more of a planning tool for township and city governments, if Grand Traverse County was going to continue to grow at the rapid growth that it was projected to do, how they might want to view, future growth situations, and they had several scenarios. But, we had the economic situation kind of stopped, and the growth stopped, basically, it's out there. It's an opportunity for townships and city governments and villages to look at as a tool. But other than that, we were there to help, the process along in some means. But for the most part, that's the extent that we had.
Okay. And again, that's why I asked the question, because one, it has some age. It's not an old document, but it is a grand vision of multiple counties. And again, if you're in southwestern Michigan, I would tell you that the interaction between county to county isn't always solid. So it's nice to have a document like that. The strategic planning part, how about, let me ask that flip question, how about the strategic planning? Is that still a viable tool?
Yeah, basically what we tried to do is a 3-year strategic planning process. And what we did is we delayed the strategic planning process until we have the new county administrator in place. And we do start our budgets, in June with our department heads. So we felt if, timing-wise, if we can get a new administrator selected and in place sometime in June, that we would have a discussion with that person regarding, because our strategic plan, as you see, ends at the end of 2012, that we would build off that strategic plan in the new budget with the new county administrator.
And I would just say, I understand. We were the first community to be documented to adopt what's called a complete streets policy. And if you know that concept, it's a neat program. Again, is it a priority or not? But I guarantee you, with some of the financial issues that have come forward, it's definitely been given a back seat. So planning and objectives are important, but also being a reactionary. Key is a plan. It's a plan. The plan isn't necessarily written in stone.
And that's a separate document. When we do, on an annual basis, do an annual plan connected with the budget, and we try to accomplish. We list maybe 5, 6, 7 things we want to accomplish during the year, along with the budget process, and then we have the strategic plan, which is more of a broader, longer-term based viewpoint. So that's what we do on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Anything else? Commissioner Wheelock.
Rob, how can you help Grand Traverse maintain its leadership within our community, our region, our state, and the nation?
It's just part of my way I do my business as a collaborator. Having these types of documents, whether they're fully vetted or not, coming to the state representatives, whether the administration, whether it be the state representatives, because I didn't even go into my relationships with the legislators, and to really talk in a positive tone, a realistic tone, about the greatness that's going on here, because you are a center in northern Michigan, and I want to be a part of that. Is understanding the Board of Commissioners, the good, the bad, and the different, and the rifts. From there, talking it, getting out there, making the calls, not being in the office all the time, being very interactive. So how do I send the message to the world that Grand Traverse is here, that we're a well-managed community, that we're a thoughtful community. If you want to be a part of it, great. If you don't, that's okay too. And just keep interacting. And I have quarterly meetings with Senator Stabenow's office. Yeah, she's a Democrat, but yet she's an effective leader in our environmental policies because we have 2 Superfund sites in Allegan. So that kind of interaction is the key. So I guess just my style says, let's do this, and let's be a part of the success. But again, the other side of that is you can be the cheerleader, and you can be supportive, but you still have a job to do, and part of that job is to manage budgets, manage finance, be a strong leader, a strong manager, and in an interactive environment called county government. And I can do that for you.
One quick question I have for you. Grand Traverse County has had a long-standing history of involvement by commissioners and staff in the Michigan Association of Counties and the National Association of Counties. And we've taken on different leadership roles in bringing back best practices, not only statewide but national-wide. What is your feeling on that, and what involvement as a city manager have you been with your state associations or national associations?
Well, again, I mentioned I've been ICMA for 20-some years. My involvement with the Michigan Local Government Managers Association, I attend a conference now and again, but my main interaction is twofold. One, we have a Southwest Michigan Managers Association, so I interact with the city managers to keep present. 2, I am the president of the Allegan County Managers Association. What that is, that's a fancy way of saying we have lunch now and again and talk about the issues at hand. I've been to ICMA conferences, but I think that they really cut to it. Being a credentialed city manager basically says, and it's a self criteria. It says, look at your strengths. We have an evaluation in year 1. From there, to get to the end of it, you basically retest. But from there, you identify your strengths and weaknesses. You look at outcome-based process. You look at your weaknesses, whether it be in media or whatever's identified. And from there, you do a lot of studying. You interact. I probably interact with the ICMA library more than most city managers because I want to know what's on the cutting edge. Being in a smaller community, you're able to do certain things. Being in a larger community, as you've done here, you have the opportunity maybe to do more in terms of those types of things. But again, my job isn't to be my job is to be the city manager, but it's also to introduce concepts to processes. And if they're rejected wholeheartedly at a county level, I respect that. Now I might push a little hard and be a bit of a bulldog, but truth is, I'm very excited to bring my professional criteria to Grand Traverse as well.
All right. Okay, hearing no other questions, we will wrap up this interview. Thank you so much for coming this morning and sharing your vision and your personal feelings on being looked at as a candidate for Grand Traverse County.
And I truly wish you luck in your search.
All right, thank you. All right, we stand adjourned for a few minutes. Thank you.
Jen, I have a question. Thank you.
sandwich. Whatever.
I don't want pizza.
I don't eat lunch anyway.
Oh, unless everyone,
Why don't we,
because I need to know.
why don't you go to Chef's Inn
Chef's Inn?
and
Pride or
just get a
Chef's?
variety of sandwiches and salads.
What do you want, Bonnie?
Chris, actually, thank you for letting me
Yeah, oh, sure.
What are we doing? We're talking about taking a full 2 hours
Yes.
if we need it.
Yes.
And then just ordering sandwiches.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Still have to go home on my daughter.
Yeah, but you can make it there and back in 30 minutes, 10 minutes, yeah.
15.
That article's never should have been front page.
Well, it wasn't anything about the article that was right.
Yeah, well,
Out of water for you.
the challenge was is that, they don't care about people. Now, how do they feel about Fred? They don't care.
Jim, hi. Jen, sorry.
Blood cells.
Microphone call to make, I'm sorry.
Blood cells.
Yeah, just lack of brain cells.
Yeah.
I actually
I
expected
need
the
to
article
tell
would have some
Jen,
information
press
in
on
it that
this.
actually would have been decent to read, but wasn't there.
I gotta take that.
There are people that actually believe that crap.
Well, unfortunately, that's the problem.
Nice to meet you.
Jim Sonny.
Sonny, nice to meet you.
Herb Lundco.
Hi, Herb.
My pleasure.
My pleasure also, sir.
Thank you. Larry, please.
Larry, nice to meet you. Dr. Winston, I presume.
You missed one on the end there.
Hey, can't talk
Jason
long.
coming in.
I just forwarded you
Sonny,
the
I got
order
a
for
friend of mine,
Brett.
first thing he says.
Just make sure he gets, the stuff is ready and he gets
Oh, yeah.
it for the 3 bullets, the
Oh, yeah, there are people that actually believe it.
little white
And there are
box
people that
ones
don't
that
know
are
any,
white or
don't know
black.
the difference.
That's what Fred believes in Obama.
And we have a set of those nano stations in the back, so we're all in good shape there.
Democrats don't have their own mind, they just read,
The,
they just do what they read.
Freeport, that's down toward your neck of the woods, isn't it,
Things are
Ross?
in the front.
Freeport, that's down in your neck of the woods, isn't it?
Jim was my wife's debate partner in high school.
I may have.
Oh, yeah?
Just for, you know,
Small world. We have everything in stock.
I was gonna say, that's gotta be right in your neck of the woods somewhere.
I've known Jim for a long time. I haven't seen him in like well over
And I
30
forwarded it
years.
to your email. Thanks.
Has he changed?
It's still good.
So yeah, 2 people quit on Friday, and my administrator is sick home, so my office is closed after this month. Luckily, the clerk showed up to read it.
Usually it's spent from my elbow surgery. I have one like that.
Oh, is that right? Is that what it is?
You see this little incision right here?
Perfect storm.
That's what happens when they.
I don't know, he just wandered off. That'll get going,
They go
though.
through here and they drill a hole through the bone and they get a hold of that bicep tendon and they pull it back down, they stick it through the bone, they put a button on the outside.
Really?
Really? I want to hear
Six splits from that extend your arm, you know,
Not a fun time.
oh no. You know, and I did it within a year of having.
Yes.
Placed on the other side. So I
want to
had
know
the shoulder
Small town
on one side and my bicep tendon torn on the other side and it wasn't.
No one has ever accused me of that either.
We missing Thomas?
Don't get that. He'll be right back.
How is everything? Yeah. Okay, good, good.
Yeah, no. It reaches a point.
We have your resume.
Unless
We do,
anyone
well.
here needs a copy?
Is that a fresh water there for him, or is that,
Yeah.
This is mine, and thank you very much.
Should we make him do something?
Well, you know, it's tough economic times.
She want a bottle. Dick will be here momentarily.
Where's that chairman when you need him?
There we go.
Well, we still don't have everybody.
Yeah.
We're missing one.
Thomas will be here momentarily and we'll start the interviews.
Did you come up last night or this morning?
Last night. And I very much appreciate having a 10 o'clock interview.
You got to sleep in a little.
Yes, I got some rest and.
Did you drive up or fly up?
Fly.
Thanks, John.
Well, you're almost an 8-hour drive from here, right?
So?
Yeah, it's a
Already
long
put some
drive.
Yeah.
Still.
Depends who's driving.
Yes.
My
I thought I was
aging,
gonna have to go to my daughter's in Tennessee after that.
Yes, it depends on what time you go through Chicago.
This is true.
My aging Dodge Caravan has 130,000 miles on it. I trust it in short trips. 8 hours, it might be a challenge.
Well, I guess we should get started.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Let's get going. Okay. Jim, welcome. We appreciate the opportunity to have you come up and interview as a finalist in our candidate process for county administrator. Jen Seaman, our Human Resource Director, will be asking the questions. And then we will open it up for county commissioner clarification and questions with each question. And we'll start the process right now.
Terrific.
Okay?
Thank you.
Jen, go ahead.
Sure. Grand Traverse County has 500 employees, a population of approximately 87,000, and SEV of 5.2 billion. Please tell us how your past and or current experiences have prepared you to take on the role as administrator for Grand Traverse County.
I think that perhaps one of the things that may distinguish me from a lot of your candidates is that I have a diverse background. I have been an attorney, primarily in municipal law. I've also done a lot of environmental issues. So I've been in a position to advise municipalities, taxing bodies, and counties on complicated issues that affect the public. But I've also been an elected administrator as a mayor administrator. I was re-elected. I was mayor administrator of Freeport for 8 years. Therefore, I'm very respectful of the roles and pressures and the constraints that you function under as elected officials. And I respect that policy-making initiative and understand the difference between being elected and being the operations officer. I've been an appointed administrator answering to boards, so I've dealt with budget issues, I've dealt with collective bargaining issues, I've dealt with intractable personnel issues, I've dealt with a variety of issues and contexts that required tough decision-making and the ability to carry through. So I think that each of these roles that I've occupied have given me a perspective that sort of gives me a 360-degree view of how decisions get made, how to help that process along, and once a decision is made at a policy level, how to carry that out. If we were to work together, one of the things that you would find is that I'm very results-oriented. I also respect the fact that these are difficult times for local government. We have scarce resources. We have to maximize them. I don't know of too many states, especially in the Midwest, that are not taking away money as opposed to giving money to local governments. And yet there's key services that we all have to deliver. So I've been in that boat, and I have swam, I think, fairly successfully on those issues. And therefore, I would respectfully suggest to you that background, as varied as it is, gives me the ability to really do a good job of carrying out what are the needs that you dictate as a commission for your administrator to get done.
Okay, any questions? Okay, next.
In many states, counties do not deal with budgets or administration of the courts. In Grand Traverse County, our court system involves 6 elected judges, 1 for probate, 2 for circuit, 3 for district, 3 court administrators, and 2 other counties, Antrim and Leelanau. Please describe your experience with the judges in the courts.
Judges in the courts. I've been dealing with judges in courts for close to 25 years. And once again, I've dealt with them in a variety of circumstances. I started life as a practicing attorney, actually coming out of law school at Northwestern in Chicago. So I've seen huge court systems up close and personal, handled a variety of cases, handled things at the appellate level. So I've been a user of the court system. But perhaps more important for the purposes of an administrator, I've also worked on a parallel level with courts. For example, as a mayor administrator in Freeport, we had a number of interfaces with our local judges on issues involving truancy and how to fashion issues, juvenile delinquency, things where there were resources needed and needed cross-community cooperation. When I was in Urbana, the impact was even more direct. We had a lot of prosecutions that went before the court system. We sat down with the judges and I said, looks to me like there's some problems here It takes a long time to get a judgment. It takes an even longer time to get collections. Here are some things, as the new associate judge, we would like to suggest that we do to make this process more reasonable, more even, and to make justice shorter and more certain. And we were able to achieve those things. I respect the fact that the judicial system is independent, but I also know that in your system and in all systems, there are always impacts and cross currents between the county administration and setting the budget and also the judicial system. So I have great familiarity having worked in that in a number of different settings. In Prairie du Chien, it was somewhat similar. We had a lot of issues with the courthouse that we had to work with the county on, and therefore we were able to work through those problems and work through them respectfully.
Okay. All right, next question.
I have some good lawyer jokes, too, in
Yeah,
lines
I'll
about
bet you do.
judges.
In addition to the judges, Grand Traverse County has 7 other elected officials, including the clerk, the treasurer, register of deeds, drain commissioner, surveyor, prosecuting attorney, and sheriff. Tell us about your experience working with similar elected officials.
Well, I've worked with them both as an elected official and as an administrator, and also as a municipal attorney. And I've worked with all of these offices in a variety of contexts. I'd like to just use a quick example. When I was the corporation counsel for the city of Urbana, was city attorney, we had a lot of discussions and we had a lot of paperwork that went through the county. So we worked with the prosecutor's office, which is a separate elected official there. We worked with the county recorder of deeds, which is actually part of the clerk, because we had a lot of documents and things. We worked with the circuit clerk's office because if the circuit clerk wasn't happy and their staff wasn't happy and they didn't particularly like you, your paperwork didn't necessarily get handled really efficiently. And what I discovered in all of these things is that, you know, people are human beings, and courtesy and kind of working through their system and developing personal relationships goes a long way. I think it's also important to recognize how their office procedures work and what our needs are and how we can meet in the middle. So I've spent a lot of time working with county officials in Stevenson County in Illinois, in Crawford County, in Prairie du Chien, in Champaign County, in Central Illinois. And I think, again, having worked in a variety of different settings, that's an asset for how to deal with those relationships, foster them, develop them, and then go get operational results as a result of it.
Okay, next question. Mr. Lemko.
Yeah, my question is in relation to document imaging and your experience in that and how you would look at budgeting for departments to be able to implement document imaging in the courts and other arenas in the county.
I'm not familiar with document energy. In terms of budgeting for these different departments, I think it's important to look at our bottom lines and what we think we can do, what their needs are, and how we would prioritize to meet those needs. There's also, I think, varied settings in terms of the impact of new technology and how to apply it. You know, for example, GPS. I've seen some examples there, which is usually implemented at the county level, of ways to discourage its use and not really bring it into fore. When, in fact, I think that if we properly fund it, we make it user-friendly, and we make it affordable for everybody who's a user in the public sector, we benefit everyone. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, anyone else? Next question.
Grand Traverse County has 13 separate bargaining units, all with different contracts, 10 of which expire on December 31st, 2014. Please tell us about your experience negotiating labor contracts, including multiple labor contracts at one time.
Well, both as a mayor administrator and as a city attorney, I've been intimately involved in collective bargaining. We have smaller units in Prairie du Chien, but it was the same general principle. And in each of those cases, and we had multiple contracts at the same time, the key things that I think take place in collective bargaining is that as the employer side of it, we have to have a very clear picture of what are the things that we want to achieve. In the case of our collective bargaining contracts in Freeport, that was before the onslaught of a lot of the economic dislocation in 2008. We had huge issues with health care costs. So we laid the groundwork for that, first with the non-union employees and then translated that into a lot of transparency on numbers, options, and what we needed to do to get those contracts done. We also discovered that if we frankly did the first contract with the Firefighters Association, that was going to set the tone for the other unions to follow suit. It was, by the way, the first time that I ever saw the firefighters union really concerned about what happened with non-union employees, because they knew that the things that we implemented administratively were going to come and be a part of the contract process for them. When I was city attorney in Urbana, the mayor and the council had made a commitment to a Citizens Advisory Council. So there we had issues of compensatory time, which was huge, and how that time was going to be diminished and how we were going to compensate it. We also had this issue that the State Association for them took an active interest in of how to do the advisory, Citizens Advisory Review process. And we ended up resolving those issues, which some people thought were intractable. And we did it primarily by the use of keeping it out of the agreement, but using a side letter as to the process and the legislation. So there was an example of an intractable issue, seemingly, that we were able to work through and achieve, I think, a fair and just result. So the bottom line here is that I think in collective bargaining contracts, especially when you have a lot of them, is to determine the common elements, to be consistent, to set the stage a long time in advance, be clear on what the comparables are. You know, in Illinois and Wisconsin, the issue oftentimes is going to involve what are the comparables for similar communities. And some of the problems there have been that the arbitrators, when this goes to arbitration, have not given, in my opinion, sufficient weight to the financial capacity of the taxing bodies to carry the load that they're expected to carry. I think that that is beginning to change, and I think that's an absolute necessity. So I'm hopeful, and of course in Wisconsin they have an absolute different situation now. They just simply said, we're not going to collective bargaining this at all. So it's a whole different world that is coming about up there if it's sustained. But coming back to the central issue of collective bargaining, yes, I've dealt with it. I've dealt with it in various contexts. I've dealt with it as a lawyer. I've dealt with it as an administrator. I've dealt with it as a mayor. There is no substitute for knowing absolutely every court case that affects your issue when you define what the key ones are, for doing preparation a long time in advance and being completely transparent on what your needs are. There were a lot of people in Prairie du Chien and Crawford County who didn't believe us when we said there's going to be fewer people in this organization 9 months from now if there isn't an accommodation on wages, salaries, and health care plans. And here's the numbers. And we gave them, as a reminder, copies of the audit report, copies of some of the ratings reports in our bonds, and copies of the financial balances, and said, this is where we're at. And they said, yeah, we've heard that before. And we said, no, this is for real. And we delivered on what we said. There were fewer people at the end of that organization than there were before, because there was no alternative if we were going to be fiscally responsible.
Okay. Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, in Michigan, our governor has recently passed signed legislation that for future contracts for our educators, the boards, the governing boards for the schools, they're not to be collecting dues for the bargaining units. And that may also happen in general for governing units, any governing units in the state. Is that something you would feel comfortable with or without that type of legislation?
Well, I think that as an administrator, we deal with whatever the hand is that we're dealt. And if that's a part of the equation, that obviously, I think, makes things a little easier from the employer side of the ledger. And, I've dealt with situations on the opposite. I mean, I found it really strange as a mayor administrator that when we were dealing with some of our departments, according to the previous contracts, virtually all the employees in that department were able to come to the collective bargaining session. And I'm thinking, what about the work that we're supposed to be getting done here? And why is it that we have to deal with everybody as opposed to chosen representatives? I think collective bargaining, properly structured and fairly structured, is useful. It puts everybody's needs on the table. But sometimes it's unbalanced and imbalanced, and it defeats the very purpose for which its advocates have suggested that it's going to accomplish. So I've seen those extremes as well. You know, in Illinois, it was a strange system that said all that counts is the comparables, and your financial capacity and individual situations do not count for much in this. That to me is offensive when you as a commission, if you were in Illinois, had to figure out how you're going to balance all the competing needs to serve the public and do your job.
Okay.
So I'm in favor of anything that sets clear, bright line rules and allows us to get our job done.
Commissioner Wheelock.
In Michigan, we have, with our police officers, we have what's commonly referred to as 312 arbitration. It's binding arbitration, period. Have you had any experience dealing with that?
That's what we do in Illinois and Wisconsin as well. You can't strike, but it's binding arbitration. And that means that the ball game is in terms of how the rules are defined. What you can do, what you can't do, and what counts as the criteria for a binding decision.
As a side note, 312 specifically says that the arbitrators cannot use the financial condition of the government as a condition of its decision, or as a part of its decision-making process, which is
Unbelievable.
unbelievable.
Anybody else? Okay, Jen?
Transitioning into some questions on budget and your budget experience. Currently, Grand Traverse County has an annual operating budget of $138 million and budgets one fiscal year at a time. Please tell us about your past experience in managing budgets, including managing budgets covering multiple fiscal years.
First of all, budgets, in my opinion, are an integral part of an administrator's functions. If you don't understand your budget, and you don't spend a lot of time with your financial people, and you don't look ahead, that is a fast way to get in trouble. And I'm not suggesting that the administrator should be the financial officer. I'm just simply suggesting that a good administrator understands the numbers, understands what they mean, has a familiarity with the line items, and has a lot of discussion with the budget and finance officers. As a mayor administrator in Freeport, I faced budget decisions every single day of the week. And the priorities that we sought to implement were to not just simply look at the snapshot in time, but to look at what were the implications of today's decisions on tomorrow's budgets. And one of the things that we implemented was that when we presented a budget, we first of all presented in a line item format, even though as an appropriation ordinance it wasn't required. And we took last year's numbers, current year's numbers, next year's numbers that we were budgeting for, and then the year after that. So people had a way of looking both backwards and forwards in terms of what was going on with that particular set of funding priorities. When I was in Prairie du Chien as an administrator, I discovered in doing the first real budget, because the budget was set when I came, as we started looking at those numbers, there were strange anomalies in the line items. They didn't make sense in terms of what they were doing and how much money it took. Some things were under budgeted, some things were over budgeted. But the most alarming thing was the funding balance had declined and the numbers were not real. That was an introduction by fire to the whole issue of what do you do when you have a negative fund balance. And I met with the auditors, I met with our financial consultants who did a lot of our bond work. I brought them together and went to the council and I said, we have to cut this budget by huge amounts on a percentage basis for what you are, because you have a funding balance that you cannot sustain and you have to pull it in. And you have to figure out what we're going to fund and what we're going to fund for the future. It was a long, laborious process with almost nightly meetings with the budget committee. But we were successful in working through that budget, creating a realistic budget, creating a lower budget, and funding the key priorities. I've also worked in that context with budgeting according to outcomes. One of the things that I think that is important is if we have a set of goals, and I know you have administrative goals, you have commission goals, if we're serious about that, then we need to make sure in the budgeting process that we're keeping those in mind in terms of what it is that we want to achieve. We did an early form of that in Freeport by saying to each department as they presented their budgets internally, what are your key priorities? And the idea of just simply having a certain number of officers is insufficient, in my opinion, as a goal. The goal is not how many officers you are. The goal is what is the key thing that we need to be doing here, and then are we getting it done? And what does it take to do that effectively? So when I was the city attorney in Urbana, I was a department, not the overall person. One of the things I was quite pleased about and proud of is that instead of having ordinance violations where people came in and got a remiss and their ordinance penalties were carried forward as much as 2 years, we were able, through the reforms that we had with the judge, to implement a system where after a judgment was made, they were given a payment plan. And if they didn't have a payment plan, they did a community service. If you didn't keep the payment plan, you didn't have a very good reason. The judge's exact words were, bring a toothbrush. And it was amazing how quickly we were able to bring that system into line, and it was amazing how many fines got collected, and then consequently the department was able to raise its revenues. And I'm not suggesting that the purpose of prosecutions is revenues. I find that abhorrent. But the point is that when we have a system and it's supposed to have certain outcomes, then I think we should follow through in the collection. And if we can make those penalties then help offset the cost to the public, to the taxpayer, that's a win-win for everyone. And those are the kind of situations that we looked at. So I'm not one to only deal with a budget from way up high at 10,000 feet, but also how it looks at ground level.
Follow-up, Commissioner Lemkool.
Multiple year budgeting, have you gotten involved with that? Have you had any experience in doing 2 or 3 year budgets?
I have, well, in Freeport we did the following year's budget at the same time, but it was not legally binding. And on the aspects of the capital budget, I prepared a 5-year plan, which is the first one the city had done, to start to figure out how our capital needs fed into that budget. When we had grants, we also figured out what the impact was going to be in future years. So although the legal framework was one of annual budgets, we always looked forward, and I'm sorry I didn't make that sufficiently clear. And this issue of looking to the budget beyond the current year was also one that we implemented in Prairie du Chien as well. And we also looked at our capital budget there. We had access to some of the so-called stimulus money, and we were able to take some of our bonds and recapitalize our funding balance, and we were able to also take advantage of the interest rate. And one of the things that I suggested to the councilors is that we would be better off to front load some of the capital projects that you want to do now, because we will get an interest subsidy that is going to be beneficial to your budget, and instead of spreading it out over the future. You know that you can capitalize this now, and you know that you can get an interest savings, and if you take some of your previous funding commitments and roll them in and refinance them, there will be a net savings in terms of the amount of debt service you have to carry. So I'm a strong believer that whenever you're undertaking a grant, a financial commitment, or an operating budget, always look at the numbers for the next year. And one of the things that I also discovered while you're on that subject is that, people have a habit, even internally in government, they look at the cost of, let's say, a peace officer, a sheriff's deputy, or a police officer. They look at the salary, but they don't always take into account what we had in Illinois called merit increases. So that increases the base salary in addition to the 3% or the 1.5%, whatever it happens to be. They don't look at the legacy cost in terms of pensions either. And one of the things that I believe strongly is when you're looking at the cost of an employee or looking at the cost of a project, you need to take all of the direct and indirect cost into account, because otherwise you're leaving a legacy in the future that is going to be a nasty surprise to somebody.
You got another follow-up. Okay, Jen.
What would you anticipate your involvement to be throughout the year in managing and evaluating our budget to actual performance?
Well, first of all, I think that it's important to look at your budget to actual performance. Second, in some governing bodies, there's a tendency to look at the overall numbers, not to drill down into them. And there's a tendency to focus this into the 3 to 4 months prior to a budget. I'm a strong believer that there is a good need for transparency and looking at the numbers as you go along, and to look at the line items as you go along. I realize that the level of detail that you want as a commissioner is not the same as we may have at the staff level. But I think it's really important for the administrator to be on the same page as your financial officer, to look at the line items, to notice which ones are going over, and then to drill down as to why, and to look at trends and to look at how it's actually performing. Now, sometimes these are the result of decisions that were made with the best of intentions, and the line item it was never going to be sustainable to begin with. That's a good lesson to say, okay, the next year we need to look at that and we need to budget appropriately. But I think that looking at actual performance is not only desirable, it's a necessity. Otherwise, you're going to come to a budget hearing, you're going to be presenting these numbers, and somebody's going to be looking at those line items, and they're going to be asking some pretty straightforward questions, as well they should, to say, I don't understand why this is so out of whack. What happened here? Whereas if you're going along through the year presenting reports and saying, by the way, I want you to know about this situation, and here's what's going on, this is what is happening. You know, our gasoline prices have gone through the roof. That's why the line item for gasoline is going up substantially. Here's what we think the end of the year result of this is going to be. People are a lot more comfortable, and they feel like at least they have some warning as to what's taking place rather than a sudden surprise.
Okay. Really? Next question.
As a county administrator, how would you evaluate economic and other trends in the market relative to their impact on the county's overall financial position?
And can you repeat that question for me, please?
Sure. As a county administrator, how would you evaluate economic and other trends in the market relative to their impact on our overall financial position?
Well, first of all, there are lots of different indicators, as you well know. There are regional indicators, there are national indicators, there are state indicators. I think for national market trends to be most useful in terms of local impact, you have to drill down and look at what are the salient indicators that affect your community. Now, if you're in a primarily service sector economy, what's happening on manufacturing may not be as important. Likewise, you can look at employment numbers, but if they're national and they're general and they're not to a sector that affects your economy, they're going to be of less helpfulness. I just read this morning about the increase by about 25% that people have in the National Employment Index of what they think will be the result of the economy. It's going to be significantly better in the fourth quarter than probably was estimated at the beginning of the year. Rather than glazing over on numbers, I think what's important is to decide what are the markets that are going to be germane to this area and its major employment, and then watch those indicators with care and make a reasoned determination as to what is the trend here looking like. Is this positive or is it negative? How is it likely to affect us, so that we can at least be thinking about how that's going to impact us. I think that national trends are useful to know, but of marginal usefulness compared to really drilling down to things that are going to be germane to your particular sector.
Okay, any follow-up questions? Next question.
What do you believe is the purpose of a fund balance, and when would you consider it appropriate to use the fund balance?
By fund balance, I'm assuming, for the purposes of the question, we're talking about the overall aggregate fund balance for all special funds as well as the general fund. I think that the primary purpose of a fund balance is twofold. First, it is to provide a cushion when you have economic cycles. Many times revenue comes in not in a steady stream, although some funds will have a steady stream like fines. But there's often cycles in terms of payments, such as what comes to the state. It's important to have a fund balance that is not going to put you at risk in terms of your ability to sustain daily operations, because you know that you've got certain expenses you're going to have to meet on a regular cycle. And I've been in situations where that gets a little hairy because people did not have a sufficient fund balance. The second reason for a solid fund balance is to meet emergency situations. And the third reason for a fund balance, I guess you could argue, is that if you have a healthy fund balance, you not only have a good cushion on operations or for emergencies, but you're also going to enjoy a far better bond rating and the ability to finance your capital improvements than if you have a marginal one. When is it appropriate to tap it? I'm a big believer that we should always strive for at least 4 to 6 months of operational expenses as sort of the threshold. That seems to be, the numbers vary, but that seems to be in the area of what people frequently look at professionally as a fund balance. And I don't think you tap it in a negative fashion unless you have a very good reason. What is a good reason? An emergency. Post 9/11, to get through the balance of the year, that might be a sufficient reason until you can adjust your budget. Second, it seems to me that it's important on a fund balance to make sure that we don't have an ongoing trend. I have seen, and I'm sure you have too, articles where school districts or cities, there's one to the southeast of here, where people have failed to bite the bullet and make the hard decisions that were necessary years ago. And then some group of commissioners or board members is faced with the raw reality of that right then and there. And I lived through that with Prairie du Chien to a very real reason. We were able to recapitalize our funding balance, do lots of different things that brought it into line. But the point is the failure to look at this thing and to deal with it here and now when it requires here and now gives us a situation like we're having in my home state of Illinois, where they have billions of dollars of pension benefits simply because they didn't budget for it when they should have 30 years ago. So I think we should be very careful about when we tap fund balances. I think we pay a lot of attention to them. And I think what's probably most important is for you as a commission to make some reasoned judgments, which I'm sure you have, as to what is the level you want to sustain and then adhere to it.
Okay, follow-up questions? All right, next question.
Speaking of pensions, we are currently 50% funded we'll let you elaborate. We are currently 50% funded with our defined benefit pension plan. Tell us about your experience with an unfunded pension liability and its impact on annual contribution requirements, and discuss the budget consequences as well.
Well, fortunately, with all the budget situations we had in Illinois as a mayor administrator, unfunded pension liability was surprisingly and gladly not one of them. We had always funded our contributions as we went along, so I'm happy to say that we continued that trend. In fact, we were, in terms of what the auditor said, we had over-contributed what we needed to sustain it, so I'm very pleased and proud of that. In Wisconsin, we had a different situation, and basically it boiled down to, again, you have all of these different puzzle pieces in your budget, and you can't solve it necessarily all at once, but you can solve it by saying, here's how much we're going to do this year, and this is what is going to be our ongoing contribution. I think the other way to look at pensions, this is, at least in the environments that I've worked in, it's not always a local decision. I mean, sometimes these are imposed, and thank goodness state governments are beginning to wake up and say, we need to give you some tools, we need to make this easier. I believe in the value of defined benefit pension systems. I do not believe in the way they've been funded. And that means that all of the states that have failed to be fiscally responsible and their local government units are going to have to face very hard choices. And I don't think there's going to be a lot of defined benefit plans for at least new employees in the future. I think it's going to be a matter of choices and financing. And then I think there's going to be some real questions about how we finance the existing debt. So as an administrator, it seems to me that, number one, that is a priority to deal with, and number two, we have to work together to figure out how we're going to thread that needle and put that together and deal with that unfunded liability. And also, it seems to me that there are two different pieces to this. One is, what does the state framework allow, and to what extent can we get it changed? Number two, are we going to have a different set of rules for new employees versus existing employees, and how are we going to deal with that? But I think if we were to be a team, what you'll find is that I always like to lay out alternatives. I always like to be very specific about the pros and cons of them, and I like to work through it so that you have policy options, and you can choose one and know what you're buying into, and then go implement it.
Okay. Commissioner Wheelock.
I'm kind of inclined to clarify the last question. A number of years ago, Grand Traverse County made the move that all new employees are on a defined contribution program instead of a defined benefit program. The number of employees we currently have on defined benefit program continues to get smaller, and therefore that's a big piece of the reason that our mandate is we have an unfunded portion. That being said, we absolutely make the regular contributions that MERS tells us that they want us to make, and on their we were in a situation where they rolled back the actuarial, if you will, 2 years for every year. So, we're down now to, 17 years, 16 years?
14 years.
Well, it'll be 14 when it was on a 3-year freeze. It'll be 14 when we come out of that. So, but we are making the contributions that we were supposed to be making, even though they were accelerating the payback, and that's how we got to the 50% reduction or level.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other follow-up questions?
It's not that we weren't doing our part. We were paying what we were supposed to be paying.
Well, I'm curious, your opinion on if the state is looking at the possibility of having local units of government bond the unfunded portion and extend it out over a 20-year period rather than going through the accelerated amortization process and shrinking county budgets and local budgets. What's your opinion on that?
Well, if we can bond it and we can deal with the debt service of that and have a soft landing, I think that's better than really nasty, hard choices up front.
All right.
There's a lot of people who are not very fond of financing those kind of liabilities. I've been on both sides of that ledger. I believe that when you got really tough choices, and especially you may be impacting public safety and our ability to deliver core services, the ability to deal with that liability but stretch it out and then prepare for it makes sense. My reservation, Mr. Chairman, is I know that you wouldn't do that here, but I saw the state of Illinois refinance huge amounts of debt about 10 years ago, and then they continued spending and spending and spending. And that was not good, is not good, and is not sustainable. So instead of using the opportunity like you're suggesting, they did the exact opposite. They found a way to deal with the immediate issue, and then they added to the long-term problem.
I see. All right. Okay, next question.
Grand Traverse County has financial oversight over a few entities in the county with which we share a tax ID, such as the Grand Traverse Pavilions, Grand Traverse Road Commission, Department of Public Works, and the airport. Please tell us about your experience with providing financial oversight to multiple entities.
Well, I haven't dealt with that many multiple entities in the scale that you're talking about, but in the municipal context, we have had entities like libraries and parks and other districts where we had to provide financial oversight. In the case of the library board, I thought it was peculiar that they got to set their levy, but we had to approve it. And there was actually some court decisions about, can you change the levy? And at least one court decision said, no, you can't. I think that there is always this delicate balance when you're dealing with something that has quasi-autonomy as to how you enforce certain budget bottom lines. And that becomes an art in terms of saying, well, here's what we can do and here's how we can make it work, but here's our needs. I've been in that situation with library boards. I've been in that situation with airports, excuse me, both in Freeport and also in Prairie du Chien. So I've worked through those, and then sometimes in a county context, the framework for budgeting is a lot more complicated than it is for a municipality. And a lot more difficult because you don't have the direct ability to say, here's how it's going to be, in the same way you do with a direct department. But I do believe that in the budgeting process, we need to exert as much control as we can to hit our target numbers that the commission has established. Excuse me.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could you have him turn up the sound a little bit?
Sure.
As he goes on, he's his voice goes down.
I'm sorry.
That or is one of us starts snoring, one or the other, you know?
Huh?
Maybe one of us is snoring and we're having trouble hearing.
No,
Sure. Okay.
I think he can turn him up in there. I don't want to miss anything.
Okay. Did you finish that question?
Well, going back to that, thank you for turning up the sound system, and
It's good.
I've never been blessed with this booming voice that some of the people on the stage have. I always wished I had. When you have multiple commissions and taxing bodies and limited authority, it becomes a matter of, I think, persuasion and transparency. But I've always been sensitive to what are the targets in the budget and what can we do to get there. I found that information sharing in terms of the overall context to be extremely helpful. In some contexts, we don't have direct authority, and then your only method is persuasion. But I always believe you should be outcome-driven in terms of what it is that you can afford, and then implement that to the maximum extent possible.
Okay. Questions? Next question.
Rising healthcare costs have a significant budget impact. Please tell us about how you have managed rising healthcare costs.
Yes. Well, I have never been in a situation where rising healthcare costs have not been a part of the equation. And I think there's some common elements as to how to deal with them. Number one is, first of all, there's a tendency to do what we did before without looking at alternatives. I believe that you always look at all the providers out there and who has the best package. We have a large regional healthcare system in Freeport that's led by the local hospital. We did not have any compunction about taking the package and looking at Blue Cross and looking at everyone else to drive the cost down. Number two is that sometimes it makes sense to ensure, and I believe you're headed in this direction, to ensure, self-insure to a certain level, and then insure about that level for the extraordinary cost. Third, and many times, I don't know too many situations where municipalities haven't changed the co-pays and the terms of engagement for health care and prescriptions. And in some cases, in Prairie du Chien, we made changes in the prescriptions. The final lesson that I think is important in this is how do you create buy-in to situations that are complicated and difficult, maybe even nasty. In Freeport, we set up basically an internal committee, and we invited everybody to the table, even the retirees. So each of the unions were a part of this. Everybody was a part of this. This process went on for about 6 months, in which we threw it open and said, okay, here's our financial situation, and here's the healthcare cost, and here are the trends. Now this is going to consume this budget if we don't deal with it. So we've invited you to the table to help solve this problem and to make recommendations. And please don't tell us that you don't have any recommendations, because if you do, we will proceed with our own plan in the absence of this commission doing its work. What happened at the end of it is that FHN, regional network, and they were a part of this equation, did ultimately retain the health care plan. But they retained it on new conditions, and we adjusted co-pays, we adjusted prescriptions, we put more emphasis in generic. We did all of these different things and many more details besides that affected positively our cost trends. And we incorporated that then into the budget and into the collective bargaining agreements. And that made the collective bargaining process a little easier, because this wasn't a fight to the finish with people finding out about it from the first time. They had been a part of the process from the inception, and they knew what was on the table, and they were expected to communicate that back to their members. And just to underscore that, we also went to the different unions and discussed it directly and answered their questions. So I'm a believer that there are processes, and I'm not saying that's the process to use in every circumstance, but that will work. Now, in Prairie du Chien, when we had this problem with healthcare costs, the AFSCME union was completely, totally intransigent. What we did there is that we had a police union that was anxious to have a contract decision. We sat down, went through the same information with them. We cut that deal to change the health care plan, and they agreed to that with basically a wash on the salary. That is, we changed the health care plan enough, and we changed the salary to change enough to equalize, but not to provide real income increases. And we ratified that and then went back to the other union. And at that point, it was pretty clear that if we were not successful in mediation, they were going to lose. So they also agreed. So I think that healthcare costs are one of those monsters that we have to always be conscious of, monitoring carefully, looking at ways to provide, and also ways to minimize cost without tearing apart the benefits of the plan itself. We've also experimented. We put some emphasis on wellness plans, but we were not able to implement that fully. I have seen a lot of examples where people have implemented wellness plans for their employees, especially in law enforcement, and it's paid huge dividends. I tried to go that route both in Freeport, Urbana, and Prairie du Chien, and we were unable to get that approved because people didn't really want to go through all of the physicals and other things as a part of the agreement to make that a reality. But I think that that is a huge benefit to both employees themselves and also to the organization. Wellness plans can have a huge impact positively on healthcare provisions.
Okay. Follow-up questions? All right, next question.
Tell us about your experience recommending and executing public policy. How do you find balance with property owner rights and the desire for central planning?
Well, I think that to the extent this is a philosophical question, I'm not convinced that central planning has proven to be especially useful and especially successful in the long term, other than if you have some specific goals. Let's say, here's what we want to do with our comprehensive land use plan, or here's where we're going to go with our solid waste plan. And these are the key long-term goals, then I think you can do that and be successful. But there is a balance that we have to be conscious of between individual property rights, which are unlimited, and the needs of the polity as an aggregate, that is, what's in the public interest of everyone. And it seems to me that the more that we can pound those decisions down as close to the citizen as possible, the better results we tend to have. So I believe that there is a balance that can be achieved. I believe that there's no substitute for an informed citizenry. I'm not a believer in unlimited individual rights, but I think that we in this country have a strong tradition of respecting individual rights, and it seems to me that that need not be antithetical to planning if it's done properly. That is, we are conscious of what the overall goals are, and then we find the least intrusive way to try to get there. I mean, let's take just the simple example of zoning. Why does the zoning law have variances in it? Well, it has variances in it because there are unique situations, individual situations, in which one size doesn't fit all. So we provide a method to balance what needs to happen in that particular property with the overall zoning framework to the advantage of everyone. So I hope that that answers your question in terms of how I see that evolving.
All right, follow-up? Mr. Wheelock.
We recently went through a very long and tedious open process resulting in a decision to decommission and remove 3 dams on the Boardman River. Those are being scheduled for being breached at this point. Obviously, there are lakefront property owners who no longer have lake frontage. So we do have a group of citizens who feel that their property rights have been damaged, but we also have a community that does not support paying in a great deal of money to refurbish or maintain the dams. I guess my question is, how do you weigh one to the other as far as the greater good for the community?
Well, I think that this is case-specific, and I'll try to be as direct in my response as I can think to be. I'm, first of all, not personally aware of all the particularities of this situation, but, you know, if something costs a huge amount of money, and a handful of people are affected by it, and expect that huge pot of money to be used to solve their problem, I think we have to think long and hard. There may be circumstances where that is the right decision. But as a general policy, it seems to me that we should be very judicious on the expenditure of a lot of money, public money, for the benefit of a few as opposed to the benefit of the many. Now, the other issue, I guess, with the 3 dams is, okay, what are the ecological and environmental issues that come out of that? You know, a lot of areas in this country, we're taking out dams because we find that they have not achieved their intended purpose, and they've actually been destructive to the surrounding environment. So the trend has been to remove dams, not build a lot of new ones. I'm not an engineer, and I'm not a professional in that, so I can't speak to that. I just notice a lot of things that have happened. But going to the specific situation, you know, if the imposition on the public is minimal, the benefit to the property owner is substantial, then I think the balance of equities weigh to the individual. We should accommodate them when we can. If, on the other hand, the pendulum swings that we're going to spend a lot of money, and we're not going to achieve a whole lot with that, and in fact we may be undermining some of our own policy goals, then I think the pendulum swings in the other direction. And you would find that in terms of a framework, I'm a very big believer in the careful stewardship of public resources. I've never been in a situation where there's a huge pot of money that we can just kind of fund this and fund that and fund everything. And even if we do have a surplusage of money, I think it's important to be judicious, and I think that's one of the public's objections right now, is that they're not sure that the money that they give to public taxing bodies is always well used and wisely stewarded. And so I don't believe in welfare as a principle at one level or at corporate welfare. I believe that we should always try to figure out what it is that we're doing as a public purpose, fund it well, do it right, budget and fund it for the long term, for endurance, that is quality over cheapness, and then go on to the next one. And so in the example that you're citing, it would appear from the way you presented the question that the balance of equities would probably weigh on taking out the dams, even though there's an inconvenience to certain property owners. Let me give you an example to the contrary. In Prairie du Chien, we had this lovely plan and a grant that funded it to create a trail system along our waterway. I thought it was pretty cool, and it was going to lead to a boat launch. Now the problem with this is it was going to go right along the water's edge for about 10 different properties. The property owners were not in favor of these easements, and they made that very clear. And they came to the council and they said, we don't want no part of these easements. We don't even want it if it's not upon us, but you know, it goes to our successors in interest, that is, the people who come after us. The council, and I think they were wise to do that, said, you know, this part of this plan is not going to happen. There's too much opposition. The benefits as to what we're going to achieve to the public are substantial, but the impact that is permanent to the individual property owners is too large for us to do. And so there, I think, is an example where the decision that was respecting the individual rights was properly made, effectively made, and frankly, if I would have owned the property, I think I would have felt the same way they did. And so there isn't a trail along there. That's a loss to the public in one sense, but there are other trails. You know, across the way on the island, there's something called St. Ferial Island. You know, there's lots of space and lots of things to do. I hope that gives you an example of what I think is the way to balance those equities.
Thank you. Questions? Next question.
Aside from budget issues, name one or two of the most critical issues you see facing counties today.
Well, my quick take in this is, number one, I think that counties and all units of government need to be collaborative. We need to find ways to break down the silos and work with other taxing bodies to mutual purposes. We need to figure out ways to be more innovative, and we need to figure out ways, if we can, to be more efficient. Some counties are very fast to embrace technology, and others are very slow to do that. I'm a strong believer in looking at what we have to work with, looking at it from inside out, left, right, above, below, and saying, is there a way for us to improve this process and do it more innovatively, do it more efficiently, do it with fewer people? I'm a strong believer that counties have to do that as a matter of survival if our resources are going to be diminished, because we can't always, and I know your tax base is somewhat limited as to what you can do, and yet you have to build roads, you have to maintain the roads, you are expected to provide health benefits to your population. You know, you have some essential services that you have to figure out how to fund. So I think we should always be conscious of best practices and ways to improve that. It seems to me another part of county government is that there's a tendency, it's the nature of the beast, to be reactive. We deal with today's problems, and until it becomes an immediate problem, you know, we don't necessarily deal with it. The master of that process, of course, is that illustrious institution called Congress. They will not even make decisions about things that they need to do right now. We all have seen it. What I love about local government, the reason that I'm in local government is because I think that there is a strong feeling when we are faced with an entity like this where the rubber meets the road of let's deal with these problems. Let's put aside our differences, but let's figure out what the common good is and let's get on with the business. That said, I think that counties should be proactive, looking ahead. What are, you know, and I know you do some of this because I've read things in your website, so I'm not suggesting you don't do these things. I'm just saying that I think counties have to think about what's this area look like 25 years from now? And how do the decisions that we're making today affect that future and vice versa? You know, what are the things that are happening and how can we prepare for them in advance to the extent we can and be thinking about those and incorporate that into the decision-making process. So I believe that counties have to be collaborative, they have to be innovative, they have to think of ways to foster public-private partnerships. We have to think of ways to look to the future and to be as proactive in that as we can. We'll all be respectful of the situation that, you know, things may not turn out the way we think they would, which is why I recognize that planning has its positive elements, but it's not perfect.
Okay. Dick.
I like the idea of looking forward to see what it's going to look like. You should have seen it 50 years ago. It was a lot nicer then.
Okay. Any other follow-up comments? All right, and we'll move on to.
Well, let me give you an example of that, and this is not dumping on my home community, but this is an example. I've spent a lot of time in environmental law and on grants, and became somewhat of a favorite child of Region 5, US EPA and State EPA, because when they said, we got these brownfields grants, this is when they were first starting out, we latched onto them. Now, we had an old factory called the Raleigh Building, which is this huge fortress, reinforced steel. You could probably bomb it from World War II, and I'm not sure that the bombs would have gone through. It was that big, that massive, that concrete. Now, when we went through there, we discovered that there was mercury, there were papers. For 30 years, essentially, no one had done anything, not even cleaned out the building. And of course, the parent corporation was long gone. They didn't exist anymore. To me, I can't fathom how it is that no one in the city, public or private, for 30 years had done nothing to clean up even the most basic stuff. And you know, it didn't probably help us a lot in the press to say, look, we're going to go to the US EPA and we're going to get a removal action. And we got a removal action, brought them in, got all of the nasty stuff out of there right away. And then we applied for grants, and we used the removal action as an example of why we were should be in line for grants. And we applied for some demonstration grants at the federal level 3 times before we finally got it done. And we also got one of those nasty little earmarks from Senator Durbin to supplement some of that money. And then we started thinking about what can we do with this building to make it an asset and add to the tax base instead of being a drain on the tax base. And I'm using it, sir, as an example of saying proactive. It seems to me that when the company moved out in 1968, the county and the city would have been wise to start thinking about what we're going to do with that building instead of nailing some plywood up and saying we're just going to forget about it. Because we would have been ahead of the game instead of waiting 30 years to start in the most elementary cleanup and rehabilitation of that building.
This might be a little off base, but you just reminded me of it, especially when you said that you've done some environmental work. The state of Michigan, in all their wisdom, just passed a law that says that you can't burn plastic, rubber, this and that and the other thing in your barrel outside of your house. Well, that's probably a good idea. How are they going to enforce it?
They probably won't be able to.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Okay, we're going to move
Light
on
the
to, do you have any other questions? Okay, we're going to move on to leadership, management, and supervision. Jen?
Define leadership in one sentence.
Wow. I would define leadership as the art of motivating and moving people towards a goal or a compelling vision, even in adverse circumstances. I can't claim originality, but I'm not quoting anything that I've ever read in Webster's, but as you know from my resume, I've gone through a couple of different leadership programs. So the terminology I've used, let me define that a little bit for you. I think it's an art because leadership styles vary, but I think we know leadership when we see it. You know, Abraham Lincoln was a leader. We remember him historically for what he got done, which was holding the Union together. James Buchanan, his predecessor, history does not treat kindly, and I think rightfully so, because he did virtually nothing in the largest crisis facing this then young country. So I think it's an art because leadership is going to be different from individual to individual, but we know it when we see it. Moving and motivating people is a leader has to be able to not just simply sit at a desk and make decisions. A leader has to be able to motivate people, work with people, and get people sort of on a common ground here. A compelling vision, you know, if the goals are modest enough, anybody can get them done. True leadership is that there's seeming intractable issues and you say there's got to be a way here for us to make this happen, or at least we can die trying. And I think that you will not always succeed if you're a true leader, but sometimes you see what needs to be done and you do your best to make it happen. And I've been in those situations. I mean, when I was a mayor administrator, and please understand, I'm not trying to toot my horn here, I felt that it was more important to try to get things done to move our community, which was losing its industrial base, to move forward than it was to be popular or to be reelected. I felt that that was what the hour called for, and if I didn't have enough fortitude to do that, then I didn't belong in the office. And I think you probably feel pretty much the same way as commissioners. You're going to do what you think is right. You're going to be true to that inner voice, and you're going to try to do the things that you have promised your electorate or your public to do. So I think that leadership is listening to the public and listening carefully to the public and what they tell us, but also adding to that what we think the hour calls for, and then, you know, pushing that forward. Even if the waters are rather troubled, we do that. And, you know, the best leaders are those that can do this, seeming intractable things, and yet everything around them is conspiring against them, and I love Lincoln for that reason. He was in a very tough spot, and he managed to thread the needle. Not everybody can do that. And so I think that we have some role models that we can all look to and when times are tough and say, well, you know, this is not the first time that we've all had to paddle that boat. So that's how I would define leadership, and that's why I would define it that way.
Okay, comments? Okay, next question.
What is the most difficult management problem with employees that you've had to face, and how did you deal with it?
Well, there's been quite a few of them. I'm going to use a couple of examples, and I hope it doesn't sound like my example is always to remove people. I had a community development director in Freeport who just didn't seem to kind of get the idea of teamwork. And what would happen is that, thank you very much, what would happen is we would have zoning decisions that came out of nowhere, and they would go to the council, and he'd work these out with the economic development director, who was not a city employee, but a member of a separate foundation. And the corporation council would say, I haven't looked at this. And the fire department would say, I haven't looked at these plans either. And this was both building plans and zoning issues. And so we had several come to Jesus meetings in which I said to this individual, this is not a good way to do business. There's no reason why we cannot have a review of plans, zoning decisions, etc., before they go to the Plan Commission and before they go to the council. And so I would urge you to follow through, because I don't want to see any of this stuff go to the council until it has the sign-off of everybody concerned. That solved the problem for a while, and then we were back to where we started. So the next thing I did was to issue a memorandum, a directive that said, okay, this is the process, and we will all follow that. And then met with everybody individually, collectively, to implement it. That solved the problem some more, and then ultimately he just couldn't resist himself. He still had to screw around and do things individually. And ultimately, what happened is after about 5 different situations, I had a closed-door meeting, and I said, Jeff, we seem to have a problem here that we can't resolve. Can you tell me what is so difficult about functioning with these decisions in a rational way? And, you know, he didn't really have a good example. And I said, well, here's the deal. You either follow the directive and follow the memorandum, make sure the corporation council and people signed off on it, or exit, you know? And you can exit quietly. You can say you got another position. You can do whatever you want. I'm not interested in making this ugly, but we're going to do business here a different way than we've done it in the past. And you're either with the team or you're over the side of the boat. And it's your decision as to which way you want to go. And ultimately he did leave the city government. And I felt badly about that, because I always like to see people succeed. And I've been in a similar situation in Prairie du Chien. I mean, when I was there, the street department manager decided that he just couldn't resist himself. He had to communicate constantly with people on daily emails as to the minutest thing. And we went through a similar process, and we ultimately eliminated that position and then redistributed the responsibilities. I went through this with a line employee, and one of the things that I was disturbed with as a person with a legal background is that we didn't evaluate our employees. And so when we had a problem person in the street department, and of course it was a small enough organization that you had some awareness of what individuals are doing. But this person was rude. And when he drove a snowplow, he had a habit of running into people's cars. I mean, and if people called him out on something, he would swear at him. I mean, he was your original nightmare employee, all right? But here's the thing, okay? So council people wanted to fire him. But I discovered if you looked at his personnel file, we had never documented. We had never done the basic things we needed to do that I'm sure Jen would do in HR to build the case. So we resisted temptation and said, no, we're not going to fire him right now for this incident. Here's what we're going to do. And the corporation council had her marching orders, so she implemented this, is we're going to document everything he did. Well, sure enough, It didn't take more than 6 months for him to have a whole new array of things after being put on probation that ultimately resulted in his termination. Now, what's the point here? Well, the point here is that I think, first of all, if discipline is required, it should be progressive, ideally, unless it's in a flagrant situation. And number two, we need to evaluate people. We need to document. And number three, I'm a strong believer in trying to work with people individually and deal with problems at a lower key level, and then bring them up the line when it doesn't work the first time, the second time, or maybe the third time.
Okay, questions? Next question.
How do you provide feedback to department heads?
Well, I try to do feedback both formally and informally. I think that when somebody does an extraordinary job, there's nothing wrong with an attaboy or attagirl. There's a strong tendency in human nature, I think, to be judgmental. And sometimes we forget the carrot as well as the stick. So I've evolved over time, and I've been a strong believer in giving people kudos for a job well done and giving them recognition. I don't have any problem in public saying, so-and-so here is the author of this. They saw it through. They did a wonderful job. If you're that person, that means the world to you to have somebody say, you did it, instead of hogging all of the glory on it. The second thing is that I think that if there are problems, it's always a good idea to have a discussion and say, what is going on here? Let's say it's a grant application and it's really fouled up. What happened? This is not your usual good work. So did we not give you enough resources? Did we not give you enough time? What happened? Asking and allowing people to give their side of the story, I think, is really important in terms of feedback. And I think also being clear on goals. When I was a mayor administrator and also administrator in Prairie du Chien, one of the things that I always ask people to do is to specify what are your personal goals for the year. That was a part of the evaluation process. I think that that's important. And then discussing what are the progress we're making to achieve those goals. So there's both a formal and an informal component to the process. And I think it's important to be clear and transparent and to be friendly and not to be a hostile person. And above all, I don't think a good administrator is remote, aloof, and sort of a desk jockey, as I call it. I think a good administrator, there's a book that was written a couple decades ago. It was attributed to Abraham Lincoln and Leadership, and it was subtitled as Management by Wandering Around. And you may have even heard of it.
I have the book.
And I think there's some wisdom in there about just kind of figuring out what things look like from the ground's eye view of the people who are carrying out tasks and being sensitive to what is their world, and then giving feedback or suggestions or working through problems, and doing that on a fairly regular and systematic basis. And I guess I'd also add to that in terms of feedback, I think that a good administrator is supportive, is conscious of what are the resources that this department or this person needs to succeed, and then doing your best to supply the resources. Because if we don't give people the resources to succeed, and then we hold them accountable, it seems to me that we're not quite being fair.
Questions, Commissioner?
Beyond what you've already described, have you had a situation where you just couldn't abide a department head, and what was the ultimate resolution of that, if that in fact existed?
Well, I've actually had those situations in each of my major employments. The community development director left in Freeport after having repeated opportunities to get with it. Second, when I was in Urbana, we had a lady who was a part-time prosecutor, and we had certain directives that after we'd worked out this process with the judge, and we said, this is where we're going to go with this. And she went about her business and basically ignored it because she didn't want to implement it. And we went through the same process. What is the problem here? This is the memo. This is, here's an example of 5 cases where you completely departed from it. What's going on here? Well, I don't believe in this. And I said, well, then you need to not do this. You need to find different employment. And I had no regrets on that. And she said, well, okay, I'll leave in 8 weeks. And with the mayor's imprimaturness, I said, no, you'll leave in 2. Because we didn't want any more of that. It was a direct example of insubordination. And that's where I would draw a line. If you've been very clear, there's no ambiguity as to what's expected here, and then somebody just blatantly disregards it, that situation has to be dealt with, or the impact in the organization, morale, and on other people, in my opinion, is extremely negative. And prior to Sheen, we had a problem with the street department head, and he left. He said, you can either buy into this system, this is the way it's going to be, and this has the approval of the mayor and the council, or you can do something else. And he says, I'll do something else. So we used that as an example then to redistribute that department, because we had a lot of people with a small amount of responsibility, and we had some good managers. We just simply said, okay, we're going to have one less management position here, and we're going to redistribute these resources and use them in a different way, and it worked out fine. So, I don't have a compunction about removing somebody if that's what the situation requires. That's not my preference if there's ways to deal with it, and it's not a flagrant violation.
Any other questions? All right, next question.
How would you characterize your leadership style?
I believe in delegation with accountability. I think that would be the one-word description of it. And I also, I believe, Teddy Roosevelt talked about speaking softly. I think that my leadership style is somewhat low-key initially. I can be in your face, I can be direct, I can be very forceful, I can be everything you got to be a Navy SEAL, so to speak, when the situation requires. But I'm not an authoritarian. I don't believe in management from the top down. I don't believe in just simply issuing dictums or memoranda. I believe a good leader is somewhat fluid and flexible and uses persuasion, what they call in political science soft power, as much as possible. And then you back it up with decisive decision-making, hopefully with the approval of your board as necessary.
Okay. Follow? Next question.
What do you believe the county administrator can do to motivate employees or improve employee morale?
Well, some of the things I think you already do that I've found to be successful. I think programs that recognize contributions are good. I think Employees of the Month is good. Singling people out for special praise, I think that's good. But in addition, I think an administrator can be supportive in saying, as I spoke to earlier, attaboy, good work. When somebody does something above and beyond the call of duty, I think it's important to recognize that. I used to occasionally drop in with a snowplow crews in the middle of winter and bring donuts or pizza or hot coffee, just simply as a way, and I didn't do it every time, I just simply did this once in a while as a way to say thank you. It's a way of underscoring we care about what you're doing here. And I think that those kind of things go a long way. I think that also it's helpful just to smile and say good morning to people, instead of just simply whizzing by the reception desk downstairs. You stop and say hello and how's your day going? I mean, all those little things add up. So I strongly believe in the power of people to just be an authentic, pleasant person and recognize that everybody is trying to do a job, get by with their life, make things happen. They may have a screaming kid at home, they may have flu at home. Empathy goes a long way. Not to be confused with the fact of being a soft touch or being unable to make a decision or trying to be everybody's buddy. As an administrator, I know you're not everybody's buddy. But there is a line there in terms of pleasantness and reacting and being supportive, but also being firm and decisive as necessary to carry out your job. And I believe it is possible to wear both of those hats without being inconsistent.
Okay. Anything? Commissioner Thomas?
You know, here in this county, the road commission, you keep talking about snow plows. Here, they give away prizes for whoever gets the most mailboxes.
Well, maybe that was going on, and by the way, they hit the mailboxes in Prairie du Chien, too.
Okay. Anything else? Next question.
How would you view your role as a public figure in this community, and what obligations do you feel that brings?
Well, first of all, I think the obligation, if I answer the second part first, the obligation of the administrator is, in a public position, is to cut a good example. I mean, I think it's not enough to obey the law. You don't want even the appearance of impropriety, and I think you need to be conscious of that. I just saw an example that you may or may not have read, you know, of some controller in Illinois who, with a small budget, stole $30 million, and everybody's scratching their head and trying to figure out how in the world the auditors didn't catch that. What does that have to do with your question? What it has to do with this? You know, we're all in a position of discharging a public trust. This is a public responsibility. We are trustees for the future. And I think that in these times when people are so cynical, it is especially important, whether you're elected or appointed, to be a good role model, to be of good propriety, not to appear jovial or disruptive in public, or to yell at people, or to get drunk, or any of that stuff. I think that we need to be conscious of our role. Second, I think that it's important for the administrator to function on the premise that your word is your bond. If you say you're going to do something, you do it. And you do it when you say you're going to do it. And if you can't do it when you said you would do it, you call somebody up and say, I'm sorry, I can't do this. How can I make it right? So I believe that there are, it's important for the administrator to fulfill that role. I think the level of visibility of the administrator depends a lot upon what's the wish of this board. I mean, I've been in positions where I'm interacting with the television media, the press media, the radio media. I had a regular radio program. You know, we did it all, public meetings. I'm comfortable in a very public role, and I'm comfortable asking difficult questions and answering in a very diplomatic manner. I'm comfortable carrying the water for the board. You know, I defended in the media decisions as an administrator that I didn't personally agree with, but I considered the litmus test to be this: can I present the board's case so compellingly that nobody knows what my private thoughts are? And if I could do that well, then I've done my job. But if it bled through, then I haven't done my job. So I think that the level of visibility and the way you discharge the job, a lot of those things depend on what your expectations are. But once we've agreed on what you want that to do, then you do that, and you do it as well as you can, and you cut a good example, and you become reliable, and you make sure that people say, when I deal with this administrator, I can count on the results that I'm getting. There's no double talk. There's no hypocrisy. There's no BS going on here. You get what you want.
Okay. Commissioner Lemko.
Outside of county government or city government and all your work, what really excites you, and what kind of hobbies do you have?
I am, believe it or not, I'm got a little bit of girth here because I've had some knee issues, but I love to bicycle. I like to run, although I can only run on grass now because of the pounding on concrete. I have a motorcycle that I love to ride. I'm a lot more careful than I would have been if I was riding when I was 20. I might not even be here because it didn't occur to me that people would just turn in front of you. It does now. I love all sports, and I'm actually a beginning fisherman, and I like sailing, but I'm not very good at it. And I'm thinking maybe of buying a sailboat, but see, you know, Prairie du Chien, we have water in the Mississippi. In Freeport, we got the Pecatonica River, which you can almost spit across. So I have 2 young children, and I like to spend a lot of time with them. So I spend a lot of time in parks. I love nature, too. That's one of the attractions of this area. It's just a very beautiful area. But I'm physically active, and I probably shouldn't share this with you, but I'll do it anyway. You know, I haven't had cable for the last 6 months because I don't like paying $100 and some a month in cable. And I can get what I want off of the internet. And I love to read, and I haven't missed it. There's not a lot on television to be missed, I found.
All right, Commissioner Renshaw.
With relation to that question, what in the past civic organizations or clubs or groups have you belonged to that you found helpful with regards to your professional life?
Well, I've been a member of Rotary, not currently an active member of Rotary, but I'm a member of Rotary, and I went to Rotary frequently up in Prairie du Chien. I have also been a member of the Kiwanis, different groups. In fact, I'm being solicited now to go back and renew my membership in Kiwanis. I'm a new member of the Elks Club, so I've been a member of a lot of different social clubs, and I'm a member of a lot of different parent groups for kids. So I found those all to be enjoyable. I try not to be a joiner for the sake of being a joiner. I try to join an organization where there's a group of people that we seem to have fun, get along together. They're doing things that I think are useful. And so it's not just to be a member for the sake of being a member, but you're a member of an organization, you like what they're doing, and you add to it. So I'm a strong believer that when you join a group, you add value and do things to become an active member as opposed to just being a name on a plate.
Okay. All right, next we're going to move on to communication and teamwork questions. Jen?
As a county administrator, you would be called upon to provide verbal and written reports to the Board of Commissioners. Explain your previous experience dealing with boards and commissions, and what kind of information would you say is important to provide regularly?
I've dealt with tons of boards and commissions. I mean, it seems to me like in Freeport and Prairie du Chien, we had boards and commissions coming out the wazoo, pages of them. I made a point of trying to attend as many of their meetings as possible on a regular basis, like, you know, quarterly meetings or so, just to drop in, even if there was nothing particular on the agenda. Now, some of those commissions, we have important stuff, like in Freeport, there was a water and sewer commission that was an integral part of the city. So we not only appointed people, but I also spent a lot of time going to those meetings so that I was conversant in infrastructure, and likewise they knew the background on particular elements of finance or elements of you know, a business or something that we were doing, so that we're all on the same page. The library board, another example. I mean, we built the first library in Freeport in 100 years, and I thought that this was a no-brainer. We had an old library. It was not ADA compliant. It had virtually no parking. There was no place for children's programs, let alone public meetings. I mean, it was a nice building, but it was 100 years old. It needed to give way to something new. And I worked with that board, and we sort of cut a deal. I mean, it was kind of an informal discussion that took place over a couple of different months, but it went something like this. If we're going to build a new library, let's build it in a downtown. Let's make it accessible geographically to everybody. Let's make sure that it anchors other development projects. Let's make sure that it prepares for the future and has enough space. Let's make sure that the architecture is something we can be proud of, not steel-sided building and something that's ugly. And so we kind of made all of these decisions jointly, and we said one other thing. We're going to build this, and we're not going to have any impact directly attributable to the library on our property tax base. And we did that by making a deal that said this: you're going to raise a third, the city will put in a third, which we're going to finance as a part of our water and sewer improvements, and we're going to get a third from the state and federal government. Now, George Ryan, who is now an involuntary guest of a certain institution in Illinois, gave us $1 million, not because we make political deals. It's just we were in the right place at the right time, and we worked with our legislators and got it done. And we got money, a small amount from the federal government. We met our goals. And my point here is that by joint collaboration, we're able to take care of a community need. Now, it turned out to still be controversial, but it was a perfect example of communication and working through it. We had an airport commission. The airport says, we can't access federal grants because we got a safety zone issue. We got to move this township road to accommodate the safety zone. Township said, not going to do it. And this had gone on under my predecessor for years. So we met with the township and we said, look, we need to take care of the airport to accommodate some of our leading industrial partners like Honeywell. And we got the same drill. We went to the legislature and they said to our legislators, we need to have eminent domain. We need to take this road and move it. Now, after we got the legislation approved, we went back to the township and said, we don't like to do it this way, but here's the deal. Now that we are going to move the road, you tell us how you want the road to be configured. What works for you? You can help us with the design. We're going to pay for it. We're going to make this work as best as possible. And we formulated a new relationship with the township. But we also got the airport stuff done. And then we accessed several $1 million, which here would be nothing because of the size of the airport. But in that municipal airport was a lot. And we opened up the pipeline for the partnership with the state and federal government to create a general aviation airport that was worthy of the name. We've worked with I've worked with judicial commissions in Urbana for the same purpose of working with them. In terms of communication, I think it's situational. If people want a lot of information, I like to have them on an email list, and when there's something that I think they might, I always ask myself this question: is there something that I know that this person would like to have this information? If so, type in the name, push the button. And fostering that communication, both organized with formal reports and budget and goals and other things, supplemented by personal relationships and ongoing communication, I find to be highly effective. And what I find most of all is that people appreciate it if you go above and beyond the basics. I think it really helps if people get to know you individually, and they know, if I know that let's say an airport commissioner has a special interest in some particular thing, and I send him an email, maybe it's a classic car, by the way, did you see this article? All those things add up to really being helpful for when you have something really difficult you got to do.
Great. Follow? Next question.
This position will be called upon to provide information to all forms of media, including print, television, and radio. Tell us about your experience within public relations and how you respond to criticism.
I'm laughing because when I was a mayor administrator, the local paper and I did not always hit it off. And not because we didn't.
I think all of us resemble that.
I'm sorry, the first part of the question was?
This position will be called upon to provide information to all forms of media, print, television, radio. Tell us about your experience within public relations and how you respond to criticism.
Well, first of all, in most of the positions I've occupied, we didn't have a formal PR person. So I'm used to writing my own PR, or press releases. I'm used to fashioning what it is we're going to do in the interview. Sort of doing this, doing it innately, and I don't make a big deal of it. I just, I'm used to what are the dynamics, what it is that we got to do here. I've dealt a lot with electronic media in every one of these settings. The television stations that are regional and what the reporters are going to ask you, how to fashion a sound bite, even how if you're asked a pointed question that it's not time to answer, like about collective bargaining, how do you deflect that, how to answer the question you want to answer, not the one they asked, because the situation requires it. I've done a lot with editorial boards. When the newspaper, there was a publisher who was very, very difficult, and what I discovered about this is, in terms of criticism, it's important not to take it personally. If you throw gasoline in a fire, then you just simply take the adversarial relationship and you dig the hole deeper. What I did do is when the paper made some type of an editorial statement that demonstrably false or challengeable, they didn't get it quite right, I would fashion a diplomatic response that was usually not terribly long, and then I would sit on it for 24 hours or overnight and look at it again to see that it was appropriate and then send it. And I worked hard to try to deflate antagonistic situations rather than elevate them. I did not always succeed. I found editorial boards, if my problem was with a particular individual, then I found it helpful to maybe expand to could I meet with your editorial board about this situation? And going back to the Raleigh building, the paper said, we don't understand why you haven't demolished it. And so I asked to meet with the editorial board, and we had that discussion. I said, well, here's the deal. I said, this thing is huge. The engineering estimates are that it's going to cost us $2 to $3 million, maybe as high as $5 million to take it down. I can't get any grants for $5 million, but I can get money to start to plan and think of a new use for it. So what would you do? Are we going to create another big hole that has no impact positively in the tax base? We're going to try to do something here, which, by the way, nobody before me tried to do anything with it. So can you see this point of the view? And we're actually able to reach some of those people. So I'm an idealist with the media in the sense of a good set of facts and a compelling story can go a long ways towards deflecting criticism. And if you take it personally, then I think you lose the battle. In terms of ongoing communications to the media, I think it's important to be out ahead of stories. And one of the things that I did in Prairie du Chien is when we had regular interview the next day after the council meeting with the media, and there was a local radio station, is if something was coming down the pike or a major newspaper called about some issue, like up there was roundabouts, there was a lot of controversy about roundabouts, to give the board a heads up of what was going on, so that if they got called for a comment, they didn't get it cold, they didn't get it out of the blue, they had some advance notice that that was possible as to what was going on. So, long story short here, I think that communication strategies are not only in terms of being familiar and comfortable dealing with the media, but it's also making sure that you are keeping your board and your staff advised as to key things that are going on, so that there's not the deer in the headlight situation developing.
Good. Follow-up? Next question.
How do you perceive county commissioner involvement in the day-to-day operation of the county, including interaction with employees?
Well, I may not be speaking what you want to hear here, but here's how I see it, and I've lived this. I don't think that the commission should have much day-to-day interaction with employees unless there's a very good reason. I think that it's the job of the administrator to find out and respond back to any inquiries about particular situations. And I've lived this in a lot of different ways. I think that the primary function of the commission is budget oversight and creation, setting policy, looking at the big picture, making those decisions, and then it's up to the staff to carry it out operationally. So I frown upon regular daily interaction with employees. That said, I think that when a commissioner is concerned about a particular situation or item, and you have communicated that to the administrator, I have heard X. I'd like to know what is going on with that. Did that really happen? Did they really yell at this person? What went down here? Then I think it is up to us, your staff, to investigate if necessary and to come back and report back on the situation and keep you advised as to it. But I think that there should be clear lines of authority as to what people are doing, and those lines of authority operationally should be respected. And I've lived through this as council people going down telling the street department how they're to do things. And we diplomatically put an end to it and said, we can't run an organization that way. And we explained why. So that's how I think it works best, is the administrator is responsible, gets you answers, reports back to you, keeps you apprised, does his job.
Okay. Comments? Very good. Next question.
right, just so we've got about 15 minutes left, and Jim, we've got about 5 more questions for you. So just, and we want to give you time to ask any questions that you might have of the commissioners as well. Question is, what do you believe is the purpose of county government?
Well, are you asking that in terms of particulars or as a general philosophy?
I would say general thought.
General thought? Well, I guess in the most general way, I would say that the responsible of a county government is that we're all trustees for the future. But that said, you know, we have to discharge certain responsibilities. Primary one, clearly, of the county is public safety. And you play a huge role in public safety. But you also have a lot of other hats that you wear, you know. You're a key player in healthcare for certain groups of the population. You provide a lot of the heavy lifting on certain kinds of roads and infrastructure. You play a large role in terms of a variety of other services that are offered to the public. So you truly are the important organization for citizens who are living here and a quality of community that they live in. And that gives you, I think, not only an important role, but the most important role in terms of making this all work. So aside from the very basic services that a county provides, it seems to me that the very best counties in the United States are organizations that are thoughtful in terms of how can we best serve our citizens, make things work, and respond to their needs. And I think a good organization like a county does have a lot of public meetings, as I know you do, does convey a sense to citizens that their voice matters, does communicate key things that may not be pleasant but need to be heard about, here's our financial situation, here are the choices that we're facing, here are the things that we would like to do, and here are the things that we absolutely have to do. All those things are part of a county government's function. You know, you are the glue, as I see it, that holds this whole thing sort of together. And I think that that is a challenging role, but I think it's vital, and it's, to me, one of the real pleasures of local government is that we truly sit where the rubber meets the road, not just literally, but figuratively across the whole spectrum of issues. Other people up at the state and federal level have their grand visions, and they make legislation, and some of it's good and some of it's not so good, but we are where it operationally all happens. And to me, that's exciting in terms of how do you translate these general things into very concrete specifics that need to get done and do get done.
Okay. Next question.
If you were offered and accepted this position, what would your first 30 days look like as administrator for Grand Traverse County?
Excuse me. I think I'm getting a sore throat. My first 30 days would be very active. First, I would spend a lot of time with you, the commission. I think that's the first priority, along with the staff, both individually and as a board. Assimilating large volumes of information and becoming quite familiar with where things are at this snapshot in time, but also what are the things that are coming down the pike that we need to be doing. I would hope to develop a personal relationship with each of you, and especially the chairman. You know, the chairman and a good administrator and your key commissioners, we're sort of married at the hip. And so I think it's really important for me to be available, for you to get to know me, and I to get to know you, and figure out how I can truly be of service to you in carrying out our mission. At the same token, I would spend a lot of time meeting with your key staff, starting with the managers and finance director, and working all the way down. And I would hope within the next, not the first 30 days, but I would hope within six months to have met absolutely every employee who works for the county. That's a pretty ambitious goal, but I think you learn a lot, going back to the Lincoln on leadership. At the same time, an administrator is introduced to the public, and I would look to this board for some guidance as to what they think the priorities are in terms of who to go to first, and making sure that you're introduced to people in other units of local government and throughout the community and other community leaders. A very active meet and greet and spending one-on-one time. I think it's also important for the new administrator, if he's not already from Michigan, to spend a lot of time understanding this framework. There's a lot of similarities between counties and Illinois and Wisconsin, but I respect the fact there's a lot of differences. And I would expect that at the end of 30 days, you could ask me basic questions about Michigan law, and you would get a correct response. I don't think that an administrator should wing it. I don't think an administrator should not know everything. I mean, I would expect that in a reasonable amount of time, you would know the difference between me being here now and if I had been raised in Michigan, that I would know that much about the state government, the counties, and the history of this county. It would be like talking to a native. So this is a fairly steep learning curve, but I think it's really important when you're an administrator not to put your feet up on the table, so to speak, and kind of wing it for a while as you're learning the ropes, but to get under the hood and understand how this is working, who the players are, what's going on, and to start to be able to function effectively. So I'm not one to let the grass grow under my feet. I would be very active. I would be actively learning, and I would be putting in some very substantial hours, even though all of it would not be in an office.
All right, good. Questions? Commissioner Maxbach.
Jim, are you envisioning a long-term commitment to Grand Traverse County?
Yeah. On a couple of different levels. I'm glad actually you asked that question. Number one, I am familiar with this area. I love this area. It's to me, there are two parts of Michigan that are really special. This general area and the UP. I think this is a nicer place to live than the UP for a couple of reasons. Second, I'm in a more mature part of my career. So I'm not interested in figuring out how to do a great job here and then can I move on to a larger setting. I'm really interested in working with a group of people in an organization that's enjoyable to work for and doing a long-term commitment. And I'm also interested in living in a community that I think will be family-friendly and that I would enjoy being here, you know, post-employment as well. I like Northwestern Illinois, but it has its own set of limitations and issues that make it a place where I'm comfortable, but I don't necessarily see it as the only place to do things. And in fact, it has some huge issues that I'm not sure it's ever going to meet. I mean, they sort of resist the future, and they don't want to change. And they're expecting that assembly plant to come down the line and solve all their problems. And unless something dramatically changes in this country, it's not going to happen. And they need to envision a different future. And I think that, you know, areas like this have a fundamentally more positive, thoughtful way of addressing those issues, and that's kind of exciting. What I'm all about as an individual is making a positive difference. I'm in the public sector not because there's money to be made, particularly in the public sector, but because I enjoy it. It's part of what I've kind of evolved into as a citizen. And the idea of being able to make a contribution and work with people to make good things happen, sometimes with anonymity, to me is what life is all about. I don't want to just live for the sake of living. I want the time that I spend on this planet to be of some avail, even if it's on a small scale. And then when you're able to operate on a larger scale, that's even more exciting.
Okay. Jen?
I know that you've had many opportunities throughout your career, but if you can just give us one achievement that has contributed to your employer's success, and then on the flip side, give us the biggest challenge.
Well, I think probably to some extent you've seen sort of a preview of the question of successes. You know, I got the library built. We took the hill. There were some casualties. The public didn't always see it that well. Now they love it. I'm proud of challenges where you know that the end is good and there's going to be some problems, but ultimately, it will vindicate itself, and I've had the pleasure of seeing that happen. Same thing with the Raleigh building. In Urbana, I was proud of the fact that we stopped some agreements from being signed that were really dangerous and not good. We were able, for example, on one bike path, it was a lovely idea, but it was a prescription for trouble with all the buses, student traffic, the university and everything, and said, do you really believe this is the place for this to happen? Or are you going to really have this festival in this parking lot when it won't sustain the load limits according to your own engineers? So sometimes what you put the brakes on is as important as what you accomplish. And in Prairie du Chien, it was not fun with a negative fund balance, but the way we resolved that, and it wasn't just me, it was a whole bunch of people that worked on it, and a special credit to the financial advisors who sustained it. I would have never been able to make that point stick if I didn't have the heavy artillery of the people behind me, and they couldn't argue with the numbers. The numbers are what the numbers are. We got to fix this. I am very proud of that. Challenges that I wish I had been able to do different. I wish that on the library as an example, that we'd had a better public input process. I thought this was a cinch to go through. And instead we ended up with 2 advisory referendums, countless public meetings, counter proposals. I mean, it almost unraveled a couple of times. And what I realized at the end of it is that part of the fault was mine. And the fault is that if you have a good idea, but you haven't thought through all of the contingencies in the way this thing can come on track, and you don't deal with that consensus building process and let it move at its own speed instead of the speed you think it is, you can sometimes make something take a lot longer than it would have taken if you'd have backed up, put the brakes on, and done the consensus building process correctly. So that's an example of, I think, doing things in a systematic way and laying the groundwork, and that to me is become increasingly important, is the fact that when you're going to make a difficult decision, such as making the changes in the healthcare plan, covering the bases to plow the field and lay the groundwork to make it happen. I think also that I've learned over time some of the do's and don'ts of management. When I started out in this field, moving from an attorney to a management position, I tended to be much more, here's how we're going to do it, we got to do it now, we got to do it yesterday, either get on board, move aside, or get the hell out of the way. You can operate that way for a while, but in the long run, it will not work. And I have become far more collaborative and far more team-oriented over time than I used to be. And I would say that's because of born of practical necessity, but also an awareness. Ultimately what's come forward to me is that this is a people process. And if we recognize that people are people, with all that that entails, good and bad, then, and we treat it as a people process, and we're more collaborative and more team-oriented, in the long run we'll probably get more done with less controversy to the good of all. So those are some of the things that I've learned from key situations.
Jen, I think he kind of answered the last 2 questions, but you see any additional questions?
We did, I agree. In terms of why you want to work for Grand Traverse County, I think you've summed that up, but Jim, we'll leave it at that. Do you have any questions for us, or is there anything else you'd want to add?
Well, I guess I have a couple of questions I would be interested in. Number one, and I realize that you've got to respect your time, what are the key things that you want from your administrator coming out of the starting gate? And number 2, what is your timetable for having the administrator in place?
Well, let me try to respond to that. I think you did a good job in terms of what you would do for your first 60 days, and I think that would meet the general expectation of the board. We have interviews for 12:30 and 2:30 today, and 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock tomorrow. And then the board will continue, at that point, try to discuss their feelings of the candidates and see if we can come up with a consensus in a relatively short period of time, hopefully by the end of April. And if we need to do a second round of interviews, then we would make that consensus and then have a discussion about that and have another bring back. But I guess as chairman, it's my hope that we could make some decision based on the first interviews that we've had in person here at the commission level. And then from there, it would be a consensus in terms of, making a selection and working with the individual on an offer, and then coming up with some kind of timetable in terms of your availability to make the move. So it would mostly rely on that individual's ability to make notice of their current employment situation. But we're hoping, as a goal, to have them in place by the 1st of June, at a minimum.
Okay.
Okay? I don't know if anybody else has anything to add on that. Okay.
Thank you so very much.
Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you
We appreciate
for your time.
Thank you.
your input and time and effort to come on up and visit with us.
Terrific. And
have a good flight back.
And I also, first I want to thank you for this opportunity. It's flattering, no matter what happens, just to go through this experience with you. So I appreciate that very much. And second, I wanted to thank you through your HR director, because all the preparations and everything that was done for this meeting has been very informative and helpful. So I appreciate the attention to details.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Just an announcement, lunch is here, lunch is on the chairman.
On the chairman?
Yep,
Thank you.
yep, lunch is on the chairman, so have at her.
Nice to meet you.
Go to the
TV in the pocket, then John will.
Well, the folks who are senior in my...
Just to remind you who's on. Accustomed to me being late for that.
Well, here comes the lone Democrat.
There we go.
Nice, Dick. Say that whenever you refer to him.
With any luck, they're dying.
As soon as Commissioner Richardson fills his plate up, we'll start.
My old man, he was a good brother.
Just took 30 minutes for a quick luncheon break.
Somebody was asking me.
We were,
several years ago,
our interviews have been going a little longer than we
changed.
originally had
Yeah, I said,
anticipated.
"You finally got smarter."
Yeah, we had plugged in an hour and a half, and
Yeah, he
they've
died
been
of
running about
Republican.
2. Okay.
They're going 2 hours, so prepare yourself.
I'm fine.
He did die.
I'll settle it. And when you run out of water, I'll run over and get you another bottle. Okay, we are coming back out of recess. Again, this is the Grand Traverse County Board of Commissioners. We are holding interviews for candidates for the Grand Traverse County Administrator. We are now moving on to the 12:30 appointment with John, and I guess he refers to himself as Mike Hall. Welcome, thank you for coming. And then Jen will ask for a quick introduction because we are taping the meeting. We're not going live, so the other candidates don't get
An
a
advantage.
list of all the questions. And she will moderate in terms of the questions, and then I will call on commissioners for any follow-up questions or clarifications or any other questions that they'd like to do through the process. Okay. All right. So Jen?
And again, John, Michael Hall, but you prefer Mike, right?
I've just gotten used to people calling me Mike, so that's fine.
Okay, that's fine with us. And he's in visiting us from Pennsylvania. So just to get started, we have some questions. First, to get started on your experience. Grand Traverse County has 500 employees, a population of 87,000, an SEV of $5.2 billion. Please tell us how your past and/or current experiences has prepared you to take on the role as administrator for Grand Traverse County.
Well, I think we talked a little bit about this when we had the phone interview. I've been in government for about 17 years, and during that time I've worked in a number of different-sized agencies. When I worked in Vermont at the Agency of Human Services, we had a couple thousand employees, as a matter of fact, and when I ran the Department of Social Welfare, it had a different name back then. We had about 550, about the same size as Grand Traverse County, actually a little bit more than that, I think, and a pretty good-sized budget, about $750 million. In Maine, the agency I ran there was somewhat larger because Maine is about twice as large population-wise as Vermont is. And I spent the last couple years there I was Deputy Commissioner of Health and Human Services, but on a day-to-day basis, I was working up at the Medicaid agency because they had gotten themselves into a pretty serious crisis where there's no good way to describe it other than to say that they blew up their software system for processing medical claims. And so they couldn't do business on a day-to-day basis. So we had about probably 250 to 300 employees there. And it was a good example, I think, not just of being the CEO of a large organization with a large budget, but also dealing with a very complicated technical problem. I mean, the operational capacity of the entire agency was compromised. People just couldn't do their jobs. The call center couldn't tell people when they were going to get paid, because we had no idea when they were going to get paid. And we didn't have any idea how to fix the software system, because the company that had built it for us, built it for the state, had done a pretty poor job and hadn't documented anything, and so you basically had to start all over. But the effect on morale was pretty serious as well. And people felt like they had once had, I had a fellow once when we did a town meeting to take stock of sort of where we were and where we were going, who said, you know, this used to be a great job, and you've taken that away from me because I can't do my work now. And so a lot of the work we did there was not only trying to figure out how you fixed the software, but how you fixed the agency and how you changed the culture, and how you got to a place where you could help the people get back to where they felt good about their work and felt good about what they did on a day-to-day basis. On the heels of that, I was recruited to go to Pennsylvania to lead a merger of two agencies, two pretty good-sized agencies that were responsible for aging services and long-term care. The situation there was not as catastrophic as it was in Maine, but it was one where the state had gotten itself into a pretty deep hole in terms of how it compared to other states in the country, especially in terms of seniors being able to stay at home and avoid going into nursing homes. And again, it was a problem of government agencies that weren't working very well, that weren't talking to each other, that had become pretty bureaucratic and disconnected from their customers, and had cultures that were resulting in bad decisions getting made. So we combined those two agencies into one, but then really started over and created a new organizational structure and a new culture, and changed, I think, how we thought about the relationship we had with the taxpayers and the people we were serving.
Okay, any questions? Next question.
In many states, counties do not deal with the budgets or administration of the courts. In Grand Traverse County, our court system involves 6 elected judges, 1 for probate, 2 for circuit, 3 for district, 3 court administrators, and 2 other counties, being Antrim and Leelanau. Please describe your experience with judges and the courts.
Well, I was trained as a lawyer. I practiced law for 16 years, represented senior citizens and a general practice of law in northern Vermont near the Canadian border, and Circuit Road during that period of time over an area of 3 counties. I practiced in district court, family court. I have specialized in work with probate and guardianship, but I also appeared before the Vermont Supreme Court and the federal courts, both the district court and the federal court of appeals. I had, I think, a good relationship with the judges and with the court administrators, and I'm pretty familiar with how court systems operate.
Okay, next question.
In addition to the judges, Grand Traverse County has 7 other elected officials, including clerk, treasurer, register of deeds, drain commissioner, surveyor, prosecuting attorney, and the sheriff. Tell us about your experience working with similar elected officials.
Well, I think I'd talk about it from a couple of different perspectives. One, I served as an elected official in the town that I lived in Vermont for many years. I was the town moderator, which is in the form of government they have in Vermont. It presides over the town meetings, and also chairman of the Board of Civil Authorities. So we interacted with the other elected officials who served both at the town level as well as at the county. And in the work that I've done, even when I've worked in state government, a lot of our success is dependent upon having strong collaborative relationships with local elected officials and being respectful of not only the role that they have, but the knowledge that they have that's closer to what's happening in their communities than you can have in state government.
Anything? Okay, next question.
Grand Traverse County has 13 separate bargaining units, all with different contracts, 10 of which expire on December 31st, 2014. Please tell us about your experience negotiating labor contracts, including negotiating multiple labor contracts at one time.
Well, in the agencies that I've worked in, we have had, in every case, including the agency that I work in now, we have individuals who are represented by unions in collective bargaining. My role has not been directly involved in the negotiations in those situations, because typically I've run a large agency, but the negotiations have happened at a government-wide level. The role that I have played has been twofold. One, I have met when our contracts come up for renewal with the representatives. Typically, they're connected to the governor's office or to our larger HR organization to talk about what the terms of our negotiations will be for the coming year, and to talk about the things that we'd like to have addressed and the things that are of concern to us, and try and make sure that those get on the table and are addressed in the course of the negotiations. And at the same time, my work has focused, I think, pretty directly on how you interact with the unions and with the employees who are members of the bargaining units once the contract is signed and once you're moving forward, and trying to figure out how you create an environment where it's not contentious, where people feel as though you understand the terms of the contract, but you're also trying to create an environment where people feel good about the work that you're doing, the work that they're doing, and the relationship they have with management. I think a measure of how successful you are there is you create an environment where people don't file grievances, where you don't have a string of complaints, but also where you are dealing with legitimate issues in a straightforward and timely fashion. And sometimes that involves somebody who has a legitimate grievance and hasn't been treated right, and addressing that in a fair and direct way. But other times it has taken the form of addressing issues that unions aren't necessarily as focused on, but are terribly important to what the environment in the workplace is. If you have an individual who's taking advantage of their coworkers, if you have an individual who is, the way that I've described it, is dogging it, and then other people are having to pick up the load and work harder to do their work for them, that creates resentment. In those situations, I think people expect that management and leadership will deal with those things and not just look the other way. And when they don't, then they conclude that you're not going to protect them, you're not going to look out for them, and that ultimately becomes pretty corrosive. The other thing is that sometimes, and this has been a major feature of the work that I've done over the years, we've had agencies, as I described in my first comments, that have either gotten themselves into pretty serious trouble, in many cases have pretty poor cultures, in some cases have become pretty calcified. They're stuck in the "this is the way we always do it" paradigm. And we've had to rethink how we do the work and who does what jobs, and whether or not there are jobs that we have been doing that are necessary anymore. And we've had, and I think have been very successful in being able to approach those difficult topics in a way that the unions felt was fair and appropriate, and in the end was going to be a net gain for the employees who work there, because it
created an environment where ultimately the organization was going to be more successful and people were going to be happier with the work they were doing. In some cases, that involved eliminating departments or moving to technology in an area that had been completely hand-driven. But how you get to those things and how you talk about them with folks, and not having that just dropped in their laps from on high, but talking with them about how the job can be done better, and I think is really important. I think, say, Jen, just as I finish, I have a fundamental core belief that people innately want to feel good about their work and want to do a good job. And I think the job that a person has in a position like this is create an environment where they go home at night and feel good about the work they did, particularly if they're public servants, and they look forward to coming back the next day.
Okay. Anything? Commissioner Wheelock?
Well, I think maybe I probably already know the answer, but in Michigan, we have 312 binding arbitration for our law enforcement officers with the county, whereas the arbitrator looks at what the officer should be paid, and it's not relative to anything about financial ability by the county to pay. Have you ever been involved in those type of situations?
No, I'm familiar with binding arbitration. It's an area that I have studied in the past. We haven't had binding arbitration agreements in the places where I've worked before.
Interesting. Anything else? Okay. We'll go on to the budget discussion. Questions?
Currently, Grand Traverse County has an annual operating budget of $138 million in budgets for one fiscal year at a time. Please tell us about your past experience in managing budgets, including managing budgets covering multiple fiscal years.
In each of the agencies that I have run, we've had responsibility for budgets that ranged from several $100 million to several $1 billion. I've worked, our responsibility and my responsibility has been first to develop a budget when we start building the budget in the build-up to the next fiscal year, figuring out where we stand in terms of revenues and where those are trending, as well as where our expenditures are going. And in the states that I've worked in, we've had, not unlike the legal environment that you have here in the county, we've had balanced budget requirements. So building a budget that had a deficit was not an option. So you had to figure out how you're going to align your spending with what you felt confident was going to come in. The challenge in many of these jobs has been that it seems like more often than not I've been managing these agencies in a recessionary environment where revenue is headed down instead of up. So you're year after year trying to figure out how you can deliver services in a way that maintains the quality and the need that the taxpayers have, and with less money than you had before. I think we talked a little bit when we did the phone interview a few weeks ago. I've been fortunate to have excellent financial officers and financial teams. And for me, a terribly important thing has been to have good reporting mechanisms so that on a very regular basis throughout the year, you can monitor where your expenses are in your cost centers, where those things are going, and take steps to make necessary adjustments mid-year or as the year is progressing, so that you don't get to the end of the year and find yourself with a good surprise, so that you don't have big problems in a particular department that not only require you to make really more painful than they need to be, cuts there, but too often those situations have adverse ramifications for the other agencies that were actually trending in a good direction. So developing those budgets in that way, monitoring them throughout the year. My responsibility has also been to present those budgets both to the governor's budget office each year, and then ultimately to present them and testify and support them in front of the House and Senate Appropriations Committees year after year. I feel a little bit like that today. It's been a couple of years since I've been sitting at a table with a microphone surrounded by a panel like this, but it is appropriation season, and that often involves not only very lengthy testimony in January or February about what's in the budget, and I've believed that it's important to know in detail what's in that budget so that you can answer questions about it, understand why it's in there and why you made this choice rather than something else. And then frequently have to go back to the legislature during the course of the ensuing year to answer follow-up questions or to react to suggestions or concerns that they have.
Okay. Commissioner Levkow.
Have you had any experience in developing 2-year, 3-year, or 5-year budgets?
We've done a couple of things. In Maine, we were technically on a 2-year budget cycle. So we would build a 2-year budget, and then we would do a mid-cycle adjustment after the first year to see where we were. But every 2 years, we built up a full 2-year budget. In both Maine and Pennsylvania, we also built out, even though it wasn't a statutory requirement, we would build out longer-term budgets to figure out where we thought our revenues and expenditures were going to go on a 5-year basis, and then start to make, in particular, identify where we thought we had problems that needed special attention and start to make strategic adjustments so that you didn't get to the 4th or 5th year and again have a big problem.
Go ahead.
One of the questions I forgot when we were talking about the courts is document imaging. Have you had any experience with that? And how would you develop budgets to be able to make sure that you were able to provide that service to all departments?
Well, it's interestingly, one of the comments I made before about a change that we made in Maine goes to that. We had a system which, surprisingly, considering that it was earlier in this decade, where every claim that came in from a healthcare provider in Maine came in paper form and then was scanned, opened up. Big bins would be delivered from the post office every day. And I had a distressingly large number of people whose only job it was. This is an agency where we were paying 1 million claims a year, whose only job it was to open up the envelopes, unfold them, get them flat so that they could be manually scanned and then put on, wait for it, microfiche. So the result was that you could walk into the mailroom on any given day and you would see weeks of backlog where we just had these bins waiting to be scanned.
Jeez.
Ultimately, that's not good for customers. So really, with all the other problems that we had in that agency, having to wait for weeks to get your money to deal with your cash flow issues was inexcusable. So we went outside and contracted with a state-of-the-art electronic imaging system where all that stuff would come in, would be scanned into digital format, and then would be available to the folks who needed it in my agency on their desktops. And we converted the entire agency to that system. And I had to have the conversation with the mailroom staff who had been doing this old job, that we weren't going to do it that way anymore, and that we would try and find other places for them in the agency to be part of our work, but that particular process of opening envelopes and unfolding them and then scanning them by hand was not the way we were going to move forward.
Okay. Anyone else? Next question?
I will say,
Yeah.
I will say that as it turns out, and it's probably not a surprise to you, that it was far more cost-effective to do it in the new way than the way we had been doing it before. So when we ran the budget numbers and for moving to outsourcing, it was a no-brainer.
Okay. Just to follow up on that, what were the conditions? I mean, obviously, you went to electronic, you had to let some staff go. How did that go over, and how did you handle that?
Well, what we did is we had some other tasks that we were able to put some of those staff to work in, particularly areas where we also had backlogs, and so we were able to bring them in and actually fortify the areas that weren't getting enough attention. We had some staff who were coming up for retirement, and so we knew that we could reduce through attrition. And we had, I think, probably 3 staff who, when presented with the fact that the job they had been doing was going away and what we were offering them was not really what they wanted to do, they decided to voluntarily separate from the agency. So the number of people that we had to fire was pretty minimal.
Anyone? All right, next question.
As County Administrator, what would you anticipate your involvement to be throughout the year in managing and evaluating our budget to actual performance?
Well, I expect, and I don't mean to talk out of turn, because if I step on a landmine here, I will sign it off to my ignorance of what the existing process is. But my practice has been to be very hands-on in that, not in a micromanaging way, but as I said, to have very regular reports and to sit down with the financial team to monitor where we are, know what's going on in each of our lines of business and our cost centers. In Vermont, we developed a report that we called the 52 Points of Light, where we had a weekly rundown of where we were in every single one of our cost centers, and you could isolate very quickly which ones were running hot and where you had problems. I was distressed when I went to Maine that there seemed to be no financial reporting system whatsoever, which was probably not a small part of how they got into the mess they were in. I told people that it was like navigating a large ship in a very thick fog, and you had really no idea at the beginning, at any point in the year, whether you were in surplus or deficit. So we actually imported the reporting tools that we had from Vermont into Maine so that we would be able to read where we were and figure out where we had problems. And then that also involves sitting down with your managers and the various departments and being able to talk with them on a pretty regular basis. Not all the time, but in a way that both keeps them abreast of where things are in their departments and holds them accountable for what's going on in those departments, to let them know sort of where they are and I think importantly bring them into the problem-solving process if it looks like you're running over budget. One of the things that I've tried to do in a lot of the agencies we have, the money just gets spent. And departments, access, they go out and they tell the administrative staff that they need more office supplies, or that they need a new telephone system, or whatever it is, and it's like there's no connection between the money gets spent and where the money is coming from. And so one of the things that we did in both Maine and in Pennsylvania was we broke the budget down to the department level, and we made the department heads co-responsible for the spending that was happening in those departments, so that they would understand that they had a obligation to try and stay within the money that had been allocated for them, and to take steps to bring things back under control if they started to go hot.
Okay. Questions? All right, next question.
How would you evaluate economic and other trends in the market relative to their impact on Grand Traverse County's overall financial position?
Well, on the one hand, my sense is that and this, I don't mean to say anything to you folks that you don't already know from reading the news or paying attention to our economic situation yourselves. The environment that we're in the marketplace seems to be improving from a lot of different indicators. Even the housing market, which is still too slow, seems to be showing signs of improvement, which for the people who've lost lots of value in their house in the county that's lost something like $750 million in valuation over the course of the last few years has to be good news. At the same time, it's not happening, we're not coming back to the place that we were before the economy went south in 2007, and we're still building budgets both at state level and probably here at the county level on an assumption that you've got declining revenues. In fact, I think when I read that when you built the budget for 2012, you reduced it by about 3.5% on the assumption that revenues were going to continue to be soft. So the challenges in Michigan are, as you folks know better than I do, are more acute than they are even in some other parts of the country. That having been said, my sense is that Grand Traverse County benefits from the fact that its environment, its quality of life, its position as a resort destination, and not only during the festivals in the summer, but the desirability of people to live here and have second homes here, helps you in a way that puts you in a better position than some other counties in the state are in. And you can see it. When I was here a number of years ago visiting with my family and my children, and that's one of the reasons that I applied for the job, because I've always had actually this has been in my list of places to think about moving to when if the chance ever presented itself. And coming back now and seeing the relative vitality of the downtown area and seeing the health of the community gives you some hope, I think, particularly after a series of pretty rough years here.
Okay. Anyone? Next question.
What do you believe is the purpose of a fund balance, and when would you consider it appropriate to use fund balance?
Well, I think a fund balance in a lot of organizations is an opportunity for either government or for even for profit or nonprofit organizations to invest in the services that they have, to try and replace systems that are out of date or in need of reinvention. In government, the challenge when you have a fund balance always is to take that back to the taxpayers, and in the form of reduced taxes or in the form of moving it back to the taxpayers in whatever fashion is available. And there's no question that it's important if the revenues that government is bringing in are exceeding the amount that it needs, that you have an obligation to communicate with the taxpayers about your commitment to getting that back into line. On the other hand, the taxpayers rely upon us to provide high-quality, up-to-date, responsive public services. And you can't do that if you don't reinvest in the systems that you have, and that over time they decay or they become more and more antiquated. So part of the conversation, I think, needs to be, where's the balance between making sure that you align revenues with expenses in a way that doesn't have you bringing in more from the taxpayers than you need, and at the same time putting funds into improving services so that you are better stewards of government services for people. And if that means that you have imaging systems that are out of date and inefficient and costly, or you have equipment that needs to be replaced, that it's appropriate, I think, to look to those resources as to invest in keeping the organization up to date. One of the things that I've made it a practice to ask and to try and create a culture where we ask this of ourselves in the places where we work is, how does it feel to be on the receiving end of the services that we provide? How does it feel to be a taxpayer, to be a citizen who's served by us, or to be a provider or somebody else who receives their revenue from us? And, I can't remember if we talked about this when we were on the phone, but one of the things that I've tried to do and institutionalize in the agencies I've worked in over the years is to, in government, we sometimes tend to conclude that, well, we must be doing it right because we're in government. And there is very often a loss of connection, and really too often people don't even think about the people who we serve as customers. You don't even hear the word customer in government that often. And so we have, I think, tried to create a culture where we think about it that way, and more importantly, you ask on a fairly regular basis, how does this work for you? What do you need from us? What is not working the way it ought to? One of the ways I characterized this in the past is, what are the 10 most annoying things about dealing with us? And then sitting down with the staff and saying, okay, what would it take for us to knock things off of that 10 most annoying list? What are the things that we would change about how we do this? What are the things that we would change about what we require, the hoops we require people to go through in order to get what they need? What would we change in our systems that would improve the experience for the customers on the other end?
Okay, any questions?
We are currently 50% funded with our defined benefit pension plan. Tell us about your experience with an unfunded pension liability and its impact on annual contribution requirements. Please discuss the budget consequences as well.
Well, again, I've worked at a state government level where our contribution obligations have been managed by another state agency, and my staff and my programs have been a part of that. My personal view is that this is an area that gives meaning to the word prudence, which is how do you make make good on the commitments you have to people who have worked for government, and be able to say to them that you are that the benefits that they have that they're entitled to and they have under their retirement agreements are going to be there when the time comes. And yet at the same time recognize that how you get from here to there is not something that you can do overnight. You can't just take a hard right turn and say we're going to get to full funding in a way that's going to create hardship or going to compromise the other city services that you, or the other county services or the other state services that you have to their detriment. So I think an important part of this is, number one, first having the commitment and the resolve to have those funds in a healthy place, and then having a strong strategic plan that you stick to, and this is where the resolve comes in, to get to a place where you can say that you can say that you've done that.
Okay, anybody?
Just a quick question on the previous one. I look in your resume in terms of, the vast responsibilities you've had with a number of states in terms of being a cabinet member or being responsible for large, huge areas of state government. My assumption is that, the governor laid down the budget for you to manage at a certain level, and fund balance probably was just a small discretionary thing in terms of the ability to upgrade systems and those kinds of things. But in terms of the states that you worked for, was there a focus on the state having some kind of level of fund balance to control bond ratings and those kinds of things?
There was, and there was also the tension that I talked about before. We were trying to figure out how you could have a healthy fund balance that would create a situation where the state was well regarded by the rating agencies. And at the same time, you were trying to resolve the tension between what the level of taxes was and how much revenue was coming in. And then in some parts of government, and mine typically happened to be one of these areas, you were debating how much of the what you were building up in your annual budget, and to the extent that you had a fund balance, how much of it was appropriate for reinvestment. And part of our responsibility was, in many of these agencies, you had pretty old infrastructure, and you had systems that, in some of that infrastructure, Larry, was, the IT systems or the things we talked about before. Some of it had to do with the programs we had out on the ground in the communities, and how much we were paying or how much we were
talking in the microphone.
How much we were paying or how much we were investing in those programs, and whether the amount that we were putting into those programs was sufficient for them to successfully meet the needs of the customers. So one of the things that that I advocated for consistently was trying to make sure that we were making strong, appropriate infrastructure investments to get those programs to a place where they were high performing and they could meet the customer's needs. An example, for instance, is, I can stop there.
Okay, I think you answered my question. Okay, next question, Jen.
Grand Traverse County has financial oversight over a few entities in the county with which we share a tax ID, such as the Grand Traverse Pavilions, Road Commission, Department of Public Works, and the airport. Please tell us about your experience with providing financial oversight to multiple entities.
Well, in the agencies that I've worked in, and particularly in Pennsylvania, we had both the two agencies that I ran, but we also served as the funding source for a large array of other agencies at the county level, agencies like the area agencies on aging, like your Department of Aging here, as well as we were the primary funding source for healthcare providers, for centers for independent living, for home health agencies. And so our role was not only to serve as a conduit for funding and to build our budgets with those entities in mind, and in doing that we were often combining multiple funding streams, money that would come from the Older Americans Act, from the general fund each year. In Pennsylvania, we also had money that would come from the lottery fund that we allocated to those entities. And at the same time, we were providing oversight with respect to how those agencies were spending that money. We received annual audits, and I had, in Pennsylvania, for instance, we built up a financial audit team that would, on a very regular basis, go out into the field and monitor how the taxpayers' funds were being used in those agencies.
All right, next question.
Rising healthcare costs have a significant budget impact. Tell us about how you have managed rising healthcare costs.
Well, in our agencies, as part of our union negotiations, we have typically had to take account of the increasing cost of healthcare and then figure out how you reflect that in the contribution that is made by the employees, what the relative responsibility of the agency and the employees would be in terms of for instance, responsibility for cost sharing. One of the things that was a feature of the work that we did, and this was part of the input that I alluded to earlier when we were talking about the collective bargaining negotiations, was trying to figure out whether there were ways that we could provide high-quality, comparable services in more cost-effective ways. And so, for instance, we, in Maine, made a change, a significant change, in how we were providing drug coverage and pharmaceutical coverage to employees. We had a full benefit plan with no cost sharing and no tiers, no prior authorization at all. And the effect of that was that there was no need for people to be accountable for the healthcare decisions they were making. They would ask for the most expensive drugs. They would, and we had a cost trend that was north of 20% in our drug program. When that's happening, and that kind of cost trend means you're doubling the cost of that benefit about every 3 years, then it starts to cannibalize everything else you have in the benefit package. So we put together a proposal for how you would restructure that benefit and actually move it to another company as well, that would, on the one hand, introduce cost sharing and introduce a default approach, what's the word I'm looking for? A default emphasis on generic drugs and generic substitution, but the goal was to bring the spend down into the single digits. And the reason for that was not simply because we were trying to manage the overall cost of the drug benefit and the overall cost of the health package for our employees, but because we knew that there were other things that they cared about and there were other things they wanted, and we weren't being able to do that unless we brought some rationality and sanity to this part of the benefit. So in the end, it was something that they saw the wisdom of working with us on, because it helped us address other issues that they cared about.
Okay, questions? Okay, next question.
Tell us about your experience recommending and executing public policy. How do you find balance with property owner rights and the desire for central planning?
Well, let me say this. I have a lot of experience in, as is probably obvious from my resume, in public policy development, both in terms of trying to set a course for where public policy ought to be, but then talking about that both within the agency but also with our constituencies, so that you have the opportunity to check your bearings and make sure that you're on the right course, but also so that you don't hide the policy under a bushel basket, so that you communicate to people why this is important and why they should care about it and why we should take this course versus another one. And I think I think my work in the last few years, and I think people who you talk to will say that I've been a good and strong advocate for trying to take progressive public policy forward in a way that would get our services to a better place for taxpayers. In the environment that we have in local government, at the county level or at the town level, you're always trying to figure out how you balance the needs of the whole versus the rights and the preferences of the individuals. And this was a major feature of the work that we did in government back in Vermont, in the town that I served. You had a very, very strong streak of rugged Yankee individualism in that community, and sense that nobody can tell me what I ought to do with my property. And yet there also, I think, was a sense that there comes a point where that starts to intrude and trespass on other people's rights as well. And whether it's a conversation about, I can remember at one point there was active conversation in town about whether a pig farm should be located right in the middle of a residential area. But sometimes it has to do with, what is the town plan or the zoning, what are those rules going to look like, and how do they balance people's right to determine how they want to use their property with the greater welfare and the benefits of the community. So I think I don't know that there's an answer that where you say you're here or you're there. I think it's one of those things that's a constant balance and a constant tension, but I also think it's incredibly important that that be the kind of thing that the citizens and the taxpayers are part of the conversation, and you're hearing where they think that balance ought to be. In the end, in this area, as in a lot of areas, you're successful. Your goal can never be for everybody to be happy, because inevitably there are going to be people who wish it had gone this way. Your goal, I think, needs to be to get to a point where you make decisions where in the end people say, that was not an unreasonable place for you to land. They can see, you heard the various points of view, and they can see how you landed there. That it was a result of thoughtfulness and fairness.
Okay. Commissioner Wheelock.
First was the pig farm there before the residential area was drawn around it.
Well, actually, in that case, no.
That's the way it usually works. You know?
That's true. The residents move in.
But my question has to do with, we just went through a very extensive public process in regard to taking out, decommissioning, and breaching 3 dams on the Boardman River. As this process evolves, it will take so-called waterfront property away from adjacent property owners. How do you weigh those individual property rights to their so-called waterfront property compared to what's best for the community as a whole, or what is perceived to possibly be best for the community as a whole, and not having to expend large amounts of funds to retain those dams?
Well, I think I hesitate to say, Commissioner Wheelock, what the right answer is in that situation, but I think that I think that you've laid out exactly the kinds of things that need to be part of the conversation. The larger obligations that the county has are both to be responsible and prudent with respect to what it costs to run government and what the cost of maintaining those dams would be and what impact over time it would have of maintaining them. There are also, in many of these situations, environmental considerations. What are the adverse effects of maintaining the dams, and how does that factor into the overall thinking? The property owners are obviously not going to be happy about losing frontage that they have, no matter what the rationale is, probably. And so one of the things that I think is part of that discussion is there not only how do you describe it and how do you arrive at the decision, but is there a reasonable approach to compensation that would address the loss that they have and the real decline in property value that they experience as a result of this, because in the end it is an economic equation for them. And how does that factor into the overall calculus that the county does in terms of what it pays now versus what its long-term expenditure would be if you continued on the present course?
Okay. Next question.
Aside from budget issues, name 1 or 2 of the most critical issues you see facing counties today.
Well, I think the challenges that counties face are you're in an environment where the pressures that government feels at the federal and state level and the deficits that they often run are increasing the tax burden on citizens generally. And after they get done paying their federal taxes, and particularly having just passed tax day a week or so ago, and after they get done paying their state taxes, and after they get done feeling resentful about how big a bite those things are taking out of their paychecks, then the question is, so now how does the county raise its revenue, and how do you navigate an environment where people feel that government itself is expensive and maybe too expensive, and eating a larger and larger amount out of their paycheck and their ability to meet their day-to-day living expenses. The events that happen at the federal and state level are things that are largely beyond the control of counties. And yet at the end of the day, people look to the counties for basic public services that those larger government agencies don't provide. The Register of Deeds still has to do its job. Highways still need to get plowed. In local communities, garbage still needs to get picked up, and kids need to be picked up to go to school every day. And so figuring out how we communicate to people what it is that how we hear from them, what it is they value, and how we approach the question of raising revenue to support those essential services is I think one of the ongoing challenges that local government has.
Okay. Follow up? All right, we will now move on to leadership management and supervision questions. Jen?
Define leadership in one sentence.
I think leadership is creating an environment where people know where you're going and why it's important to go there, and they believe in it, and they give you everything they have to take the organization to that place.
Okay. Next question.
What is the most difficult management problem with employees that you've had to face, and how did you deal with it?
I'm sorting through the catalog. I think the state government, anyway, is not known for addressing its personnel problems. And in the agency where I work now, which is a federal agency, it's even less the case. So you have people who are being paid pretty well and have been there a long time and probably will be there a long time because there is a culture of not addressing performance problems, and there's a culture of non-accountability. And I think that's wrong. I don't think it's responsible for the taxpayers who fund those services, but I also think it's incredibly damaging and corrosive to the agencies and to the other people who work there. It undermines morale, it undermines their productivity, and ultimately it drags everything down, because people who feel as though people who are good workers and who are high performers and who see that those issues are not getting addressed ultimately say, well, why am I working so hard? Why am I working my tail off? I'm just going to kick back also, because apparently nothing happens if you do that. And in the end, everything, even if it's almost imperceptible, slowly degrades and gets worse and worse and worse until you have dysfunctional agencies. So I said before that, I think I said this, that I've had good, very positive relationships with the unions I've worked with over the years, and I'm proud of that. But I also have not been shy about addressing these issues in government, even when the conventional wisdom is that government doesn't or can't address them. And so we, in both Maine and Pennsylvania, decided that we were going to take action when we had individuals who were harming the larger organization. And we did it in unprecedented numbers, which is not to say waves of people. But in Pennsylvania, we separated 6 individuals from an agency that had 150, not all at once, but over time. And we decided, as hard as the system sometimes makes it, and that we were going to go to the mat on those in those cases, even when we were taken to court, even when we had to appear before the Equal Opportunity Commission, because we were absolutely convinced that our failure to address those issues was damaging the agency and damaging the other people who were there. So In the end, we won every one of those cases, but it wasn't, frankly, so important that we won. It was that in every one of those cases, other employees came up to us later on and thanked us for having addressed the issues. And that's the story that people don't understand, is that how important it is and how much they notice and how much they come up to you and say, thank you for doing that. It makes this a better place to work. It makes us prouder of what we do here because you took those actions. But when you're in the middle of them, they are, I was going to use a colorful expression, let me just say they are no fun. They are really pretty unpleasant, but you do it because you care about the overall health and the future of the agency.
How do you, I'm sorry. How do you provide feedback to department heads?
I am a pretty, well, I'm a very hands-on person. I mean, one of the things that I have done as a matter of practice for some time is to have regular weekly meetings with my department heads and with the supervisors who work so that we can check in and on where things are and hear from them what they've got on their plate, what they're struggling with, what they need advice with, and also so that I can give them feedback. But I think even more than that, I am somebody who manages on the ground. I hate the idea that you have folks who are agency heads who sit in their office and never actually leave the office, never actually see the people who are doing the work. So in the agencies I've been in, even when we have had people in multiple buildings and other sides of town, if I had a question for a department head, I wouldn't ask the department head to come to my office so that I can ask the question. I would go down to where the department was and knock on their office or knock on their cubicle, whether it was department head or a deputy or it was one of our line staff people, and say, I have a question, can I sit down and ask you that? And I spend a lot of time on the floor, out talking to people. I think, frankly, you get a better sense of what the pulse of the organization is and where you have problems and who's struggling and whether a business unit is in trouble because the manager is not a good manager. Because when you walk into the unit, you pick it up. You can feel it. You can see, you can feel what the vibe is because you're there, and you never get that if you sit up in your office and you have your secretary ring them and tell them to come up and see you. In that situation, all you hear is stuff that comes through their lens and through their perspective. When you're on the floor every day, you know whether or not you're in a good place, you know where you have a problem. You see if you have two staff people who are fighting with each other, you pick it up when you walk by the place where they're sitting. And it has, to be perfectly honest, driven my administrative assistants a little nuts because I'm not in my office very much. They often are sending out messages saying, have you seen Mike, because he's on the floor somewhere. But I think the staff would say that they never worked with anybody in any of the agencies I worked in who they had as much exposure to and contact with, and who knew their names and who knew as much about what they did. And it also allowed me, I think, to give much better managerial advice and supervision and leadership guidance to the people, the department heads who worked for me, because I had a good sense of what we were really dealing with.
Okay, anything else? Next question.
How would you characterize your leadership style?
Well, hopefully you've gotten some sense of it from what I've said in the last little while. I'm not a command and control individual. In fact, a lot of my explicit assignment in the agencies I've come to has been to repair agencies that have been command and control. I'm somebody who believes in helping other leaders, other department heads, and other managers be really good at doing that. be really good at managing people, really good at leading their departments on a day-to-day basis, creating positive work environments there, and helping them to get better at that and giving them advice on where they may be falling down. You know, one of the things that happens in this society, and it happens in government, but frankly it happens practically everywhere in both the private and nonprofit sectors, is that we promote people and we elevate them to leadership positions, either unit chiefs or division heads or department heads, and by and large we never actually teach them or train them how to be leaders. Almost always they get into those positions because they were around the longest and their predecessor retired, or because they were the last one to duck behind the desk, or because they were particularly good at one skill, and that skill almost never has anything to do with leadership. And so they ascend into that position. We also too often tell people that they're on a career ladder, or a fish ladder almost, where if you're, a GS-10, well, you have to be a GS-11, so promotion is the name of the game. And people wind up seeking promotion without really ever wanting to do the jobs that they're promoting into. So, as a result, the vast majority of people who lead our workers don't do a very good job. And the examples that they see around them are other people who they worked for, their mentors, who weren't particularly good at it themselves. They see stuff on TV which suggests that the way that you are a leader is that you're a boss who's pretty terrible to get along with. And as a result, I think most organizations, and I think most sadly, most government organizations, underperform because on a day-to-day basis, at a granular level in those agencies, we lead poorly. And so, if you want to know who I am, I'm not a guy who has all the technical skills that you asked me about earlier in the interview. I'm a guy who knows how to build strong, well-run, high-performing, high-morale government organizations. I care about teaching people how to do this well, and I care about creating an environment where people are proud that they work for government, and they're proud on a day-to-day basis of the work they do, and they go out to their cars at night every day saying that was a good day's work. And that, I think, is a pretty good description of what I do.
Okay, good. Any comments? All right, next question.
You kind of, this kind of segues into our next question, your response. What do you believe the county administrator can do to motivate employees or improve morale?
Well, I think a couple things I've talked about before. One, you have to talk. You have to be there with them. You have to talk to them. It's important, incredibly important, and I just am astonished at how little credence this is given. That people understand that when you speak, whether it's a memo you send or whether it's a conversation you have or whether it's a staff meeting that you hold, that your word is your bond, that you have integrity and credibility, and they know that you are not going to mess with them. It's incredibly important, I think, that you hear them and are listening to them, so that when you detect that something is not working right, when you detect that there's a problem in the workplace, or when you detect that you have a process or some system that is just a pain in the butt to work with, and they've been complaining about it and nobody seems to be listening, that you actually listen. You say, okay, let's talk about that. And that can be anything from a computer system that is clunkier than it needs to be to an example I remember that teaches you how simple it is to pay attention. I was working in Vermont at the Department of Social Welfare, and we occupied an entire building of 5 floors. And I would go downstairs to the folks who were in the third-party liability section, and there was this was in an old state hospital, and there was a big old heavy steel door that opened into their space, and for some reason had nothing to stop it from banging when it got to the when it was pushed open. So who knows how many times a day people would come through that door and they'd push on it and it would swing around, probably 100 pounds, and hit the back wall and make a huge noise over and over and over again right in the middle of their unit. And I remember standing there talking to somebody a few feet away from it, and every few minutes the door would bang. And I would say, I said to them, doesn't that bother you? And they said, yeah, but nobody's ever fixed it. So it's even something like, okay, going back upstairs and calling the guys in administrative services and saying, could we get something so that door doesn't bang like that? Which is the small stuff, but it's that annoying kind of stuff that I think kind of drags people down. So the last thing I'll say, Jen, is, and this goes back to what I said earlier today about my deep sense that people want to feel good about their work. I also think that people have a basic sense, a basic need that is hardwired into us as humans to have purpose in our life and understand why we come to work. I don't think it's that hard in government for us to explain what our purpose is. That's why I think public service is so important, but I think we hardly ever talk about it. And so I think we get disconnected from what the mission is of the work we do here. And the saddest thing that we have, and the reason that we have such poor morale in government agencies, is you have people who get up in the morning and aren't really energized about going to work. They drag themselves to get dressed, and they get in the car and they come to work, and then they sit here and they wait for the big hand to get on the 6 or on the 12 so that they can trudge back out to their cars at the end of the day to go home, day after day after day. And they feel anonymous, and they feel like nobody even knows that they're here, and they feel interchangeable, and they feel like, what the heck am I doing here anyway? And a huge part of morale and a huge part of what keeps people motivated and energized about work is communicating and creating a shared sense of purpose. Why are we doing this? Why is it important? Why should we care about this? And that is connecting them to the people who are on the other end of these services. And not just in a generic sense of the taxpayers, the county serving the taxpayers, but in each of our departments. Why is it important for us to do a great job in each of those departments, and why should they care about that?
Okay. Follow up? Next question.
How would you view your role as a public figure in this community, and what obligations do you feel that brings?
Well, I think in the positions that I've had, which I think may have some parallels to the position of county administrator and even the role of the county commissioners here, you are, when you take on this responsibility, you become the face of government. And you become what people relate to and who they feel they can connect with and who they can talk to and who they can approach when something's wrong or when bothering them. And I think part of the deal is that you have to be open to that. You have to understand that if you didn't want to do that, then you shouldn't have taken the job. I have known people who are in positions like this who aren't comfortable with that and seem to run the other way when they see a taxpayer coming. I've known folks, in fact, I remember at one point getting a job and thinking that the job was, when I was appointed Commissioner of Social Welfare in Vermont, and I should have known better because I had actually been an advisor and had helped other commissioners. But when I took over the job, for some reason I had this naive sense that what I was going to do is sit in my office and think big thoughts. And we would decide what the policy course was of the agency and write memos and react to other things that people had written. And I, after a few months, it dawned on me that I was not thinking big thoughts. And I wasn't spending all that much time in my office. And I was started to try and figure out what was going on. And what I realized, without too much pondering, is that that was never what the job was in the first place. The job was not to pontificate behind some kind of big desk. The job was to be the face of the agency. The job was to articulate to the people who were our constituents what we were about and what we were doing, and to hear from them what they needed from us. And it was to focus on the morale on the staff who were working there. And it was to try and pay attention to the day-to-day mechanics of how we did the job. And once my synapses connected and I figured that out, I approached that job, but all the subsequent roles that I had, in a much different way.
I guess I'll steal a question from Commissioner Henschel, and that is, do you belong to any clubs or, in the community where you serve, like Rotary, and what do you do for fun, and what do you serve on any other type of boards, community boards, community activity, those kinds of things?
Not in the community that I'm in now. Most in terms of membership or serving on boards. When I lived in Vermont, I served on a number of boards, and I don't know if this is on my resume, but I have some additional information about commissions and other organizations that I was a member of. I don't think it's on this one. In the role that I have now, and the schedule that I have, and particularly the amount of time that I spend on the road getting to and from work, is prohibitive in terms of serving on boards or membership in other organizations, because I often don't get home until after those organizations typically would have their meetings. But I bicycle. I've been a serious, I don't want you to get the wrong impression from serious. I am obviously not one of those fellows who rides 18-pound bicycles in skin-tight nylon stuff. I love riding a bike, and no matter where I have worked, even where I work now, I bring a bike to work, and I take it out whenever I get a chance during the course of the day. When I've had chances in the past to ride to work, I've done that. I like to kayak. I sold my canoe because I couldn't get my wife to go with me, and the deal was we'd get a kayak so I could do that on my own. I have a rowing shell, and when I have a place where we have flat water, I like to go out. My favorite time of day to go out, either kayaking or rowing, is just at dusk at the end of the day when it's quiet and the sun's about to go down and there's hardly anybody else on the water. I think when you're out there, and if we're up in the 45th parallel, I'm assuming that we might have some loons up here, and when you're out with the loons just before the sun goes down, that's about the best thing in the world. My wife and I work around the house. People give me odd looks, but I give my wife tractors and lawnmowers for birthday presents.
There you go. As long as she's not giving you the odd look.
And it's not an agenda by me. I do it because there's nothing that she likes better than cutting brush, and I'd come home from work and I'd hear far off in the distance a lawnmower going somewhere, and when she lets me know that her favorite mower is on its last legs, then I go out and I get a new one. So we spend a lot of time outside doing things like that, and that, I think, is both part of our who we are. We've always lived in small towns and lived on and tried to live in places where we've been able to work out in the woods, but it also is part of the way that you take a break from the stuff you're doing the rest of the day, and you get some respite.
Okay, comments? Okay, we'll move on.
As a county administrator, you would be called upon to provide verbal and written reports to the board. Explain your previous experience dealing with boards and commissions, and what kind of information would you say is important to provide regularly?
Well, I've worked with and reported to a number of different boards, both councils and state government, but I had a board of directors when the job that I had at Department of Aging in Pennsylvania, and we met on a monthly basis. I would work with the chair to put together an agenda for those meetings and to figure out what we should cover. Part of that was always a report on sort of where we were fiscally, and if we had major initiatives that were underway, what the status was and how those were progressing. If we had things that we were working on in the legislature, what the prognosis was for those, and to the extent that they could be helpful in some of those areas, strategizing with them about what they could do, the calls they could make, or the people they could see that might be helpful to move something along that was important to us. Part of it was consulting with them so that they felt not, like sort of, well, we're meeting because the law requires us to meet, but you don't really share anything with us that has any substance to it. It was an important part of governance of how we led the organization and using them as a sounding board for whether we were on the right course and whether things were, whether we were managing the agency in a responsible way. But another part of it was an opportunity to talk with them about where we ought to be going and to get their sense of what the course forward was, so that we weren't always mired in the discussions and the maintenance of the day-to-day, but figuring out where we wanted to be a year from now or 2 years from now. And if we wanted to be there, what would that mean we had to do between now and then? Or sometimes, what would we have to do differently? What would we have to discard doing or think about in a much different way if we really wanted to be at this place down the road? So I saw my responsibility as keeping them informed of what the agency was, how the agency was doing, and what our status was at various points throughout the course of the year. We had a full quarterly financial report that we would give them so that they could get a sense of how we were looking when we were during budget season. In the legislature, we would talk to them about what we were going to ask for in the budget, and then we'd talk to them about the appropriations testimony, and then we would fill them in on how we were faring. So that they could fulfill their fiduciary responsibilities for providing oversight of the management of the agency. But another part of it was having the opportunity to use them both for myself to get advice from them and to use them as a sounding board, and then also to collaboratively have conversations about where we thought the agency ought to be going.
Okay. Next question.
This position will be called upon to provide information to all forms of media, including print, television, and radio. Tell us about your experience within public relations and how you respond to criticism.
Well, I mean, in most of the agencies I've been in, they've been fairly high profile in the sense that the work that you do is driving significant public policy. You're spending lots and lots of money and you're getting attention. But I think, frankly, one of the goals ought to be to not get any more attention than you absolutely have to. If you are doing a serious, thoughtful job on a day-to-day basis, and you're trying to run an agency in a responsible, respectful way, then hopefully you're not engendering inordinate amounts of controversy, and you're not getting attention any more often than you ought to. Every once in a while, I was in situations where a policy that we were pursuing would, people would be upset about. It might have been the issue that Commissioner Wheelock was talking about with respect to the property rights and the dams, or it might be that something happened that some event occurred that got attention from the press, and sometimes it's the questions you get seem critical. Frustratingly, my experience in talking to the press more often than not was that they were not too particular about what the facts actually were. That if they had a story, or if they wanted to go to a story fast. I'm just being candid.
No, we understand. Go ahead.
In fact, I very often found myself trying to explain what the facts actually were and detecting that all they wanted to do was end the conversation so they could go write something. If you understand that the facts are actually not the most important thing, then it helps you to not get too upset at what it is that they come out with. And in the end, it doesn't really make any sense to be thin-skinned or defensive about it in the first place. It doesn't get you anywhere. It frankly just brings more attention to something than you needed in the first place, and if your goal was to not get that much attention, then you're defeating your original purpose. I do think that there are some times when something gets written that you can't, a lot of times, the other thing that I've learned is that the news cycle, whether it's at the national media or even at the local media, is pretty darn short. And I think it's not a bad thing to learn not to rise to the bait and not to react to everything and just sort of let it flow and let it be over with. But every once in a while, something gets said that is just so inherently untruthful or unfair that you have to say something. And when that happens, I think you have to have the courage to say in a measured way, listen, this is not the truth. This is not what happened. And we're now going to respond, write an editorial or an op-ed or whatever to put the record straight. Now, do I think that putting the record straight fixes it? No. I don't. In fact, I think for the most time it sometimes feels like a Pyrrhic exercise, because it's not entirely clear that the people who you're trying to reach are going to even see the thing that you wrote. But every once in a while, it's important to stand on principle and to let the press know. I mean, I have been somebody in the work I've done, and I think people would say who faced me, whether they were opponents on policy issues that we were working on in the legislature, I think they would say to a person that I am fair and respectful, and that I hear other points of view, and that I am very willing to adjust and change my perspective based upon what I hear and what I learn from those things. But I think they would also say that I'm principled, and that when I think a wrong has been done, I try and find a way to communicate what my expectations are for how we'll interact in the future.
Okay. Commissioner Richardson.
You've talked about the dealing with the media in terms of negative media attention, but are there times when positive media attention should be solicited or manipulated or whatever?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the case, and I think it goes back to my some of what I said before about the belief I have in the importance of public service and in the important value that the role that government plays in our lives. And I think too often we don't talk about that. Too often it is under a bushel basket. Too often people don't understand what the value equation is between the taxes that they pay and what they get from us, or the benefits that we bring, or the things that we've reinvented, or the services that we've improved. We improve them, and then we don't actually tell anybody we've improved them, and so who knows whether they actually notice. So on the one hand, I've been fortunate to work in to do work in agencies where we often had good stories to tell. and you often felt like you were on the side of the angels in terms of the people who we represented. But on the other hand, we often felt that there were times when you needed to go out, as you say, Commissioner Richardson, and say, you know, this agency is processing 300% more claims like this than we were 2 years ago at this time. And we